David Maharic.
Good morning and welcome to qualifying day number 2. We've got a big day ahead of us with 4 more rounds of qualifying. We're going to be kicking the day off with some buggy action coming at you thick and fast. Just a heads up as well, we will have a Bike Worlds next year up in Brisbane. So that'll be something to look out for if you're interested in these bikes. As for racing today, like I said, we got 4 rounds of racing here. Got John Grant International Raceway ahead of us for the FEMCA and RCRA Championship titles. Keep an eye out on all of the pages we are sharing to RC Race Media, Mitch on the mic, and John Grant's Facebook page as well. Make sure you like, share, comment throughout the day. That will help us all out and help our hobby out a ton. Drivers, you got 3 minutes till we kick this off. 3 minutes till we kick off for our first quali of today.
3 minutes to the start of the race.
Caution front straight. Caution front straight. It's nice and slow on the front straight, please, drivers. Slow down front straight. All clear now.
2 minutes to the start of the race.
2 minutes till start, drivers. 2 minutes till start. We'll start our bikes. Kick things off. Oh, 1 minute to go, driver. 1 minute till start.
1 minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race.
40 seconds till start. If you are watching on the stream, comment and let us know where you're watching from. If you are watching from around the world or just around Australia, let us know where you are watching in from. 30 seconds till start, drivers. 30 seconds till start. We need a marshal over in the middle. We need a marshal in the middle there.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
Thank you very much.
Less than 5.
And we are live. Fifth scale bikes, first qualifier of the day. Caution coming into the chicane in the center. That'll be all clear now. Both David and Andy already having a TQ to both their names from first 2 rounds. See who comes out firing for the last 4 qualifiers from today. Check the lap times, they make their way around. So David with a 24.992. Andy Bishop with a 24.816 to kick things off for the day. David makes his way around that time for 24.915. Andy Bishop for a 24.294. Andy gets a little bit out of shape there coming into the chicane. The thing was, we follow along down the back straight away with David. Make his way into the keyhole. Probably the trickiest part of the track for these bikes. They have to go from one side full lock to the other. Down the straight that time for David at 24.5. Andy Bishop with a 25.4. So it allows David back into the lead now. He's got a tenth of a second now over Andy Bishop. Mistake coming into the chicane for Andy would have cost him a bit of time as Andy gets a little bit squirrely on the gas, onto one wheel. On to the front straight away we go once again with your leader, David. 24.501 that time around, 24.4 for Andy Bishop. So gap remains a tenth of a second between the two drivers. Leader coming on to the back straight away. He's going to have a bit of traffic here. If you can give him a bit of a room, please. So coming into the keyhole is David Vericchio. On to the front straight. We've got a bike over in the keyhole. That time around, David with a 23.797 new hot lap of the heat. So David making his way around, another nice clean lap of 24.5. Andy works his way around onto the straight as well. Bit of a slower lap this time for Andy. So Andy that time around at 27.2 gives David about 4.5 seconds. .24 that time around for Andy Bishop, trying to reel the lead back in on David. .24 for David that time around. Last time for Andy, a 23.7 new hot lap of the heat. Couldn't quite back it up though. 26.8 the next lap for Andy Bishop that time around. So following on now with Andy Bishop as he makes his way into the keyhole. Leaning a bike right on over onto the front straightaway. Worked his way around the sweeper into turn 2. Gets squirrely there as he makes his way to the chicane. Short shoot onto the back straightaway, quite often popping it onto the back wheel through that little short shoot. Makes his way into the keyhole. Nice line through here. And onto the front straightaway this time around, a 25.5. Oh, Andy into the grass after turn 2. So current order, we got David in 1, Andy in 2, Mike Davis in 3, Eden Watson in the 4 spot. Paul Rooks in 5, Peter Chang in the 6 spot. Over the halfway mark. Paul Rooks laying on his side in the grass at the moment. Back on his wheels, away he goes now. So David starting to pull more and more of a gap out there, out to a 12-second lead over Andy Bishop now. Caution on the back straight. Caution back straight. That'll be all clear, hopefully. Thank you, marshals. So we pick up now with Mike Davis making his way around the sweep around the left-hand side into turn 2. Currently sitting in P3. Bike in front of him is Andy Bishop, currently sitting in second, about 11 seconds behind David. Has done a couple of decent laps there, closed the gap on up a little bit. And following on with Mike Davis as he makes his way into the keyhole. Nice tidy lines in through there onto the front straightaway. 26.4 that time around for Mike Davis with 3 minutes left on the clock. Formula 1 drivers, please be ready. You'll be up next. Formula 1, you'll be up next. Two minutes 30 remaining drivers, 2:30 remaining. Caution back straight, caution back straight. Thirty seconds remaining drivers. Formula 1 drivers, please be ready. You'll be up next. Formula 1 drivers, you'll be up next. Please be ready. Drivers keep going to a call done. Gap between both David and Andy is closed right back on down. Andy actually back out into the lead.
Mike Davis done.
Keep going to your call done. So Andy Bishop will take qualifying round number 3 in the bikes by 1 second over David Maharic in the end. Keep going, Eden. You are still live, Eden. You are still live. Only Andy, David, and Mike done so far. Everyone else is still live. Everyone else still live. So still waiting for Eden, Paul, and Peter. Everyone else done.
Eden Watson.
There's Eden, just waiting on Paul.
Paul Rooks done.
Qualifying day number 2, kick it off with 1/5 bikes. Round 3 of qualifying. P3 in that run, Mike Davis. Yeah, tell us a little bit about that. How did the track feel first up today?
Yeah, it's always a little bit challenging in the morning, but as soon as the temperature hits the track, it'll be a lot better a bit later on. So, but it's an exciting little class, and I'm only new at it, so I love it. Yep.
What's been the learning curve for you? Like you said, only new to the bikes. What have you found, tricky to come to grips with compared to the sedans?
Well, with really the main reason why we got into the bikes is we wanted instead of just sitting around waiting for the one class, so we thought we'd have a crack with another class. And the bikes I've watched them for the last 10 years and thought they were super exciting. And as soon as I got one, I love it. It's a great challenge. It's really good.
Just a little bit about the sedans. Coming off the back of a P3 at the Pre-Worlds earlier this year, how's the sedan car going for you this weekend so far?
Truthfully, it's been a real challenge. I've been really inconsistent. I can do one really good lap and then a bunch of really bad ones, but I think we've got it dialed in and sorted now. So the aim's to make the main final and have heaps of fun. So that's me.
Well, thanks for coming. Thanks for the chat, and good luck in the qualifying later on.
Cheers, mate. Thank you very much.
Alrighty, drivers, track is open, 4-minute warm-up, drivers, 4-minute warm-up.
Ed Floro, Paul Rooks, David Maharic, Patrick Sultan, Keith Mealey. Three minutes to the start of the race. Start of the race.
One minute 20 till start, drivers, 1:20 till start. 30 seconds till start, drivers. 30 seconds till start.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
Fifteen seconds till start, drivers. 15 seconds.
Less than 5.
And track is live. Track is live, drivers. Formula One qualifying round number 3 underway here. So we got Paul K leading the way early on. As I say that, Chris comes out swinging with a 22.659. Paul with a 23.1, 23.5 for David. Patrick with a 23.7. Bill with a 23.9. Coming around for their second laps now as we follow along board with Keith Mealey. Keith Mealey rocking the Toro Rosso looking livery. Much better lap that time around for Keith Mealey at 25.2. Getting the car hooked up now as he worked his way through the chicane, into the short chute and onto the back straightaway. Finding his feet out there now. Another better lap out there, that time around at 25.0. Out front of the way, we got Chris leading the way. Paul that time with 22.8, but Chris goes 21.9. First driver into 21s for the morning. Two minutes 30 down. We got 7.5 to go, drivers. So you're running on the moment. We've got Chris out in 1, Paul in 2, David in 3, Patrick in 4, Ed rounding out your top 5. So we have got our leader making his way through a bit of traffic here, drivers. Giving plenty of room as he makes his way through. Going through. Thank you very much. Great driving. So your leader making his way on to the front straightaway. That time around at 22 flat. Didn't lose too much time going through a couple of cars. We got 4 minutes down. We got 6 minutes left on the clock. We're following along with Patrick at the moment. Currently sitting in the 4 spot. Chris still leading the way. Paul in 2, David in 3, Patrick. We're following along with in the 4 spot. Whoa. Patrick making his way down the straighter into the sweeper. Nice tidy line around turn 2 into the chicane. Ooh, goes a little bit wide there. Has to cut across the grass. Losing a bit of time, especially picking up a bit of dirt and grass on the tyres. Closing in on the halfway mark out there as Chris goes new hot lap of the heat, 21.703. Caution in the sweeper, caution in the sweeper. Thank you, Marshall. 4 minutes left on the clock, drivers. 4 minutes left to go. 5:10 heat number 1, drivers. Please be ready. 5:10 heat 1, drivers. Please be ready. You will be up next in just over 4 minutes. So Chris really stretching out his lead now. Does another 22.8 that time around. Gap out to 18.5 seconds. Back to David in the 2 spot as we follow along board with him. Make his way down the front straight away around turn 1 in the sweeper. Sticks a rear end out just a little bit. Make his way through the centre chicane. Nice clean lines there. In through the short chute onto the back straight. Keeping that corner speed right on up, down onto the back straight into the keyhole. Nice tidy lines onto the front straight away this time around for David at 23.4. Darlene's going to have a bit of traffic here, so coming around turn 1 into turn 2. Thank you very much. Great driving, guys. 2 minutes left on the clock, drivers. 2 minutes left to go. 5:10 heat number 1, drivers. Please be ready. 5:10 heat 1, drivers. Please be ready. You will be up in 2 minutes. 30 seconds remaining, drivers. 30 seconds remaining. Caution at the end of the back straight. Caution end of the back straight. Caution end of the back straight. Slow it down end of the back straight, please, guys. Slow it down end of the back straight. Nice and slow end of the back straight, please, guys. Still there, still there. Still going to marshal on track, end of the back straight. That is all clear now, all clear. Drivers, you'll be done when it calls your name. Chris, you are done. Everyone else still live at the moment.
Ed Floro done. Bill Bartanian done.
Cross the line, you'll be finished. Just waiting on Paul. Everyone done except for Paul now. Paul making his way around. And that is all drivers done. Thank you, drivers. Thank you, marshals. Drivers, cars over to scrutineering, radios to the bay and out to marshal, please, guys. Cars to scrutineering, radios to bay and out to marshal, please.
Round 3 of qualifying for 1/5 Formula 1 goes the way of top seed Chris Jarrett-Lambus. Jarrett, firstly, you want to go back to yesterday. Top seed, but then didn't make it out in round 1 or 2 of qualifying. What was the story there?
I had electrical problems, burnt out a couple of servos and the wiring harness, and took all day to wire it all up. So back on track today.
That was a nice run. How did it feel? How track conditions? You got obviously confidence in the car.
Yeah, it's good. The car's good. I just driving it easy, and it's actually going quick. So, and everyone can't catch me. So I haven't actually pushed it yet. So I don't want to push it yet. So see how we go when I push it.
They look really good on track. Obviously running the Ferrari livery. Why did you choose that colour scheme?
My mate Bill wanted to do a Ferrari 1 and 2, so he's done the Ferrari as well. So yeah, that's the reason. But
also running in the Sedan. Just tell us a little bit about how the big car's going.
Which one, sorry?
The Sedan.
Sedan's going good. Sedan's going good. I'm in the fast group, so I'm trying to chase them this time round. So see how it goes.
Well, good job there. Good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you very much, mate.
Alrighty, drivers, track is open, track is open. 4-minute warm-up, drivers, 4-minute warm-up.
4 minutes to the start of the race. Daniel Bond, Andrew Chaplan, Brian Post, Greg Kellet, Warren Meisner, Scott Jean.
Three minutes till start, drivers. 3 minutes till start. 2 minutes till start, drivers. 2 minutes till start.
2 minutes to the start of the race.
Caution in the short shoot. Caution in the short shoot. So all clear.
1 minute to the start of the race. Seconds to the start of the race.
"30 seconds till start, drivers. 30 seconds till start.
Of the race.
And track is live. Track is live, drivers. 10 minutes of qualifying round number 3 underway here for 510, heat number 1. So 3 minutes down, 7 minutes on the clock. We got Daniel Bond out front. Warren in 2, Scott Jean in 3, Brian Post in 4, Andrew Judd in 5. And Greg, who we're following along with at the moment, currently in P6, running the Porsche around. As he makes his way through the short chute onto the back straightaway. Thank you for watching along, Rick Steven Burgess. I was instructed to say that by Tony Firth. Thank you very much for watching along. And track is in great condition. We have a beautiful day ahead of us. Sun is shining, not a cloud in the sky here in beautiful Sydney. Oh, caution front straight. That's all clear now. We have 6 minutes left on the clock for 5:10 heat number 1. 5:10 heat 2 drivers. Please be ready. You will be up shortly. As we now pick up with Daniel Bond. He's working his way through a bit of traffic at the moment. So leader coming on to the back straightaway at the moment. Give him plenty of room as he makes his way around. Great driving there. Thank you very much. On to the front straightaway. So Andrew Judd or Brian Post, you will have leader there. That will do. So leader now into clear traffic. Leader has a whole gaggle of cars following around at the moment. All caution front straight, caution front straight. All clear now, all clear. So your current order at the moment, we have Daniel Bond, Warren in 2, Scott Jean in 3. So Warren messing up and Scott Jean in the 2 and 3 spot. Both battling it out on track at the moment as well. Keep it clean out. Please keep it clean out there, guys. Work with each other, not against each other. You'll have a much better time if you do. Daniel Bond, meanwhile, he's out to a 12-second lead over Warren in the 2 spot. Scott Jean in 3, another 4 seconds behind. Six minutes down, 4 minutes left on the clock, drivers. Warren messing up, putting his hot lap in that time around. 22.929. Fastest driver on track is Daniel Bond, though, with a 22.418. 3.5 minutes remaining, drivers. 3.5 minutes to go. 5:10 heat 2 drivers, please be ready. So we follow on board now with Warren Messner as he makes his way down the front straightaway. Running the yellow and blue Porsche, currently sitting in the 2 spot. Working his way through the chicane. Into the short chute and onto the back straightaway. He makes his way through the keyhole and onto the front straight this time around for Warren. A 23.844, better lap than the previous one. Still not his quickest lap. Runs it wide into turn 2. Less than 3 minutes to go, drivers. Under 3 minutes left on the clock. Runs it real wide coming onto the front straight. They're almost clipping the concrete on the outside there for Warren. So gap between Daniel Bond leading the way and Warren in the 2 spot is currently 16 seconds. Daniel about to start catching up on a bit of traffic once again. So your leader coming on to the back straightaway, please give him room as he makes his way around, running the white blue and brown BMW scheme. Thank you very much. Great driving. Warren messing up, putting his hot lap of the heat down that time around at 22.902. First time for him getting into the 22s this heat. So our leader working his way around, left-hand side. We'll come into the chicane now. Plenty of room. Thank you very much. Great driving. Warren this time around at 23.558. So continue on. Caution in the sweeper, caution in the sweeper. All clear. So we now pick up with Scott Jean, currently sitting in the 3 spot. Has a bit of clear track in front of him, only as a leader. You can try to tag onto him in a couple of quick laps in. So currently sitting in P3 is Scott Jean, a bit of a slower lap that time by. I'll make up with it from this lap. 45 seconds left on the clock, drivers. Scott Jean working his way into the short chute towards the back straightaway. With only 30 seconds left on the clock, currently sitting in P3. Runs a little bit wide at the end of the back straightaway. Still a much better lap than the previous lap of 24.372. 20 seconds to go, drivers. 20 seconds left on the clock. Final 5 seconds, drivers. Keep going to your call done, please. Keep going to your call done. Scott Jean getting a bit out of shape, coming through the keyhole there. Keep going to your call done, please, drivers. Cross the line, you'll be done now, drivers. Cross the line, you'll be done. We're just waiting for Brian Post. Everyone else has finished except for Brian Post. Only Brian live. Brian making his way to the line now. That is all cars done. Thank you, drivers. Thank you, marshals. 5-10 heat 1 drivers. Make your way off the stand. Radios to impound, cars to scrutineering. And straight out to marshal, please. Once again, radios to scrutineering, cars to scrutineering, and straight out to marshal, please. Up now, 5-10 heat 2.
Round 3 qualifying for 1/5 5-10 Group 1. P3 for Scott Jean in hooting around in that Repsol Mini, mate. That looks like a heap of fun.
Yeah, it is. It's good. It's good fun. It's good to get out every year and have a bit of fun with a good bunch of blokes. So yeah.
You're finding track conditions. Do you play much with the setup, or is it just for fun?
No, I don't do a lot. I just not the serious racer. I just have a good bit of fun with a good bunch of blokes and do what I can do and have some fun. So yeah. So,
a random question: how many cameras have you knocked over this weekend?
Oh, just one. So yeah, lost the steering. Yesterday's. I think it was. Can't remember if it was a heat or just a seating, but I lost the steering and took out a camera. So yeah.
Well, there's no damage. It was good. Unfortunately, we didn't catch it on footage, but fingers crossed you can do it again, and we'll get it on the live stream.
I'll try and come from the other way next time.
Excellent, mate. Thanks for coming. Good luck.
No worries. Thank you.
Once again, 5-10 drivers from heat number 1, cars and radios to scrutineering, and straight out to marshal, please. Everyone should be making their way out there to marshal. Alrighty, drivers, track is open. Track is
4 minutes to
open.
the start of the race. Gary Kellet, David Maharic, Jason Clark, Andrew Magnuson, Chris Payne, David Maharic. Moving on. 3 minutes to the start of the race. Two minutes to the start of the race.
One 1:45 till start, drivers. 1:45 till start. One minute till start, drivers. 1 minute till start.
1 minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. Seconds to the start of the race.
30 seconds till start, drivers. 30 seconds till start.
Seconds to the start of the race.
10 seconds, drivers. 10 seconds.
Less than 5.
And track is live. Track is live, drivers. Just run that car around, please, guys. Run that car around. Thank you, marshals. Here we are, a minute and a half in. We've got 8.5 to go. Time to beat from Daniel Bond, 26 lap run, 10:09.1. Out front at the moment, we've got Chris Payne leading the way. He's got a 7/10 of the second lead over David. David Riccio in the 2. David Maharic in the 3 spot. Gary Logan in 4. Wayne Crump in 5. They're currently following around with your leader of Chris Payne. So Chris Payne making his way through the keyhole. Thank you very much. Great driving. Clear track now in front of Chris Payne. He can put some hot ones down. As he works his way through the sweeping around turn 2. Tight lines there as he works his way in through the chicane. Nice and tidy lines into the short chute, onto the back straightaway, keeping a heap of speed up using all the track. Through the keyhole and onto the front straightaway for your leader. That time around at 22.447. He has done a 22.1. Nice clean lines this time as he uses all the curb coming into the chicane. Puts it on 2 wheels. Around the keyhole. Onto the front straight this time around at 22.185. That's his new PB lap. Caution into turn 2. That's all clear now, all clear. That time around at 22.3, so nice and consistent laps for Chris Payne out there at the moment. He needs it as well as David Maharic is only 8/10 of a second behind him. Minutes left on the clock, drivers. 6 minutes left on the clock. Gap between first and second remains around a second. David Maharic in a 3 spot. So jumping on board now with car 1 and car 4. Both the Davids coming in second and third. David Riccio in the 2 spot and David Maharic in the 3 spot. .22.4 that time for Chris Payne. David B comes across the line with a 22.2. Gap now down to 2/10 of a second between first and second. David Riccio on a bit of a charge here with at the halfway mark. Gap right on down now, nothing in between Chris Payne and David B. Chris heads over the line that time around at 22.520. David making his way to the line this time around. It's a 22.4. Gap now down to 1/10 of a second between first and second is tightening on up here. 4.5 minutes left on the clock as David makes his way around through the short chute onto the back straightaway. Andrew Magnuson, you will have leader on your tail shortly. The leader will be closing in quickly on you. David Maharic now into the lead. 22 flat last time by for David V as he works his way onto the back straightaway. Thank you very much, Andrew. Second place now, while Chris Payne goes down the front straight with a 22.6. David coming around. This time around a 22.3, so now extends his lead out to 7/10 of a second for David. .345 left on the clock, drivers. 3:45 left on the clock. 22.7 that time for Chris Payne at 22.1 for David. Out to a 1.4 second lead now. Chris Payne pushing that car hard, sliding into the centre chicane. Going to come up on a little bit of traffic shortly as well. So Jason Clark, that will be one of the leaders on your tail shortly. Clear track in front of David V. That time around at 22.4, Chris Payne with a 22.5, so gap extends another 1/10 of a second towards your leader of David Maharic. Thank you very much, great driving, guys. So a leader making his way into the chicane. Just over 2 minutes remaining, drivers, just over 2 minutes remaining. So drivers, there'll be a very short break here. There will be a short break after this heat. As we blow off the track for sedans, there will be a short break after this heat as we blow off the track for sedans. 2 minutes remaining, drivers, 2 minutes remaining. We got David out front, Chris Payne in 2. 1.7 seconds is the gap. David still building that gap on up. Last time around 22.3. This time around for David at 21.927. New hot lap of the heat for David. Still putting on the pressure. Chris Payne that time around at 22.497. So Wayne Crump, you will have second on your tail fairly shortly. Jason Clark, you'll have leader on your tail shortly. Thank you very much. Great driving, guys. Oh, David gets a little bit out of shape. It's going to cost him a little bit of time. Gets caught up in a little bit as well. So less than a minute on the clock. Should allow Chris Payne back into the lead, and it does so. So Chris Payne now back into the lead as David getting caught up a little bit there. So 45 seconds to go, drivers, 45 left on the clock. See if David can pull this one back now. 21.958 for Chris Payne. He's got a spurt of energy towards the end of this one now. David Riccio goes for a 22.2 that time around. 2.6 seconds a gap with 20 seconds left on the clock. Final 15 seconds, drivers. Keep going to your call done. Wayne Crop, that will be one of the leaders on the tail. Thank you very much. So our leader makes his way into a hole here for traffic. Keep going, guys. All still live. Everyone's still live out there. So our leader will be catching up on traffic here, guys, as our leader makes a bit of a mistake there. Goes into the grass a little bit. Keep going, guys. All drivers are still live. All drivers still live. David Riccio, you are done. Everyone else still live. So our leader making his way down the back straight. He's going to finish this one off through the keyhole into the last corner. See who comes out on top. Chris Payne just taking that round over a 1/10 of a second over David Riccio in the end. Oh, it came down to nothing. Thank you very much, drivers. That is all drivers done. All drivers done. Into the pits, please, drivers. Into the pits. Very short break here, guys, as we clean up the track for sedans. Caution coming into the pits. Caution coming into pits. All clear, guys. Head on in.
A 1 fifth scale 510 qualifying for round number 3 comes to a close. P3 in the final group. David Maharic. That looks like a lot of fun out there. Tell us about that run.
Oh, yeah, it's a bit crazy. Yeah, like a bit of slip and slide. The two fast guys are pretty quick, so you just got to try and keep an eye on them where they are on the track and just see if you can go them lap for lap. But yeah, probably if I could find half a second, I might actually be able to stir them up a little bit. But it's all about tomorrow, I guess. But yeah.
Where do you think you're losing the time to the top two?
I'm just getting some brake hang up. So the car turns all right, but it's really just, you can just hear some of the motors are just sort of on tune. Mine just isn't happening.
I want to take you back to a bit of marshalling duty you did with the bikes earlier on. Do you enjoy marshalling them? You had a bit of a moment, but they're just everywhere, right?
Yeah, it's one of the things, like, you can't hear them coming, so when you sort of run back to your marshalling spot, you've got to get ready to hop. But yeah, you get a sweat up. You're lucky if you don't have to marshal them about 5 or 6 times every heat.
And they're getting them going again. Just talk us through the process. You can't just kind of put them on the track and let them take off, can you?
They need some motion just to be stable, so it's really just, the instruction is just pretend you're temping bowling and throw it down the aisle.
Excellent, mate. Well, thanks for coming this weekend. Good to see you having fun out there, and good luck in the next one.
Cheers, all right, yeah, thanks.
We're here with Andy Bishop. Got a little bit of a break before we get underway with qualifying for sedans in round 3. Mate, P2 overall so far. Just firstly tell us, how did you sleep last night?
Oh, pretty well. I've made sure I got some good rest because it's a big day today. We've got 4 rounds of qualifying and hope to try and do my best today as well.
Just go back a little bit. The pre-worlds that were held earlier in the year, you got the win there. How much confidence does that give you coming into this event this weekend?
It's always good to come with confidence, but keep that reserved because there's some pretty strong competition out there, and I'd hope to do my best. But there's a lot of other guys to try and keep in front of, and I'm having to work hard this weekend.
You've been kind enough to give us a little bit of a tour around your fifth scale beast. So let's start off. Tell us, the brand, and tell us a little bit about it.
The car itself is it's an MCD. It's a 1/5 scale, large scale touring car. The engine that drives these cars is a 23cc engine, runs on 2-stroke petrol. The clutch that they run is a centrifugal clutch, runs back to a limited slip diff in the back of the car. The brakes on these things are a hydraulic brake system, operated independently front and rear, so we can adjust our brake pressures, brake bias as we're driving or stopping. So disc brakes all round. It's running 4 servos in this car. You're controlling the steering with 2 in the middle, and you've got throttle and brake for the other 2 there. They run a rubber tyre. We can choose different compounds. At the moment we're running a soft tyre with the cooler weather, so hopefully we don't run the tyres down too much. The game is to go as hard as you can, but preserve the tyre. Qualifying is obviously a sprint race, but we've got a longer run later in tomorrow with the finals. So we'll be doing a half-hour main final. So you've got to work it on sprint and a bit of an economy run for the long distance races.
Just a bit more about the tyres. Sort of, how do they compare to maybe some of the other classes of RC, and how often are you putting new tyres on for a run?
The tyres that we're running are a rubber tyre, unlike some of the other classes which run a foam tyre. If you want to run the best you possibly can, we're putting a new set of tyres on each race. The tyres, if you look after them, can last almost half an hour, but if you want to go as fast as you can, you're going to you're going to go through a tyre. So we try and economise them for the long runs and get the most out of them for our sprint races.
Is that like other motorsports, a bit of a trade-off in terms of setup? So obviously the qualifying is 10 minutes when you're putting a new set on, but the final you mentioned 30 minutes, going to be touch and go. So do you sort of have two different setups, one for qualifying and one for the final?
It depends. If sometimes we might be a little gentler on the setup, not as aggressive for the longer run. We might choose a slightly harder compound tyre to run the distance. So it'll be a bit of a gamble. If the temperature's right, we'll run soft. If we need to, we'll go up to a medium and try and make it last the distance.
The other cool thing is the bodies. Just want to grab the body and bring that up. They're huge, right? They take a lot of paint to get ready. There's a few different shapes out there, so just tell us what body you chose and maybe a little bit about the different handling characteristics.
Sure. The shape of this body, it's based on an Audi RS3. Different aero features from one car to another. Some of the other brands that are running an Alpha or Hondas, but the majority are BMW and Alpha or the Audi.
How long does it take you to paint one of those?
Oh, look, you can spend hours on these. I've gone pretty simple. I've got two colours. A lot of guys can go to a lot more time and effort and airbrush and really get right into it. So, if you're after the concourse, you've got to put the time in. But, clean and simple for me.
Mate, well, I appreciate your time. I'll let you get ready. Next round of qualifying came out. Did you make any changes overnight?
No, just made sure it was all ready to go for today. So, same again.
Thanks again.
Thanks, Tony.
All right, we'll throw it back upstairs. I think we're not too far away. A bit of a maintenance preparing the track for the Sedan qualifying. We'll try and get out here for a bit of a walkabout a little bit later on and show you up close some of the other cars. You can see another design there, the Alphas with a bit more of an airbrush design. So plenty of cool stuff to look at. We'll come back to you in a little while. Coming up next though, qualifying round number 3 for 1/5 scale Sedan.
Right, Sedan Heat 1 drivers, please be ready. You'll be up in a couple of minutes. Sedan Heat 1 drivers, please be ready. You'll be up in a couple of minutes. So for anyone watching on the stream at the moment, make sure to comment and share, like everything that you would like to see to help this hobby grow. Watching on the stream at the moment, Soul68, watching from the UK. Thank you very much for checking in, Soul. Hopefully the weather over there is equally as good as it is over here. And Raxon RC from Western Australia, thank you very much for jumping on and watching on board as well. So comment where you are watching on from today. We got 3 full rounds more qualifying. We're just going to finish off sedans for our last couple of heats here before we move into race day from tomorrow. We're going to have a super pole. We got racing galore from tomorrow. We still got plenty to go on today though, so don't click off just yet. Alright, Sedan, Heat 1 drivers making your way over, please. Sedan, Heat 1 drivers making your way over. 510 Heat 2 drivers. Out to Marshall, please. 510 Heat 2 drivers. Out to Marshall. So out marshalling at the moment we should have Chris Payne, David Maharic, David M, Wayne Crump, Lee Bond, Andrew Magnuson, Jason Clark, and Gary Logan. We get you guys out to Marshall, please, guys. And up now will be 1/5 Sedan, heat number 1 of 3. All right, so we'll get those 510 drivers out there to Marshall, please. Sedan drivers making your way over. Should be making your way up onto the stand. Thank you very much to the track crew for blowing the track off.
Five minutes to the start of the race.
And track is open, drivers. Track is open.
4 minutes to the start of the race. Keith Mealey, Patrick Sultana, Warren Meisner, Andrew Magnuson, to the start of the race.
Two minutes 10 till start, drivers. 2 minutes 10 till start. Missing a few cars from this one. I know a couple of them have told me they're out.
2 minutes to the start of the race. One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. Seconds to the start of the race. Seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
And track is live. Track is live, drivers. Up now, heat number 1 of 3. Qualifying round number 3 of. And currently got sedans on track. Caution the sweeper, caution the sweeper. That's all clear now. So 1 minute 45 down. Currently following along with Wayne Crumps. He makes his way through the chicane. Sitting in P5 at the moment. Had a slower last lap. Looking to make it up on this lap as he works his way through into the keyhole. Much better lap that time. Bumps up to P3, 22.1. New hot lap of the heat as well as we follow on board with him. Working his way back through the chicane. Got a little bit out of shape as he entered the chicane. Cost him on the exit. Better line coming down. The back straight, he goes a little bit wide off the straight. Struggled to get it slowed down in time. But a nice lap once again for Wayne Crump at 22.681. Currently sitting in P3. Patrick leading the way. Warren in the 2 spot. Wayne in 3. Watching the replay of Wayne and Patrick coming together, coming into the chicane there. So you're running order at the moment with 6.5 minutes left on the clock. We've got Patrick out front, Warren in 2, Wayne back up to 3, Keith in 4. Andrew rounding out your top 5. Warren putting down a 22.884 last time around. We pick up with your leader now on the back straight away. Coming under a bit of pressure once again from Wayne Crump. Those two drivers 1 and 3 at the moment. Keep it clean out there, please, guys. Thank you very much for waiting that one. So Warren now picking up the lead as Patrick and Wayne are scrapping for position on track there. Once again, drivers, let those quicker drivers come on through. You'll end up hampering yourselves and each other's race. So Warren now up to P1. He's got 1.1 seconds over Patrick. Wayne Crump another 2 seconds behind after that. Wayne Crump now with clear track in front of him. Going to try and make the most of it. Patrick now putting his hot lap of the heat down at 22.3. Meanwhile, Wayne Crump at 21.999. So I got our leaders coming through here, guys. Let them all through. So these 3 cars coming through in a rate of knots are your 3 leaders. Work with each other out there, guys. So our leader coming through as well here. Thank you very much. So Keith, that will be leader on your tail as well. That'll do. So Warren leading the way. He's got only 0.06 of a second over Patrick at the moment. To be a slightly slower lap as well, I'd say, as Patrick makes his way across the line. Should bump up to the top spot. Warren comes across the line now. Gets out of shape. Caution front straight. Still there. So rough lap this time around again for Patrick. No, not Patrick. That will be a Warren. Warren will drop back a few spots. Had a rough lap the lap before. Drops back to P3. They'll lose a little bit of time from this lap as well. So that allows Patrick and Wayne now into the lead. Patrick and Wayne separated by 0.5 of a second. Patrick not far off the back of him still. So we follow on board at the moment with Keith Mealey. Keith working his way through the chicane onto the short chute towards the back straightaway. Both Keith and Andrew Magnuson being inseparable in this heat. Working their way on to the front straightaway. Three minutes left on the clock, drivers. 3 minutes left on the clock. Patrick now back into the lead. 0.5 of a second over Wayne Crump. Those two working their way through the chicane at the moment. So Andrew, just let the car through when you get the chance. It'll be third place, you said. Thank you very much. Two minutes 20 to go, drivers. 2:20 left on the clock. So Keith, that car behind you will be in third place. Looks like you've already swapped it over. Nice work, drivers. Got to it before I did. Patrick now back into the lead. Wayne 0.9 of a second behind. So those two close between these guys at the moment. They're working their way onto the back straight. They're going to catch up on a bit of traffic once again shortly. Less than 2 minutes on the clock. Patrick putting down a 22 flat last time by. Wayne Crump with a 22.6 this time around. A 22.5 for Wayne. Patrick with a 22.2. Mistake there from Wayne coming around the sweeper. That's going to allow Patrick a fair bit of breathing room. So Andrew Magnuson, you will have leader on your tail shortly. 1 minute 30 on the clock, drivers. 1:30 to go. So our leader making his way down the back straight away. The red, white and green into the keyhole. Thank you very much, Andrew. On to the front straight away goes your leader. That time around is 22.2. Thank you very much. Great driving, guys. Work with each other out there. Into the short chute he goes. Out to an 8-second lead now over Wayne Crump in the 2. Warren in the 3. Another 7 seconds back. Sedan heat number 2 drivers, please be ready. You'll be up shortly. Sedan heat 2 drivers, you'll be up shortly. Please be ready. Warren, you will have leader closing on you pretty quickly. 30 seconds left on the clock, drivers. 30 seconds left on the clock. Nice line onto the straight there for Patrick. So we'll have second place coming around. Thank you very much. Great driving, guys. Final 5 seconds on the clock, drivers. Keep going to your call done.
Andrew Magnuson done. Wayne Crump done.
Just careful there, Andrew. That car behind you is still live.
Patrick Sultana done. Warren Meissner done.
So just waiting on Keith making his way around here. And we are all done. Thank you, drivers. Thank you, marshals. Sedan heat number 1 drivers. Cars to scrutineering, radios to impound, and straight out to marshal, please. Once again, cars to scrutineering, radios to impound, and straight out to marshal. Up now we will have Sedan heat number 2 of 3. Sedan heat 2 drivers should be making your way over.
We're here with Keith Mealey, life member here at New South Wales Radio Control Racing Car Club. That was round 3 of qualifying for sedans. Yeah, how did you feel about that run? Looked pretty busy out there.
Yeah, it was busy. I'm slow but consistent, and that's the thing. So, I'm here to support and make up numbers. Enjoy racing.
You've been racing here for many years. Do you still get the nerves or the adrenaline rush when you're out there on track?
On the track, yeah, especially when you've got someone close like Andrew there. He and I were having a great tussle. So, yeah.
You're ever the gentleman out there, giving the leaders plenty of room. Good to see you still having a great time. Thanks for everything you do, and good luck in the next round.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, we're racing against the clock, not each other. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Keith.
Heat 1 drivers out to Marshall. We'll get Patrick, Wayne, Warren, Keith, Andrew, Mike, Carl, John, and David M out to Marshall, please. All those drivers out to Marshall. Up now is Sedan, heat number 2. We'll have cars on track in 30 seconds. Don't go on track yet, guys. Get our marshals out in position. Need those marshals out there, please, guys. So Sedan, heat 1 drivers should all be making their way out. Once again, we should have Patrick, Wayne, Warren, Keith, Andrew, Mike, Carl, John, and David from heat 1 of Sedan out to Marshall. Alrighty, drivers, track is open, Careful as marshals getting in position.
David Maharic, Tom SAS, Keith Mealey, Ed Floro, Paul Rooks, Brendan George, Jason Clark, Luke Napier, Gary Kellet.
3 minutes till start, drivers. 3 minutes till start. All drivers are checked in. Thank you, drivers.
Start of the race.
Should have John Lippis. If we can get John Lippis out here to Marshall, please. John Lippis. 1 minute 30 till start, drivers. 1:30 till start.
Start of the race.
30 seconds till start, drivers. 30 seconds till start.
30 seconds to the
Time to
start
beat
of
from the
race.
previous heat. A 27 lap run. 10:20.8 from Patrick Sultana. That is time to beat. 20 seconds till start, drivers. 20 seconds till start.
15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
Track is live, drivers. Track is live. So 1 minute 20 down, 8.5 to go. We got Lee Bond out front at the moment. Jason Clark in 2. Pete Snow in 3. Tom in the 4 spot. David rounding out your top 5. Lee Bond only 2/100ths of a second in front at the moment. Jason Clark comes across with a 22 flat boat. Goes to the top of the timing sheets. Lee Bond makes his way around. Comes across the line. That time with a 21.8 new hot lap of the heat. Goes to the top of the timing sheets himself now. Tight heat out there in this one. Work with each other out there, please, drivers. Work with each other. So Jason Clark now with a bit of clean track around him. Thank you, drivers. Great working out there. Lee Bond with a 22.3 that time around. So Jason Clark now back to the top of the timing sheet. 21.7 for him. Jason across the line, that time around a 22.6. Slightly slower lap. So Lee Bond makes his way to the line this time around. 22.5, so gap between the two. Jason Clark out front, 0.3 of a second between them. Three minutes down, 7 minutes left on the clock. Work with each other out there, drivers. Work with each other. A rough lap there for Lee Bond, getting a little bit caught up. So we'll now pick up with your leader, Jason Clark, working his way down the front straight away. 21.782. One of only 3 or 4 drivers into the 21-second lap brackets this time around. He works his way through the front chicane into the short chute towards the back straight. Down the back straight, hard on the gas, hard on the anchors, runs a little bit long in the back straightaway. Oh, gets a bit caught up there. Thank you, David. Thank you. So that cost Jason Clark a couple of seconds. Caution in turn 2, caution turn 2. That's all clear now, all clear. So your running order remains Jason Clark in 1, Luke Napier in 2. Lee Bond in 3, Brendan George in 4, Gary Kellet having a good run in P5. Caution after the sweeper drivers. Caution and sweeper. Caution before the chicane. That is all clear, drivers, all clear. So running order remains Jason Clark, Lee Bond, Luke Napier in the 3, Brendan George in 4, Pete Snow in 5. Gap between first and second remains 3.3 seconds. Luke in the 2 spot. Only 3/10 of a second in front of Brendan George. Luke putting down a hot lap of the heat that time around at 21.436. So Jason Clark still leading the way out there. Going to come up on a little bit of traffic. Pete Snow, you will have leader on your tail. Thank you very much. Great driving, guys. Brendan George, you'll have leader on your tail shortly. Brendan currently sitting in P3. Brendan putting down 22 flat that time around. Luke Napier, the hot driver, out there at the moment, 21.4. Currently sitting down in P4 though. Three and a half minutes remaining, drivers, 3.5 remaining. Jason Clark leading the way on the back straight at the moment. Currently has 4.1 seconds over Lee Bond in 2. Brendan George in the 3 spot. Brendan just hanging on to the tail of Jason Clark out there at the moment. Those two drivers making their way around turn 2 into the chicane. Lee Bonds managed to work his way back up to P2. As I say, that goes for a spin off the track in turn 1 around the sweeper. Back on track now, would have cost him a couple of seconds. He didn't have much time in hand. Brendan George now should take back over on P2. 2 minutes 30 left on the clock. Caution in through the chicane, caution through the chicane. All clear now, all clear. So car number 2, just cautious, that is one of the leaders behind you. So Brendan George now drops back to P4, Lee Bond up to P2, Luke Napier in the 3 spot. Lee Bond now with a bit of clear track, as I say, that caution turn 2, that's all clear now, thank you. One minute 30 on the clock, drivers, 1:30 left to go. Running order remains Jason Clark in 1, Lee Bond in 2. Luke Napier in 3, Paul in 4, Brendan in the 5 spot. So we pick up with Lee Bond coming down the back straight into the keyhole. Got a bit of traffic around him at the moment. He's currently sitting in the 2 spot. 1 minute 15 left on the clock. Jason Clark with clear track around him at the moment. Lee goes off the track again. Caution turn 2, caution turn 2. Thank you, Jason. So that is our leader getting past second place now. Lee goes for another rotation. It's going to cost him big time now. 1 minute left on the clock. Lee Bond sitting in the 2 spot. It's going to be a rough lap this time around. Had 2.5 seconds in hand over Luke Napier, but Luke will take over second spot. Surely now with Paul not far behind him. Lee comes across the line, drops down to P5. So Luke, Paul and Tom all bump up a few spots. Lee Bond goes back up to P4 with a slower lap from Tom that time around. 30 seconds remaining, drivers, 30 seconds remaining. We now pick up car number 9, Luke Napier, currently sitting in the 2 spot. 10 seconds behind Jason Clark with 15 seconds left on the clock. Jason still, caution on turn 2, caution turn 2. Still there, caution turn 2, slow down outside, go outside on turn 2 please drivers. That'll be clear now. Keep going to your call done, or careful Marshall. So keep going to your call done, please, drivers. Keep going to your call done.
Brendan George done. David Maharic done. Jason Clark done. Lee Bond done.
Cross the line, you'll be finished now, drivers. Just waiting on Paul K. Just Paul K to finish. Everyone else is done. Paul coming across, coming home in third in the end. All drivers are done. Thank you, drivers. Into the pits, please. Into the pits. Jason Clark setting time to beat. Pretty good run from that heat. 27 lap run. 10:12.4. So Sedan Heat 2 drivers. Sedan Heat 2 drivers. Cars to scrutineering, radios to impound, and straight out to Marshall, please. Cars to scrutineering, radios to impound, and straight out to Marshall. Up now is Sedan Heat number 3.
The race is completed. Up next, race number 7. 1/5 Sedan. Heat 3 of 3.
What do you want to do? Ready, Matt. Paul Rooks, nice run there. P3 in that group of Sedan for round 3 qualifying. Yeah, tell us about that run and how you're feeling today.
It's a bit nervous this time round, but yeah, all went well. Yeah, just a few more tweaks on the chassis and hopefully do a lot better next heat.
Tell us a bit more about those tweaks. Like, what are you going to change and what is that going to give you?
First, I'm going to change the tyres. I'm going to go up one grade of tyres from what do you call it? Just one upgrade on tyres. Yeah.
You're local here in Sydney. How much does a home track advantage help with this event?
I don't know. I've been doing it for a long time, so I don't know about home. Just come out for the fun and the camaraderie with the guys. It's all good, yeah.
Great stuff. Thanks for the chat. Good luck in round 4.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you very much, marshals. Drivers, track is open. Track is open.
Andrew Chaplan, Bill Bartanian, Steven Burgess, Mike Davis, Gavin Drew, Paul Rooks, Chris Lambus, Matthew Hoggard.
Firstly, point the track, so you don't have to stop them. Tom.
3
We got 2 minutes 15 till start. Drivers 2:15 till start. Everyone is checked in. One minute 30 till start, drivers. 1:30 till start. One minute till start, drivers. 1 minute till start. Just a reminder, drivers, there will be a regrade after this heat.
Seconds to the start of the race.
"30 seconds till start, drivers. 30 seconds till start."
Seconds to the start of the race.
Off towards the center of the track.
Seconds to the start of the race.
10 seconds, drivers. 10 seconds, drivers. Spread yourselves out a bit, guys. Once again, your time starts when you hit the loop. Spread yourselves out. Don't all go at the same time. Drivers, track is live. Track is live. Once again, work with each other, drivers. Work with each other. Quicker driver closes in on you, let them on through, run your own race out there. Shaps are going to come across the line with a 20.5 to kick things off. 22.6 from Chris, Andy Bishop with a 21.2, Steven Burgess with a 22.1. 22.1 also for Gavin Drew.
Off to the center of the track.
Second lap around for Shaps at 20.9, currently leading the way. Paul Rooks with a 21 flat for his first lap. Backs it on up with a 20.393. Paul Rooks to the top of the timing sheets. 500ths of a second over Shaps. Shaps now goes with a 20.396. 3,000ths of a second slower than Paul Rooks' second lap. We'll wait for Paul Rooks to come back across the line, see what he can do for his third lap. We are a minute 15 in, so Paul Rooks with a 20.480, 200ths of a second separating Shaps and Paul Rooks. We follow on board with Shaps at the moment, making his way through the chicane. He's got clear air all around him. Paul Rooks laying down a 20.6 that time by against Shaps' 20.7. Shaps comes across the line this time by with a 21.1. So a slower lap there. This allows Paul Rooks into lead by 0.4 of a second. Shaps coming through the chicane. Car number 10, Mike Davis, you will have leader on your tail very shortly. Thank you very much. Great driving. So Shaps coming down the front straight, much better lap that time around 20.2. Caution turn 2, caution after turn 2. Paul Rooks looking like he's having issues out there, was leading the way. Paul Rooks getting ran back now, so that's unfortunate there for Paul Rooks. Opportunity though for Andrew Chaplan had 7/100 of a second on the lead over Shaps beforehand. Shaps will now take over the lead over Andy Bishop, 4.5 seconds behind, so good opportunity here from Shaps. Shaps in fact making his way into the chicane here. Car number 8, you will have leader on your tail. Gavin Drew, that'll be leader there. Thank you very much. Andy Bishop putting his hot lap in last time by a 20.8, trying to close back in on Shaps. Six and a half minutes left on the clock as we now pick up with Andy Bishop currently sitting in the 2 spot. 5.5 seconds behind Shaps. Andrew Chaplan on a tear out there at the moment at 21.0 for Andy Bishop that time round, working his way into turn 2. Nice tidy lines. Car looking very neat out there at the moment, making his way through the chicane. Into the short chute, onto the back straightaway. Down the back straight, gets it pulled up nicely into the keyhole he goes, onto the front straight for Andy Bishop at 20.683. That's his fastest lap around so far in this heat. Into the chicane, nice clean lines once again for Andy Bishop, trying to close back in on Shaps as Shaps puts down a 20.559. Bishop making his way around the keyhole, see what he can do. Try and close back in. This time around a 20.825 for Andy Bishop as Shaps starts to close in a little bit of traffic out there. So Bill, you will have leader on your tail. Thank you very much. 4.5 minutes down, 5.5 to go. Second place for Andy Bishop as we follow on with him. He's going to have a little bit of traffic to contend with shortly as he makes his way through the chicane. On to the back straight away. Thank you very much. Great driving, guys. Steven Burgess with clear track all around him at the moment. Great driving out there. Thank you very much. Andrew Chaplan with clear track now. Shaps out to a 7.5 second lead over Andy Bishop. Andy comes across the line, does a 20.9, equaling Andrew Chaplan that time around. Steven Burgess that time with a 21.5. 6 seconds gap between second and third. Andy Bishop and Steven Burgess. Chris C in the 4 spot, another 8 seconds behind. Gavin Drew in the 5. Bill in 6, Mike Davis in 7. Andy Bishop comes across the line that time with a 20.7, takes 2 seconds out, 2/10 of a second out of Chaplin's lead. 4 minutes on the clock, drivers. 4 minutes left on the clock. Running order is Chaplan in 1, Bishop in 2, Burgess in 3, Chris C in 4, Gavin Drew in 5. Andy Bishop putting his hot lap in that time around, a 20.676. Andrew Chaplan though, the same lap, a 20.512. Slow lap that time around for Andrew Chaplan, a 21.8. Loses about a second and a half to Andy Bishop as Andy puts his hot lap in again, 20.565. Gap between first and second down to 3.5 seconds now. 3 minutes to go, drivers. Your leader makes his way down the front straight with clear track in front of him. Andy Bishop makes his way into the keyhole. Nice tidy lines once again for Andy Bishop onto the front straight away. He goes with a 20.8. Gap remains at 3.4 seconds between first and second. Steven Burgess in third, another 8 seconds behind. 3 minutes on the clock, drivers. 3 minutes left to go. Thank you very much. Steven Burgess working his way through. He's got clear track in front of him for a little while now as well. Shaps with plenty of clean air around him. Andy Bishop with clear track around him as well at the moment. Andy putting down a 20.559, taking a 10th of a second out of Andrew Chaplan once again. 3.3 seconds a gap now between Andrew Chaplan and Andy Bishop. Steven Burgess another 10 seconds behind after that. Shaps that time around much quicker though, 20.489. Andy Bishop with a 20.9, so gap back out to 3.7 seconds between first and second. Second place coming on to the back straightaway. So car number 5 will be second on your tail. Thank you very much. Picking up now with Steven Burgess. Down the back straight, gets to slow down a little bit wide at the end of the straight there. Onto the front straight. Car looks to be understeering a little bit around those high speed into the slow speed corners. Through the chicane he goes, nice lines through there though. Getting a hook back up as he makes his way onto the back straightaway. On the gas hard, then hard on the anchors, much better that time around as he works his way through the keyhole. He'll have Andrew Chaplan closing in on him as Steven Burgess puts his hot lap in whilst on camera. 20.689 that time around for Steven Burgess as he goes into the grass though. Has got a fairly comfortable gap back to 4th place of Chris C though. 1 minute 30 left on the clock. Oh, 1 minute to go, drivers. 1 minute left on the clock remains with Chaplan leading the way. Andy Bishop another 3.8 seconds behind. Steven Burgess in the 3 spot. Chris and Gavin now battling it out for 4 and 5. Caution after turn 2. Caution after turn 2. So caution after turn 2, drivers. That'll be all clear. .30 seconds on the clock, drivers. 30 seconds left to go. Andrew Chaplan leading the way. He's out to a 4-second lead now. .10 seconds on the clock, drivers. 10 seconds left on the clock. Shaps leading the way over Andy Bishop. Steven Burgess in the 3. Your leader going down the back straight away with only a couple of seconds left on the clock. Keep going to your call done, drivers. Keep going to your call done. Shaps, you are done. Let that car in front of you go. Shaps, you are done. Let that car in front of you run.
Andy Bishop done.
Cross the line, drivers, and you will be done. Just waiting on Gavin Drew, Mike Davis, and Paul Rooks. Just Mike Davis to finish. We've got only Mike still live out there. Everyone else is done. Only Mike Davis live out there at the moment. Making its way across the line. That is all drivers done. Thank you, drivers. Thank you, marshals. All cars in a pit lane. We will have a regrid now, drivers. Just a reminder as well, please, drivers, coming into pit lane, you're expected to slow right on down. Please do not hit the other cars coming to pit lanes. There will be people picking up cars. We do not want hands getting trapped, any damage to both cars and also people.
Round 3 of qualifying. TQ goes to Andrew Chaplan in 1/5 Sedan. Chaps looked a lot more happier than he did yesterday. Talk us through that run.
Yeah, we just went back to something that we know. We tried to throw a few things at it yesterday, seeing if we could find a bit more pace, but it was proved to be the wrong direction. Yeah, the Mechatech FWO1 performing awesome. Our leader, Paul Rooks from 5SR, also out in front there early with the Mechatech. And yeah, I don't know. I think we've got a pretty good package this weekend.
We actually noticed you're shaking on the stand. Is that you still get the adrenaline and that rush of driving RC?
Yeah, I do actually. Yeah, the old knees still get a bit going. I don't think if you don't shake a little bit, then yeah, you must have some pretty cold blood. But it's actually very cold on this driver's stand, and I've got some of the biggest hands around, and they feel like ice cubes at the moment. So the fingers were sort of losing a bit of sensitivity there.
Just interested to compare. You've driven lots of classes on different tracks, but yeah, just explain maybe the difference in driving style you need for a large scale compared to some of the other classes that we normally see you driving.
Yeah, so I guess the biggest difference would be that they're only two-wheel drive. So that's anyone that's driven like off-road two-wheel drive or a pan car or even some of the old 235 classes will know that you don't have that front-wheel drive to pull yourself out of trouble. So definitely trying to build the car around something that you're confident that you can really squeeze on the power. That's where you want to sort of base the car about. So it's just a confidence thing, I think. So yeah, mainly squeezing the power on just nice and smooth, and not like an 8-scale where you can just bang throttle everywhere.
We'll let you get back into some sunshine. Enjoy the Sydney weather, and good luck in the next round.
Thanks, guys. You guys do an awesome job as well, RC Race Media. Thank you.
Cheers, mate. G'day everyone, we hope you're enjoying the coverage here for the 2024 FEMCA 1/5 Championships, also combining the RCRA national titles. We're here with David Maharic. We've got a bit of a break before we get into round 4 of qualifying. David, you've been kind enough to give us a bit of an overview. Tell us a bit more about these really cool bikes we're seeing out on track. Okay. So we'll give you the mic and you can just take us through, tell us a bit about it, what brand they are, what they run, and some of the under the body details.
Thanks, Tony. Okay, so these are electric 5th scale bikes. This is in the superbike category. We run 10 scale electronics, usually anywhere between a 6.5 and an 8.5 turn motor, censored, with a 160 amp speed controller at the moment. Tyre warmers, they use solid rubber tyres, just like our 5th scale sedans and minis. Lexan body. Front and rear brakes. Front brake is electric and the rear brake is electric. Obviously the front brake is controlled by a servo here, disc brake, and the rear brake is controlled by your motor, just like a standard electric car.
You want to maybe take the body off and give us a look underneath? Tyre warmers, that's so cool. How long do you run the tyre warmers? What kind of temperature are you getting them up to?
We leave the tyre warmers on pretty much whenever they're in the pits. We keep them at about 60 degrees. Yeah.
And what kind of run time can you get out of them? Obviously, like you said, you're running the standard 2-cell kind of lipo packs.
Running a 2-cell lipo pack, these ones are 10,000 milliamps, and we can get up to about half an hour run time with that. What was your other question? Sorry, Tony.
I think that was that one. What about setup and adjustments? What can you do to tweak the handling or performance that you're trying to get?
Sure. Lots of setup adjustments with the bike. One of the biggest ones is getting your steering to feel right. So we have an oil damper which controls our steering, and we can adjust the spring tension in there, obviously the weight of the oil, and also the position of the damper on the triple clamps. We have adjustable fork rake, so we can push the forks out or bring them in. We can raise them or lower them with preload. Coming to the rear of the bike, we have these are we call them our crash bars or sliders. These adjust or control your lean angle. So the more banking, the less the bar comes out, the more banking you have, the faster you can corner. It's also dependent upon how much grip the track has to offer. These are also adjustable forwards and backwards. Then we have our ride height, our rear damper is adjustable, and our droop is adjustable as well. Pretty much covers most of it.
And what about the tyre life? How often are you putting new rubber on, and how much of a difference does tyre compound play?
We have about 3 different tyre compounds. Pretty much 2 are the most used for racing. There's a wet compound and our race compound. This is an M3 tyre. As far as the wear goes, we can run a whole event very comfortably with just 2 sets of tyres and still have plenty of tyre left for practice after the event.
Get a shot here. You can see the stickiness and the grip, and they're actually quite warm to touch after being in the warmers. What's the popularity like in Australia? How many clubs run them? And obviously touch a little bit on the World Championships that you're working on next year.
Sure. We have quite a few guys running them in Australia. Unfortunately, not as many guys actively participating in the racing or events like this. Unfortunately, I think some people tend to be a little bit overwhelmed from the racing side of it, but there's nothing to be overwhelmed about. It's just about having some fun all together. And overall, we have about 30 active bikers in Australia at the moment, and we have a new category with quarter scale off-road racing, which is helping to build the numbers in the categories as well.
Just noticed a bit of sandpaper or something on the outside of the body there. What's the go with that?
Yep, that's just to help the marshals when they go to pick the bike up, so it's not so slippery, something to grab onto.
Yeah, that was actually quite funny when I saw that for the first time when there were no marshals out on track. The bikes kind of like do little doughies and spin themselves to get the momentum going, right?
Yes, we can circle around off our bar and then stand up and get going again, self-marshalling.
Love it. Have you seen the off-road bike that's been released, the ready-to-run off-road bike? Do you think that's going to sort of help introduce people maybe to get into the RC scene?
Definitely. The Lossa Promoto and the X-Rider CRS are both new quarter-scale bikes to the category, and there are already a number of guys at a few different clubs around Australia running them. It's building momentum. Hopefully it brings the bug to people and they come and try our off-road, our on-road as well.
Beautiful, man. Well, thanks very much for all that. And I think we just lost the camera, but we'll wander on. Good luck at the next qualifier, and thanks for all that.
Cheers. Thanks, mate.
All right, let's see if we push back into range a little bit. Here we're back. All right, there's Dave. So Dave Riccio, thanks again. Not too sure how long we are before we get underway. Oh, that's a familiar face, I know. Let's spin around this way. Andrew Bardetta, so you're out here giving a hand to the FISCAL event. What's caught your eye so far today?
Just helping out wherever I can in scrutineering and track maintenance. So a lot of rubbers out on the track, a lot of marbles. But what I did notice is on the line, it is grippy as, like my shoes were sticking. So I'm sure there's going to be some real fast lap times this afternoon.
And you're doing lots of racing with your son now, tagging along. Tell us about some of the events you've done.
We did our first interstate at Canberra in the electric, so he came third in that. He's wanting to drive Nitro Tourer now, so the same class as me, which makes it hard, but he's getting super fast. He's down to 18.3 last club day, but I can't take him to the Nationals with me, so I'm going on my own for that one, maybe one last hurrah, so we'll see how we go.
Okay, so retirement is on the cards then, like many of the dads that have the next generation coming through. GT might be your game, and he moves up.
Yeah, either GT or 8 scale. I'm going to have to do a class swap, but we'll see what happens next year.
We're going to chat later on with people like Steve Burgess, and we had a chat with Keith, but there's just so much history at this club and at this venue. So let's go back in your memory banks. What's some of the early memories you have here from racing here at Moorebank?
Well, the 2001 8 scale Worlds was absolutely amazing. Like, I don't think I've seen anything like it. You know, there was massive tents. There was 140 people entered. The grip that year was insane. We were running like 40 shore and an 8 scale and still traction rolling. So I remember in my, 1/8 or quarter final or whatever I was in, I actually was traction rolling, and that's why I didn't bump up. So yeah, definitely lots of changes over the years, lots of track resurfaces, lots of work, but you know, still love it. So that's why I'm still here.
You mentioned the love that you've got for it, so the passion's still strong. Obviously, still getting out here every fortnight for club days, and now your son's involved. What do you think the future's going to have for you?
Yeah, look, I've started racing electric touring car the first time this year. It's different, it's fun, but the half-hour nitro finals and 45 minutes at the nationals, that's just, you know, it's just different. You know, pit stop strategy. You know, electric's fun to drive, but it's more a single person, while nitro is more a team thing. So I really enjoy that.
So you got the best of both worlds covered. After seeing the 5th scales this weekend, do you think maybe one day you'll be out here in large scale?
That might be a long time away. They're bloody heavy. I'm carrying them in and out of scrutineering, and they're 11 or 12 kilos each. I'm getting a workout. So, yeah.
I'll see, one of the guys had like a what do you call it? Like a trolley, like a walker trolley that they carry the car around. I thought that was a good idea. Mate, thanks so much for the chat. We'll let you get back to it, and yeah, good luck in the next event with you and your son, Zach.
Thanks, Tony, and great coverage. I was watching it yesterday, and it was awesome, and a few people have commented to me how good the coverage is, so well done.
Thank you. Cheers. All right, well, see if we get a heads up on how long to go. I'm not sure if Mitch is still on comms. We'll check out one of the Formula One cars here. If you haven't seen these cars up close, they are just absolute works of art. So much adjustment, so much great design involved. We're going to have a deep dive chat with, I think, Chara a little bit later on. He's going to show us a bit more about the F1, but yeah, this large-scale scene. If you haven't seen it before, get out to a track, check it out in person. They are really lots of fun, and yeah, another way to enjoy this great sport and hobby that we call RC. So I think we'll throw it back over to Mitch, getting ready for round 4 of qualifying, and we'll come back to you with some more action very shortly.
2 minutes till start, drivers. 2 minutes till start.
Two minutes to the start of the race. One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
Alrighty, drivers. Track is live. Track is live. Caution at the end of the chicane. Nice save. So out front from the first lap, we'll have David V leading the way. Andy Bishop with a good first lap of 24.4. It's going to be a slower second lap. Got it caught up in the chicane there at 28 flat. So David Riccio leading the way. He's got 4.5 seconds in the bag early in this one. Andy Bishop last time around at 24.3, much better lap. That lap backs it up with a 24.7. David Riccio with a 25 flat last time around. We'll wait for him to come across the line as he makes his way through the keyhole. Across the line this time around for David, 24 flat. 3 minutes down, 7 minutes left on the clock as David puts his hot lap of the heat down. Fastest lap of the heat, 23.423. Goes through the chicane, coming in hot across the curbing there, gets it all squirrely. Keeps it on its wheels though. .24.6 that time around for David. Had to do a little correct to avoid those curbs again, going through the chicane there. Working his way down the back straight. He makes his way through the keyhole once again, this time around for David. We are 23.888. Still time to find out there. Couple of small mistakes. See what he can do on this lap as he works his way back into chicane once again, leaning right on over. Makes his way through the short chute onto the back straightaway. Into the keyhole. Is going to come up on a little bit of traffic shortly. He works his way around for another lap. 23.8 once again. Caution on to the front straight. Caution on to the front straight. Stay inside or stay outside. Stay outside onto the front straight. Stay outside. That'll be all clear now. All clear. Thank you, Marshall. So our leader coming down the front straight away this time around at 23.582. So we catch up with him on track coming into the centre chicane. Working his way through a little bit of traffic. Work his way down the back straight away now. Your leader making his way into the keyhole. Great driving, great riding. Down the front straight at 23.955 is navigated traffic there. Great line around the first couple of corners. Works his way through the chicane. Nice, tidy lines. Through onto the back straightaway into the keyhole. Tight lines there, almost clipping the inside barrier. Having to do a slight correction over the line this time around. 24 flat once again, so super consistent from David. Andy Bishop about 7.5 seconds behind him in the 2 spot. Mike Davis in 3. Paul Rooks in 4. Peter Chang in 5. Eden Watson in the 6 spot. So Paul Rooks, you will have second place closing in on you pretty shortly. Caution in the centre of the track. Caution centre of the track. We need a marshal there. Thank you, Marshal. Caution on the back straight. Caution on the back straight. That's all clear now. All clear. Just over 2 minutes remaining, drivers. Formula One drivers, please be ready. You'll be up in just over 2 minutes. Please be ready. Oh, big stack through the chicane there in front of our leader. We'll need a marshal in the middle. Less than 2 minutes remaining, drivers. Under 2 minutes remaining. One minute 30 to go. Drivers in 5:10, please double check that you have the correct numbers and you are coming up in the correct heats. We know there was a little bit of change there, so double check. Please make sure that you have the correct numbers and are coming up in the correct heats. There's been some changes to the order of the heats, to which heat you may be in, and quite likely which number the car you are. .30 seconds remaining, drivers. 30 seconds remaining. Got David still out front. He's got 8.5 seconds over. Andy Bishop in 2. Mike Davis in 3. Paul Rooks in 4. Peter Chang in 5. Eden Watson in the 6th spot. Keep going to your call done, please, drivers. Keep going to your call done.
Eden Watson done. David Maharic done. Mike Davis done. Andy Bishop done. Paul Rooks done.
Caution on the front straight. Caution front straight. Caution front straight. Just waiting on Peter Chang, and everyone else was done, and we are all done. Thank you, marshals. Thank you, drivers. Bike drivers off the stand. Cars to scrutineering, or bikes to scrutineering. Radios to impound, and straight out to marshal, please. Up now will be Formula 1.
Round 4 of qualifying for 1/5 bikes. P4 in that run. Paul Rooks, mate, you did pretty well out there. Just talk us through how the bike's feeling for you today.
Oh, mate, honestly, this is my first ever race meeting with a large-scale bike, so got to thank Mike Davis. Actually, it's his bike. Thought I'd give it a go, and yeah, progressing heat by heat, starting to actually not fall off.
How are you finding the different driving style, or what's been the biggest difference you found switching from sedan to bikes?
Yeah, the bike's very different. As you turn into a corner, you have to let the steering go, and when you're a car driver, you don't let the steering go. So letting go of that steering to get through corners is challenging, and go straight ahead otherwise.
Just want to take you back to Sedan, that round 3 of qualifying. You came out swinging in that one, top of the table. So yeah, talk us through how the car's feeling, and then what happened. You had a flame out or something went wrong?
Yeah, well, yesterday, the last one, I put the tyres on the wrong side, so it was terrible. So I fixed that up for the last one, and it came out really good, but carburettor linkage fell off.
How you enjoying the weekend, though, overall? The guys all camping and travelling down here from Queensland?
Oh, mate, it's been the best race meeting I've ever been to. We're really enjoying the camping aspect of it, and hanging out as a group and having fun.
Well, thanks for the chat. Good job today, and yeah, good luck in the next one.
Thanks very much.
Alrighty, drivers, track is open. Track is open.
Four minutes to the start of the race. David Maharic, Ed Floro, Paul Rooks. Robertinian. 3 minutes to the start of the race. Two minutes to the start of the race.
Oh, 1 minute 30 till start, drivers. 1:30 till start.
To the start of the race.
"45 seconds till start, drivers. 45 seconds till start."
5 seconds to the start of the race. Seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
All right, so we are a minute in. We got Chris leading the way, Paul in 2, David in 3, Patrick in 4, and Ed in 5. follow along at the moment with Paul as he makes his way around, currently sitting in second spot, making his way through the chicane. Last lap around at 23.2, he's sitting 4.5 seconds off the lead of Chris C. Runs it wide at the end of the straightaway. Makes his way through the keyhole onto the front straight at 23.3 that time around. Three and a half minutes down, 6.5 to go. Running order remains Chris in 1, Paul in 2, David in 3, Ed in 4, Keith in the 5 spot. Halfway down, halfway to go. Drivers still got Chris lead in the way. He's got a 7-second lead now over Paul in 2. David in 3, Ed in 4, Keith in the 5 spot. Caution onto the back straight. Drivers, caution coming onto the back straight. That is all clear now. All clear. Three and a half minutes remaining. Drivers 3.5 remaining. Chris still leading this one out. 8.5 seconds over. Paul in 2, David in 3, Ed in 4, Keith in the 5 spot. Don't follow along at the moment with Chris leading the way out there. 8.5 seconds in hand as he works his way through the centre chicane. Around the teardrop into the short chute. Onto the back straight, nice line onto the back straight. Plenty of speed as he hits the gas down the straight onto the anchors hard into the teardrop and down the front straight away. That time around, new hot lap of the heat, 21.972. 1 minute 20 to go, drivers. 1:20 left on the clock. Less than a minute remaining. Drivers under a minute remaining. Got Chris still leading the way out there. Final 30 seconds, drivers. 30 seconds to go as your leader makes his way on to the back straight. Final couple of seconds ticking on down. Drivers, keep going to your call done. Keep going to your call done. Everyone's still live out there. Everyone is still live out there. Chris putting his hot lap in last time around, looking to finish this heat strong.
Mealey done. Chris Payne done. Ed Floro done.
And we are all done. Thank you, drivers. Thank you, marshals. Chris taking out that one. Couple of hot laps at the end there. 21 laps in a row. Finished off with a 21.935. Overall pace of a 27 lap run. 10:07.7. Track has got some grip out there at the moment. Thank you very much, Formula One drivers. Into the pits, please. Cars and radios down to scrutineering and out to marshal, please, guys. Once again, cars and radios over to scrutineering and out to marshal, please, guys.
Qualifying continues here at the 2024 RCRA Nationals. Round 4 for F1. Ed Floro, P4 in that run. Yeah, tell us a little bit about that run.
Sorry, can't hear you.
Tell us a bit about that run.
It was okay. I was testing the brakes, and it's still early on for the day for me. Yeah.
One of the cool things about F1 is the liveries, the paint jobs that are based off real F1s. I think you're running the Renault colour scheme. Why'd you pick that?
It was actually a second-hand car I bought, but I do like the Renault, and they really make good engines. And yeah, I love F1. It's just so realistic.
Are you a big fan of the real racing F1?
Yes. I'm actually going to go to Melbourne next year, so looking forward to that one.
Who do you cheer for in the F1?
Well, that's at the moment it's like it's a bit of Red Bull, but I was going for Lewis Hamilton, but he's sort of going down like back towards the middle, so hopefully he'll recover like one day.
Well, yeah, good job today. Good luck in round 5, and thanks for the chat.
Yeah, thank you.
No Formula One drivers out to marshal. Up now we'll have 5:10 heat number 1, qualifying round number 4. Alrighty, drivers, track is open. 4-minute warm-up, drivers. 4-minute warm-up.
To the start of the race.
Keep that hat on, otherwise you won't be allowed outside.
Jason Clark. Scott Jean. Andrew Chaplan. Greg Dewar. Brian Post. minutes to the start of the race. Andrew Magnuson.
Two minutes till start, drivers. 2 minutes till start.
2 minutes to the start of the race.
Or 1 minute till start, drivers. Or 1 minute till start.
To the start of the race. Seconds to the start of the race.
$20 seconds till start, drivers. 20 seconds till start.
15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
And track is live. Track is live, drivers. 5:10, heat number 1 of 2. Qualifying round number 4. So follow along with Scott Jean at the moment as he works his way around for another lap. That time around at 23.6, putting him to the top of the timing sheets. Right in the Repsol livery out there as he works his way around the teardrop into the short chute. Onto the back straight away. Closing in on 2 minutes, we got Brian Post now leading the way. Scott Jean having a rough lap that time around at 26.7. So he works his way around into the chicane. Looking for a better lap in this one as he works his way onto the back straight. Down the back straight he goes. Runs it wide at the end of the straight through the gear hole onto the front straightaway. Much better lap that time. Bumps back up to P3 at 23.806. Only a couple of seconds off the lead though as he gets sideways, working his way into the chicane. Greg Dewar currently about a second in front of him. Brian Post leading the way. It's Greg Dewar, plenty of clean track around him at the moment. Brian Post that time around, new PB lap for him, 23.5. Caution on the back straight. That's Greg Dewar going for a bit of a spin on the middle of the back straight there. So a slow lap this time around for Greg's going to put him behind Scott Jean. Scott Jean putting his hot lap in a 23.3 as well as Brian Post with a 23.3. Jason Clark with a hot lap out there, a couple of laps behind after an early incident in this one. Got a slow lap that time around for Brian Post, 25.3. Still has him in the lead, but Scott Jean a lot closer now. Only 0.8 of a second separating the two drivers. Brian Post makes his way on to the back straightaway. Into the keyhole he goes. Wide line off the straight, ran it long. Down the front straightaway he goes now. 23.6, a much better lap that time. As I say that, Scott Jean off the track in turn one. Back on track now. Four and a half down, 5.5 to go. Brian Post in the lead in this one. Greg Dewar about 5 seconds behind as Brian goes across the line this time by 5.8 seconds now. The separation between Brian Post and Greg. Scott Jean in the 3 about 15 seconds after that. 20 seconds off the lead. Jason Clark in the 4. Only 4 cars are running around out there at the moment. Scott Jean bringing it in through the pits at the moment. Having some issues by the looks of it. So 5 minutes down, 5 minutes left on the clock. Running order, Brian Post, Greg Dewar. Scott Jean who looks to have pulled it off. And Jason Clark should bump up to P3 depending on Scott Jean. See what he does. He's come back out on tracks. Still looks to be having issues though. 4.5 minutes left on the clock, drivers. 4.5 on the clock. So we now jump on board with Greg Dewar. Running the Porsche, red, silver and yellow down the front straightaway. Just in front of Brian Post. Brian obviously leading, but Greg Dewar in the 2 spot. Greg making his way through the chicane. Around the teardrop, around the wide line. Gets a little bit out of shape there. Onto the back straightaway with Greg at the moment. Working his way through the keyhole. Onto the front straightaway. That time around for Greg at 24.3. Through the sweeper into turn 2. Nice tidy lines this time around. Into the chicane using all the curbing. Into the short chute. Onto the back straightaway. Leader of Brian Post closing in on him at the same time. Gap between the two is 6.6 seconds. Greg coming around with a better lap this time around at 23.850. 3 minutes 20 left on the clock, drivers. 3:20 left on the clock. Your running order remains Brian Post 1, Greg Dewar in 2, Jason Clark back up to 3 now. Scott Jean looks to be having issues out in 4. Andrew Magnuson also out of this one. 5:10 Heat 2 drivers, please be ready. 5:10 Heat 2 drivers, please be ready. Another good lap that time around for Greg Dewar, 23.4. Actually closes in a little bit on Brian Post, as Brian Post tailing him around the track at the moment. Gap between the two drivers, 6.7 seconds. Brian trying to close in on track. Just over 2 minutes remaining, drivers, just over 2 minutes remaining. Only 3 cars remaining on track at the moment. Greg Dewar that time around again at 24.8. Brian Post with a 25.1. So Greg takes another 0.3 of a second out of Brian's lead. 23.7 that time for Greg. 24 flat for Brian Post. Another couple of tenths out of Brian Post's lead as well. Through the chicane, both those two drivers go. Jason Clark a couple of laps behind, also going through that chicane. Greg getting out of shape onto the back straightaway there. Goes for a roll as well. Thank you, Marshall. Quick Marshall there. It's going to allow Brian Post some clear air in front of him now, though. So we catch back up now with Brian Post, the old leader. We watch a replay of Greg going for a bit of a roll at the end of the straightaway there. Oh, leader having issues out there. Brian Post rolling to a stop at the end of the front straightaway. He just built up a 10.5 second lead. Car having issues, getting walked back now. Unfortunate there for Brian Post. Been a bit of a survival of the fittest out there at the moment. That's going to allow Greg Dewar now back into the lead of this heat. Or jump on board with Jason Clark, who has been the fastest driver out there. Had a really rough start. End up a couple of laps down from the get-go. 10 seconds left on the clock, drivers. 10 seconds left to go. So Jason Clark will bump up to 2. Greg Dewar will bump up to the 1 spot. Keep going to your call done, please, drivers. Keep going to your call done. Everyone's still live out there. Everyone is still live.
Greg Dewar done.
Greg, you are done. So it's just Jason Clark working his way around. You will be done as you cross the line, Jason. Jason managed to work his way back, only 21 seconds behind the lead. That is all cars done. Thank you, drivers. Thank you, marshals. Cut it all the way down to 19 seconds towards the end, so took another 2 seconds out of Greg's lead by the end of it. So 5:10 Heat 1 drivers. Cars to scrutineering, radios to impound, and out to marshal, please. Cars to scrutineering, radios to impound, and out to marshal. We'll need all those 5:10 Heat 1 drivers out to marshal, please, drivers.
Greg Dewar, nice run there. Bit of a battle of attrition. Only a couple of cars running at the end. But yeah, tell us how you feeling with your 1/5 scale 510.
Yeah, well, I've been having a few speed issues for the last few heats, but that one was a lot better. So at least I finished the race, got some more points, and hopefully I can get better from here.
One of only a couple Porsche bodies running in that class. Yeah, why did you choose that shape?
It just seems, I just like the shape. It's a completely different driving style to driving the Mini. Mini's nippy, whereas that Porsche is really smooth so it's a little bit slower. But basically the same speed, yeah.
What do you enjoy most about the weekend in terms of off-track activities? Obviously, everyone seems to be having a good time in the pits, pretty relaxed atmosphere.
Yeah, there's probably 12 of us staying in a caravan park. So at night time we all get together and have a bit of a chat and a drink. And yeah, so it's a great get together as well.
Great stuff. Well, good job there. Good luck at the next one, and yeah, appreciate the chat.
Thanks very much.
Alrighty, drivers, track is open, track is open.
David Maharic. Gary Kellet. Chris Payne. Lee Bond. Wayne Crum. Daniel Bond.
Caution turn one, caution turn one. All clear, all clear.
3 minutes to the start of the race.
Just over 2 minutes till start, drivers. Just over 2 minutes till start. Everyone is checked in. Five seconds to the start of the race. Seconds to the start of the race. "20 seconds till start, drivers. 20 seconds till start.
15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
And track is live. Track is live, drivers. 5:10 heat number 2, qualifying round number 4. So 1 minute 30 in, 8.5 left on the clock. Out front, we got David leading the way. David Maharic leading with David M in the 2 spot. Chris Payne now bumping up to the 2 spot. Daniel Bond in the 4. Gary Logan in 5. Lee Bond in 6. So follow along at the moment with Lee Bond making his way on to the front straight. Lee Bond bumping up into the second heat now. After sitting in the first heat for the first 3 rounds of qualifying. Currently sitting in the 6th spot. Last time around for Lee at 23.4. Working his way around the keyhole now onto the front straightaway. See what lap times he gets this one. A 23 flat, better lap than the last one. Is his best lap so far. As the car is getting carted off the track. So David Maharic still leading the way. Chris Payne in 2. David M in the 3 spot. Lee Bond in 4. Daniel Bond in 5. Daniel now jumping in front of Lee. David putting a hot lap of the heat down last time by 22 flat. Gap between first and second. Currently 2 seconds between David and Chris Payne. Lee Bond putting his hot lap in that time around, bumping up to P4, 22.8 for him. Chris Payne with a 22.1, David Maharic with a 22 flat, so gap out to 2.1 seconds now. David Maharic comes across the line with a 22.4. Slightly slower lap that time around, so Chris Payne working his way to the line. This time around for Chris Payne, a 22.4 as well. Equal lap times between first and second. David M in the 3 spot, putting down a 22.2. That's his PB lap around for this heat. He's 1.4 seconds behind. Looks like Daniel Bond having some issues out there. The right rear dropping right down. Gonna have to pull it into pits. He was sitting in the 5 spot. So following on board now with Chris Payne as he works his way around the keyhole in the 2 spot, 3.1 seconds behind. David Maharic in the lead. That time around a 22.5. David Maharic last time around a 22.4. So gap extends out about a 1/10 of a second. So car number 4, you will have leader on your tail. David M, that'll be leader on your tail. Thank you very much. Great driving, guys. Work with each other out there. Chris Payne that time around at 22.5, giving David V even more space. 3.4 seconds a gap between first and second now. Car number 8, that'll be leader. Thank you very much. Great driving. Clear track out there for Chris Payne at the moment as he works his way onto the front straight. That time around at 22.4, so loses another 1/10 of a second to David Maharic. David Maharic with clear track around him as well now. We got 4 minis out there, 1 Porsche. 4 minutes left on the clock, drivers. 4 minutes left to go. Three and a half to go, drivers. 3.5 to go. 4.4 seconds a gap still between first and second. Chris Payne working his way onto the front straight with the blue, white and black checkers on his car. That time around though for Chris Payne, starting to apply the heat. 21.899, new hot lap of the heat for Chris Payne. Chris working his way down the back straight, so took a couple of tenths of a second out of David's lead from that last lap. He works his way down the front straight. Thank you very much, Warren. That time around, another 21.9 for Chris Payne. Takes 0.6 of a second out of David's lead that time around. Chris on a charge late in this one with 3 minutes left on the clock. A 22.1, much better lap for David Riccio that time around. Chris Payne working his way around the keyhole. Onto the front straight, front of the car, bouncing around. 22.3 that time for Chris Payne. Lost a couple of tenths. 3.3 seconds gap between first and second with 2 minutes 30 left on the clock. Everyone lapping pretty smoothly out there. David Riccio with a 22.4 that time around. Chris working his way through the final couple of corners around the keyhole onto the front straight. Chris this time around a 22.1 takes another 0.3 of a second out of David's lead. 2 minutes left on the clock, drivers. 2 minutes left on the clock. If we can get track crew ready to give the track a blow off. Track crew, if we can get you guys ready for a quick blow off of the track. Two minutes left to go, drivers. David leading away. He's got 3 seconds over Chris Payne as we pick up the leader. David Riccio coming down the front straight away, that time by a 22.2. Chris Payne working his way through the keyhole. Check his lap time as your leader goes through the chicane in the center of the track. A slower lap that time around for Chris Payne, but leader also getting out of shape out there at the moment. Starting to lose a bit of traction. 1 minute 30 left on the clock. Your leader starting to slide around a fair bit out there. This time around, a 23.8 for David Riccio. Chris Payne making his way to the line, this time by check the times. Chris Payne with a 23 as well, 23 flat though. So gap remains about 2.5 seconds between first and second with 1 minute 10 left on the clock. Leader having issues out there as well. So leader coming through the keyhole carefully. Car number 4, David, you'll have leader just there. No, he's having issues. So now we have Chris Payne officially into the lead. Slow lap there for David Riccio. So Chris Payne now into lead by half a second. With 45 seconds left on the clock. Chris Payne charging hard late in this one. Mistake again by David Riccio. David looks like he might have lost his tyres on this one. Something's not quite right. Oh, that lap speed dropping right off towards the end of this race. So Chris Payne now out to a 3.2 second lead. Chris Payne catching all the way up to David Riccio. David M might even close in on David Riccio with 10 seconds left on the clock. Keep going till your call done, please, drivers. Keep going till your call done. David Maharic only 3 seconds behind on David Riccio. Keep going, drivers, keep going. Everyone's still live out there. Everyone's still live.
Chris Payne done. David Maharic done.
Chris and David Riccio both done. Just waiting on David. David M could still make something happen. He only needs about a couple of tenths of a second. He might make it work into P2 here. Not quite. He misses out by 0.2 of a second on the last lap. So Chris Payne takes out 7 seconds in front of David Riccio in 2. David M only 0.2 of a second behind in the 3 spot. Caution in the keyhole. That's all clear. All drivers are done. All drivers are done. Making your way into pits, please, drivers. There will be a track blow off here. There will be a very short break as the track gets a blow off.
The race is completed.
Round 4 qualifying for 5:10 is complete. P4 for Lee Bond. Nice steady run there, Lee. Tell us how the car's feeling for you in that one.
Good. It's actually coming to me now. I did some changes and it's going really well now.
Tell us a bit more about those changes. What did you need? What are you looking for?
Put a bit more toe on the rear, so running 3 degrees on the rear, and changed the ride height, lowered it just a little bit. Yeah, so just made it more settled.
You made the trip over from South Australia, and your brother's competing as well, right? Who gets bragging rights today?
That'll be him. And we've also got mum and dad over as well. So we've got the whole family here for this trip. So it's been brilliant. Excellent. They've put on a really good race meet. Shout out to the guys that run this place. It's brilliant.
Well, we'll give a shout out to everyone back home watching in the live stream too.
Yes, shout out to anybody in South Australia watching. Let's go.
Good job, man. Thanks for coming. Good to see you having fun, and good luck in round 5.
Thank you very much. No worries. Thank you.
And I hope you beat your brother. 3 minutes to the start of the race. Two minutes to the start of the race.
All right, 2 minute warning for Sedan Heat 1. 2 minute warning for Sedan Heat 1. Start bringing them over, drivers, to Sedan Heat 1. Start bringing them over.
One minute to the start of the race. 45 seconds to the start of the race.
Food's ready over at the canteen, guys. You got plenty of food available over at the canteen. Got dim sim, chicken nuggets, chips, everything you want over at the canteen. Grab yourself some hot food, cold drinks, all available over at the canteen. Lovely ladies will sort you out. Alright, so Sedan drivers should be making their way up onto the stand. So we'll get our drivers from 510 Heat 2 out to Marshall, please. 510 Heat 2 drivers out to Marshall, ASAP. Should be out there to Marshall. So we should have Chris Payne, David V, David M, Lee Bond, Warren, Daniel Bond, Gary Logan, and Wayne Crump all out to Marshall. Alrighty, drivers, track is open. Track is open. 4-minute warm-up.
4 minutes to the start of the race. Tom SAS, Ed Floro, Gary Kellet, Pete Snow, Keith Mealey, Andrew Magnuson. To the start of the race.
Should have Wayne Crump out there marshalling as well. 2 minutes till start, drivers. 2 minutes till start.
Warren Meisner.
Oh, 1 minute 30 till start, drivers. 1:30 till start.
One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. seconds to the start of the race. Seconds to the start of the race.
5 seconds till start, drivers. 5 seconds. Track is live, drivers. Track is live. Back into Sedans here for qualifying round number 4. Heat 1 of 3 for Sedans. Check the lap times, they make their way around. Ed Floro will kick us off. 24.4 for Ed. Pete Snow with a 22.7. Keith with a 25.5. Tom goes to the top of the time machines with a 22.1. 23.2 for Andrew Magnuson. Warren with a 23.2. Ed second lap around, bit better, 22.734. Keith Mealey with a 25 flat, little bit better. Tom into the 21s with a 21.888. Eight and a half minutes to go, drivers. 8.5 to go. We've got Tom out front, Ed in 2, Warren in 3, Andrew Magnuson in 4, Keith in 5, Pete in the 6th spot. Caution into the chicane. That's caution into the chicane. All clear now, all clear. So out front of the moment, we've got Tom leading the way, Warren in 2, Andrew in 3, Keith in 4, Ed in the 5 spot. Ball along at the moment with your leader, Tom. Make his way through the chicane. So up front we got Tom leading the way, follow along with him as he makes his way down the front straightaway. Got a bit of clear track around him at the moment. Around into turn 2. Nice clean lines into the chicane. Beautiful line around the teardrop as he works his way to the back of Keith. Plenty of room as he comes around, please, Keith. Thank you very much. Round into the keyhole he goes. To be a decent lap here from Tom as he makes his way across the line at 21.999. Not quite as quick as lap, but not far off of it either. Tom having a good run out there at the moment. Works his way down the back straight. 4 minutes 30 left on the clock. Currently has a 10-second lead over Warren in 2, Andrew in 3, Ed in 4, Keith in 5, and Gary Kellet in the 6th spot. So Tom Sixes leading the way down the back straightaway. Caution into the keyhole, caution in the keyhole, caution in the keyhole, caution in the keyhole, guys. Slow down into the keyhole. It's all clear. Thank you, Marshall. Thank you. So Tom narrowly avoiding that one. So he makes his way through the chicane into the teardrop, through the short chute. Nice clean lines out there at the moment. He's been very consistent throughout this heat. 3.5 minutes left on the clock as he works his way into the keyhole down the front straightaway. 22.7 that time around. He's the only driver other than Ed Floro in the 21 from this heat. Ed Floro, fastest driver from a single lap, 21.733 for his quickest lap. Tom with a 21.888 early in this heat. 22.5 that time around. Jump on board now with second place of Andrew Magnuson working his way down the back straight just in front of Tom. So 1 and 2 down the back straight, separated by 16 seconds on the time. Tom that time around at 22.2. Andrew with a 23.2. So just careful, Andrew. That is leader on your tail. Work together. Thank you very much. Great driving, guys. So top 3 remains Tom, Andrew, and Warren. Ed just outside of that along with Keith. One minute 30 to go, drivers. 1:30 left on the clock. Tom now out to a 20-second lead. Clear track around Tom at the moment. Drivers in the next heat, please be ready. Sedan heat number 2, drivers, please be ready. You'll be up next. One minute to go, drivers. 1 minute left on the clock. (22.1) that time around for Tom. Andrew making his way to the line. 22.8 for him that time around. 23 seconds between Tom and Andrew for the lead. Tom on a great run in this one. Final 15 seconds left on the clock as we jump back on board with Tom, working his way around for the last few laps. Through the chicane, he goes around the teardrop, into the short chute, onto the back straight. Having a great clean run in this heat. Keep going to your call done, drivers. Everyone is still live out there. Everyone is still live. Everyone's still live out there. Keith, you are the only one done. Everyone's still live. Tom working his way around for a great run in this one. Youngest driver here, we do believe. Crosses a line with a great run there for Tom. You are done, Tom. Just waiting on Andrew and Gary. That is all cars done. Thank you, drivers. Thank you, marshals. Drivers, bringing the cars into the pits, please. Cars in the pits. Sedan, heat number 2. You will be up. So, Sedan, heat number 1, drivers, cars to scrutineering, radios over to scrutineering as well, and out to marshal, please.
We're here with the youngest racer this weekend, Tom SAS, taking top spot in round 4 of qualifying. You're going to be pretty happy with that, aren't you? How did the car feel in that run?
Felt good. We did a few changes. I really enjoyed it. Track felt good, and yeah, favourite run of today.
How long have you been racing large scale RC?
I've started racing 1/5 scale this year, and I'm going to continue racing it for a very long time, and I'm enjoying it a lot.
Notice you wear the headsets and Dad's down in the pit lane. Does he talk to you much through the headset?
Yeah, I was talking to him quite a bit. He gives me tips in the pits, and it really helps me.
Great job there. I noticed on the back of your shirt you got Jono. What is that?
It's my dad's initials and my initials together. Yeah.
Excellent job, mate. Well done this weekend. Keep up the good work and good luck in the next one.
Yeah.
So I get those drivers from Sedan, heat number 1, out to marshal, please. Sedan, heat 1 drivers should be out to marshal. Sure to have plenty of his out there. Alrighty, drivers, track is open. Track is open.
Four minutes to the start of the race. Matthew Hoggard.
Caution in turn 2, please. Caution turn 2.
Patrick Sultana. Brendan George. David Maharic.
All clear.
Paul Rooks. Wayne Crump. Luke Napier. Lee Bond. To the start.
3 minutes till start, drivers. 3 minutes till start. 2 minutes till start, drivers. 2 minutes till start.
Start of the race.
Oh, 1 minute till start, drivers. 1 minute till start.
1 minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. Seconds to the start of the race.
"15 seconds till start, drivers. 15 seconds till start.
Less than 5.
And we are live. We are live with Sedan heat number 2 of 3, qualifying round number 4. Check the lap times as they make their way around. Keep it nice and clean out their drivers. Work with each other. Paul comes around with a 22.8. Jason Clark with a 22.3. Lee Bond with a 22.2. Luke Nabia with a 22.1. 21.1 for Matthew Hoggard. David with a 21.6. Wayne Crum with a 25.1. So Matthew got Hoggard really coming out swinging. 21.1. Almost straight into the 20s. Backs up with a 21.4. David with a 21.8 that time around. 21.6 for Paul K. Jason Clark now with a 21.8 as well. 22.1 for Lee Bond. 21 flat for Matthew Hoggard. So Matthew really pushing out there at the moment. One minute 45 down, 8:15 to go as we follow along with Lee Bond making his way onto the back straightaway, the white and yellow. We start to get towards the pointy end of both qualifying and heats of Sedan. Lee Bond that time round at 22.1. Hot lap out there from Matthew Hoggard. Is a 21 flat. That time round for Matthew at 22.4. Two and a half down, 7.5 left on the clock. Matthew leading the way. David in 2, Lee Bond in 3. Paul in 4, Jason Clark in 5, Wayne Crump in the 6th spot. Luke in 7, Patrick in 8. 3 minutes 30 left on the clock, drivers. We pick up with your leader, Matthew Hoggard, leading the way down the back straight. Into the keyhole he goes. He's got a whole heap of traffic he's going to have to contend with shortly as we got a car off the track in the first straight. Caution turn two, caution turn two. All clear now, all clear. Look at our leader making his way through. Think it's a dead car. Take that one off, take that one off. It's dead. Bring it back to the pits. So our leader making his way into the keyhole here. Lee Bond, you will have leader closing in on you shortly. Lee Bond currently sitting in the 3 spot. David, looks like it might have been David having issues in the 2 spot. Caution in turn 1. It's all clear now. So David drops out of the top 3 all the way down the order with some issues around turn 1. So Matthew Hoggard leading the way over Lee Bond in 2. Luke in the 3 spot now. Your leader makes his way onto the front straight away with 5 minutes 40 left on the clock that time around for Matthew Hoggard, a 23.3 slower lap. So he got caught up a little bit as he works his way through the chicane. Nice, tidy through there around the teardrop onto the short chute towards the back straight away. Cleaner lap this time by as he runs a little bit long at the end of the straightaway into the keyhole. Onto the front straight this time around, a 21.7. Jason Clark with a 21.9 last time around, a 22.2 for Luke. Closing in on the halfway mark. Time to beat from Tom from the previous heat. 27 lap run, 10:13.6. Four and a half minutes remaining, drivers, 4.5 remaining. Matthew still leading his way. He's got 10 seconds up on the rest of the field. Luke in 2, Paul now up to 3, Lee in 4, Jason in 5. We continue to follow along with your leader of Matthew Hoggard. Working his way around through the chicane into the teardrop. Gets it out of shape there into the teardrop. Onto the back straight now. So Patrick, that is leader there. Thank you. On the front straight away this time around at 21.490. .330 to go, drivers. 3:30 left on the clock. Running on remains Matthew, Luke, and Paul. Less than 3 minutes to go, drivers. Under 3 minutes to go. Just careful there, Jason Clark. They'll be 3rd place on your tail. Thank you very much. Paul currently out with clear air in front of him. Matthew Hoggard got to start working his way into a bit of traffic shortly with 2 minutes 30 left on the clock. He works his way down the back straight into the keyhole. So Wayne Crump, you will have lead closing on you pretty shortly. Caution on the back straight, guys. Caution back straight. All clear now. All clear. So Luke, that will be 2nd place closing on you. So we now follow along with 2nd place of Paul K. As he works his way onto the front straight away. The blue, white, green and red. Around turn 1. Patrick, that'll be 2nd behind you. Thank you very much. Oh, issues out there at the moment with Matthew Hoggard. He's off the track at the moment. Marshall's running to give him a helping hand. I think it might be a little bit more. No, car out for your leader, Matthew Hoggard, having some major issues in this one. 1 minute 30 left on the clock. Looks to be out. So that's going to allow Paul back out into the lead. Less than a minute to go. Drivers under a minute left on the clock. Caution front straight. That's all clear now. All clear. So Paul leading the way. Jason Clark in 2. Lee Bond in 3. Caution turn 1. Stay inside. All clear. All clear. So Paul leading the way out there at the moment. Caution the end of the back straight. Caution end of the back straight. That's all clear. All clear. Final 15 seconds left on the clock, drivers. Final 15 as we keep on watching with Paul, your leader at the moment. He's got 11 seconds over the rest of the field, making his way through the chicane into the teardrop. Last couple of laps working their way through now. Keep driving until your call done, please, drivers. Keep going until your call done.
Paul Rooks is done.
So only Paul done, everyone else is still live. Only Paul done, everyone else still live out there.
Jason Clark done. Lee Bond done. Wayne Crump done. Patrick Sultana done.
That is
All
all
drivers
cars
are
done.
finished.
Thank you, drivers. Thank you, marshals. All right, look, Sedan heat number 2. Drivers, cars to scrutineering, radios to impound, and out to marshal, please. Once again, cars to scrutineering, radios to impound, and straight out to marshal. Up now will be Sedan heat number 3.
The race is completed. Up next, race number 7. 1/5 Sedan. Heat 3 of 3.
All right, so Sedan heat number 2 drivers making your way out to marshal, please. Sedan heat 2 drivers making your way out to marshal. Up now. Third and final heat of Sedan for qualifying round number 4.
Five minutes to the start of the race.
Alrighty, drivers, track is open. Track is open.
Andy Bishop. Andrew Chaplan. Craig Hawkins. Chris Lambus. Paul Rooks. Mike Davis, Bill Bartanian, Steven Burgess, Gavin Drew. Three minutes to the start of the race.
3 minutes till start, drivers. 3 minutes till start.
Start of the race.
2 minutes till start, drivers. 2 minutes till start.
Start.
1 minute till start, drivers. 1 minute till start.
"45 seconds to the start of the race. Seconds
30 seconds, drivers. 30 seconds till start.
Seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
5 seconds, drivers. 5 seconds. Track is live. Track is live, drivers. Track is live. Check our lap times. They make their way around. Andy Bishop with a 21.9 to kick things off. 20.8 for Craig Hawkins. 20.9 for Paul Rooks. 20.7 for Steve Burgess. Driver's already cracking into the 22nd lap bracket. Shaps with a 20.7 as well. 21.6 for Gavin Drew. Andy Bishop with a 20.9 for his second lap. Craig Hawkins with a 21 flat. 21.5 for Paul Rooks. So Shaps leading the way after a single lap for him. He's coming around for his second lap now. This time around for Shaps a 20.8. So follow along at the moment with Andy Bishop as he makes his way into the keyhole. Currently sitting in the 5 spot. Working his way down the front straightaway. Bumps up to P4 with a 20.9 that time around. Steve Burgess last time with a 20.7, new hot lap of the heat. Backs it up with a 21 flat. Shap's making his way around. This time around for Shaps, a 20.8, still leading the way. He's got 2/10 of a second over Steven Burgess in the 2 spot. 4/10 in front of Craig Hawkins in 3rd. It is tight all the way from 5th, first down to 5th. 1 second separating the top 5 drivers out there at the moment. We are 2 minutes in, 8 minutes left on the clock. Shaps leading the way. Shaps coming around for a 20.694 that time around. Extends his lead out a little bit more. Steven Burgess in the 2 spot. Andy Bishop now working his way up to P3. He's got a bit of clear track around him at the moment as well as Shaps. Steven Burgess working his way into a little bit of traffic at the moment, so the solid orange car working his way through the keyhole will be in 2nd place, coming onto the front straightaway. Thank you very much. Shaps now down to a 20.6 that time around. I follow along now with Craig Hawkins. He's had a couple of mixed results coming through the chicane. Looking for a good result in this one. Secure his place is up in the order. Working his way down the back straight. White, green and blue runs it along at the end of the straight there through the keyhole. Currently sitting in P3 down the front straight away he goes with a 21.313 that time around. Nice line through turn 1 sweeper. Into the chicane he goes. In through the teardrop. We're on to the back straight. Caution on turn 2. That's all clear, all clear. Into the keyhole he goes. Around the final corner onto the front straight once again. Better lap this time at 20.794. 1 second behind Steven Burgess in second. Another half second behind will be Shaps in the lead at the moment. So Shaps working his way into a bit of traffic. Currently leading the way. Four minutes down, 6 minutes left on the clock. Your running order, Shaps in 1, Steven Burgess in 2, Craig Hawkins in 3, Andy Bishop in 4, Chris C in the 5 spot, Paul Rooks in 6, Bill in 7, Gavin Drew in 8, Mike Davis in the 9 spot. It's your leader, Shaps making his way into traffic coming into turn 2. Thank you very much. Craig Hawkins, as we continue to follow along with him, still sitting in the 3 spot, getting a little bit out of shape around turn 1. Nice and tidy coming into the chicane. Andrew Chaplan putting down a 20.5 that time around. Caution at the end of the straight. Caution end of the back straight. Caution end of the back straight. Still there, still there. Track clear now. Track is clear. So a rough lap there for Craig Hawkins, drops him from P3 down to P6. Caution on turn 2, caution turn 2. Caution off at turn 2, please. That's all clear now, all clear. So we'll now follow along with Steven Burgess as he takes over the lead. So Steven Burgess now leading the way, going down the back straight. Working his way through the keyhole, running the solid orange car number 4 down the front straight away. Has a slower lap of 22 flat, so Chaplan takes it back off of him. So he works his way into the chicane. Shaps working his way up on a bit of traffic. Gavin Drew, you'll have leader on your tail shortly. Shaps puts down a hot lap of the heat. 20.526 for Shaps. Steven Burgess working his way around the keyhole. Shaps getting out of shape there at the end of the chicane. So at 20.6 for Steven Burgess, has an 8/10 of a second off of the lead as Shaps making a mistake after chicane, giving him an opportunity. 4 minutes left on the clock, drivers. A 22.1 for Chaplan that time around. Should give it a great opportunity for Steven Burgess. Leader coming through, thank you very much, as he makes his way into the keyhole. Down the straightaway, Steven crosses the line with a 20.9. He's still off the lead by 3/10 of a second now. Leader coming into the chicane, thank you very much. Clear track now in front for the leader of Steven Burgess. Andrew Chaplan in 2, Andy Bishop in 3. Andy now with clear track around him as well. Mistake, caution on the back straight, caution on the back straight. That's all clear, all clear. Car number 7, you will have leader on your tail shortly as well. Car 7, you'll have leader behind you shortly. So Shaps 2, 10th of a second now back in front of Steve Burgess. Steve making his way around onto the front straight, gets out of shape through the keyhole, crosses the line that time by, loses a bit of time, 21.6 against Shaps, 20.6. Through the chicane he goes. It's a teardrop. 3 minutes left on the clock as we continue to follow along with Steve Burgess. Car looking a little bit unsteady out there. Tyres starting to really heat up. Everyone will be in the same boat though with 3 minutes left on the clock in this one. Tight for the top 3 positions. Only separated by about 2 seconds for the top spots. 20.8. Andrew Chaplan with a 20.250. New hot lap from Shap, still working his way out there. So leader going through the chicane over to around the teardrop into the back straight. Thank you very much. Slow lap this time around for Steven Burgess. Drops him down to P3. Andy Bishop now up to the 2 spot. 23.5 last time around for Steven Burgess. Drops him down to P3. To have a leader making his way through a bit of traffic here, coming into the short chute onto the back straightaway. Andy Bishop also will be coming into the same traffic shortly. Meanwhile, Steven Burgess has clear track all around him. Andrew Chaplan down the front straight, navigating the traffic with a 20.9 that time around turn 2, almost into the grass. He gets out of shape again though. He's going to get caught up. So our leader getting caught up in that one through chicane he goes. Thank you. Keep it clean out there, please, guys. Keep it clean. Oh, Andy getting caught up as well now. So see who comes out in front now with 1 minute 30 on the clock. Oh, Andy drops down to P3. Andrew Chaplan holds on to the lead, but barely now. He's only got 0.8 of a second over Steven Burgess. Down to 0.4 of a second as Steven Burgess crosses the line. So Shap's coming down the front straight, starting to get into clear traffic now. Andy working his way to the line as well. He's only 2 seconds behind. Leader coming through here, guys. Leader coming through. Leader through the chicane here. Down the back straight away with less than a minute on the clock. Clean it up a bit, guys. Clean it up a bit. So Shaft with a slower lap, that time getting caught up again. Drops him down to P2. So Steven Burgess now back to the top spot. Still clear track around him at the moment. Leader behind you, car 7. Chris, you'll have leader on your tail. Don't interact, please, guys. Less than 30 seconds on the clock, so Steven having a rough lap as well here. Steven Burgess now does get back into the lead. Thank you. So Andrew Chaplan back into clear track once again with 10 seconds left on the clock. Andy Bishop now back up to the 2 spot. He's working his way through the traffic as well. Final couple of seconds left on the clock. Keep going to your call done, please, drivers. Keep going to your call done. Car 7, that'll be a leader on your tail. Thank you. Keep going to your call done, please, drivers. Keep going to your call done. Andy Bishop and Chris, you're done.
Paul Rooks done.
Andy Bishop and Chris, you're done. Everyone else still live. Paul Rooks, you're done. Mike Davis, you're done. Steven Burgess, you're done. Just waiting on Andrew Chaplan and Bill. Only Andrew and Bill still to come.
Andrew Chaplan done. Bill Vartanian done.
That is all cars done. Steven Burgess taking a top spot after a chaotic finish to that one. 0.8 of a second over Andy Bishop. Andrew Chaplan coming out in P3 in the end.
The race is completed.
Some 27 years after your first national win. You're here in your TQ round 4. It's finally come. Steven Burgess. It's been an eventful running qualifying, but yeah, how are you feeling after that one?
Yeah, it's good. I mean, I've had all of them have been good runs, and I've been leading most of them, which is, I seem to bugger them up as usual, but getting a little bit older and probably not as quick on the reflexes. But having said that, I've just taken out a win, so I'm really stoked. I'm very happy.
The karma changed a little bit for you in that one. You sort of got the role of the green. Yeah, talk us through track conditions. Everyone looked to be a bit skatey in the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, I think the tyres definitely overheated. I had to back it off to try and bring the tyre temperature back down a little bit, which seemed to work because the others were all having the same issues, and yeah, got me home.
You're living in Queensland now, but I just want to get your reaction or your feeling on what it's like to be back here at Moorebank.
Oh, this is home. Yeah, this is home. Moorebank's home for me. I come back here and, I remember the days when we built the facility. So, yeah, this is home.
I'm going to try and have a bit more of an in-depth chat with you across the weekend. But, yeah, give us one of your fondest memories of racing here, or maybe a Crossroads if we go back that far even.
Well, we go back to Moorebank at the Army base, then up to Crossroads, then to here. Look, it's just been a whirlwind of the people you meet, the racing you have. You know, I've got lifelong friends out of this. Can't be happier.
Race number 1.
Great job. Good to see you mixing it up with the top ones, and we'll wish you the best of luck in round 5.
Cheers, mate. Thank you kindly. See you all. G'day everyone, hope you're enjoying the coverage here for the 2024 FEMCA 1 5th scale large scale
Championships and also the RCRA National Titles. We're at a lunch break. We're going to have a chat with Warren Meisner, who's going to tell us all about the 510 class. So, Warren, firstly, thanks for your time, and let's kick it off. So, yeah, tell us a bit about the 510 class, the differences between that and the Sedan, and why there's so much fun on track.
Yeah, well, they're definitely a lot of fun. They're four-wheel drive, where the Sedans are two-wheel drive. They've got 26cc, but it's stock standard. The key to this class, you buy the thing off the shelf, not allowed to modify it. Stock standard engine, 26cc. Your tyres are controlled tyres, but they run radio gear and everything that the Sedans run. They've got tuning mechanisms with suspension and shock, setting different shockers and shocker rolls, all that. The key is that they go nearly as fast as Sedans, and you have a lot of fun wheel to wheel. It's like any racing. You race with the boys and girls, and you enjoy. It's a way to get on the track cheap and be competitive. And of course, then you can progress to the Sedans and other classes. So. Best part this weekend is all the friendship. I'm here with guys that I haven't raced with for a while. We've got it all together and they're having a ball.
Where does the name come from, 510? What is that referring to?
Yeah, there's a bit of a history lesson there. What happened is they come out as a Mini with a Mini body. So that was okay. But then there was other options with Porsches and BMW. They're definitely 510 wheelbase. They have to be a 510 wheelbase in mill. And what's happened is they've had to call it, or they've called it 510 because when you've got Minis, Porsches, BMW, well, you can't just call it one class, can you? So there's a bit of rivalry with the different brands. But yeah, you've got that standard car, standard chassis, comes down to driver school, and yeah, they're called 510s. So.
You mentioned the bodies there, the three types of bodies, the Porsche, the BMW and the Mini. You run the Porsche, so just explain maybe some of the differences between the handling characteristics. I've spoken to a few drivers that say they do notice a difference between the different body shapes.
Yeah, well, the drivers, some own all the different bodies. So what happens is, we all started with Minis, so they're very short, stubby. When they roll over, they keep rolling. They usually land on their wheels. That's half a good thing. The Porsches are a bit longer. Like we're on the same wheelbase, but the body's longer. And then you see that huge rear wing at the back. I can tell you that does make a difference going down the straight end of the sweepers and that. You don't have a wing on there, and the car comes very loose, very quick. Goes fast, but because the wing obviously has some drag. But that's that. The BMW, which is one over there on the bench, they look really good on the track, really good on the track, and they're quick. They're sort of in between the Mini and the Porsche. The aerodynamics, well, they work well. This thing's running quick this weekend, so there is differences in the bodies, and it's up to it's like that's used as tuning. Yeah, there's your Mini body. Notice they've got a very little wing on the top. Does make a little bit of difference, not a lot. The Porsche understeers. It's more controlled. When I was racing Minis, I was a bit of a, let's say, mobile chicane, a little bit of speedway history there. But with the Porsche, it settled me driving right down and starts to understeer a bit, so then we can work with that. But yeah, it's all there. It's all good.
Beautiful job, mate. Well, thank you for all that information. You've got a pretty good setup too, helping everyone with some parts and bits and pieces. So thanks for everything you do. Keep having fun, and good luck in round 5.
Certainly will. Yeah, no, we're going to have a ball. It's a great weekend. RC's the way to go. If you want to get out on the track, get off those phones and iPads, you get into this because you've got all that here. And you can step to big cars or whatever.
Absolutely, mate. Well done. Thank you very much. And we'll push on, but good luck.
Good on. Thanks, Tony.
All right. That was Warren Meisner, running the 510. Also having a run in the Sedan class. So we'll see if we can have a chat with a couple more drivers. Here's another one of the Formula One cars. We are going to have a chat with someone a little bit later on to get a deep dive into the F1s. As you can see, the facilities here, they've got the covered area here for the air compressor station, and when they do the other Nitro IC events, they've got the tyre touring station. Huge covered area. We'll Got the canteen area and toilets down the end. Push down here a little bit. And Matt will let me know if we run out of range, but you've probably heard a lot of drivers talking about camping this weekend. This is one of the setups where the drivers have come away with their caravans or their campers, and they're all bunking in together, having a good time. Hey, who wants to have a chat and introduce me to the team and tell us a bit about this setup? I think it might be you, Rooksy.
That'd be me then.
All right, jump up. I'll hand you the mic, and you can talk us through who's here, introduce everyone, and tell us where everyone's staying.
Yeah, righto. Well, this is Andrew Chaplan, our number 1 driver. He's staying with me in my van, in another bed. Then we got Mike Davis over there, co-owner of Fifth Scale Racing. Then we got Matthew Hoggard over here, and he's got his little camper there. Then we got Steve Burgess down further over there. He's pitted on a bench over the side there, but that's his van set up over there. And got another Queenslander here in a tent. He doesn't seem to sleep much, but that's about all of us.
I just touched on, we've been hearing lots of chatter about, what happens when the racing's finished. You guys are all obviously camping together, having dinner together. How important is the social life of RC? We talk about it being very competitive on track, but it's actually the social side that's more important to a lot of people, isn't it?
Oh, 100%, especially with us guys. We're pretty tight in Queensland, and this is the first time we've done this, and it's absolutely the best time I've ever had at an RC race meeting. And yeah, look, we all get pretty competitive. We come in and hate each other for a couple of seconds, but we're all good buddies about a minute after that.
Just a little bit about your racing. You had some pace, I think, in Q3, Q4. Talk us through what happened there.
Oh, mate, I'm on and off at the moment this weekend. I've had a few mechanical dramas with the carburetor earlier when I was really fast, but yeah, I think the heat gets me a little bit. During the middle of the day, I was struggling a little bit, but we'll see how we go.
All right, we'll push on. Thanks for that tour, and good luck in the next one.
Thanks, mate.
All right. And Queensland gang, everyone's got pretty good setups with trailers and big utes and things to carry the gear around. How you feeling after your win, Steve?
I'm very tired.
Let's see if we can have a chat with Craig Hawkins. We'll pop down here. Unfortunately, Craig had another DNF in round 5. Let's see if we can get to the bottom of that story. Craig, sorry to come and have a chat with you when things aren't going that good, but just want to catch up with what happened in Q3 and Q4.
Q3 was the first one this morning. Coil failed, so the motor just stopped basically, unfortunately. Took me a while to diagnose it. You obviously go for everything else first, plugs and everything else, but it ultimately was a coil, so got that fixed. Went out into this one, and the car was really going around well. I was just trying to log some laps. We're sort of in the same space and pace as everybody else in that heat, and then I just come off the back corner, and the car just sort of looped around like I'm not sure how you could describe it. It just spun sort of its own space and got stuck against the barrier. And then after that, it had a big lose again to the right through the sweeper.
We actually got that one on the live stream. You can go back and watch that.
Yeah, and then it tipped over. And so I thought something had broken or disconnected in the back end. So I come in to have a look, and nothing was really wrong apart from one of the drive boots had come off away from the diff. And so I'm just sort of investigating the back of the car to see if I can find some sort of reason as to why, because the car was really quite well balanced. It probably, again, lacking a little bit of steer, but it was very safe and just going around, not really trying to push too hard, just trying to have consistent apexes and such. And it felt like it was doing that. Overshot here and there a few times, but yeah, I haven't really found anything yet, unfortunately.
So the good news is we've still got a couple of qualifiers to go. So yeah, how important is it? A best 4 of 6 count, I think, and then the do bump ups in large scale. What's the finals and structure for the finals?
There was some debate earlier, I think, whether we were going to run Super Pole. So the people who don't know what Super Pole is, like the first qualifier obviously is direct seeded to the final, and then qualifiers 2 to 5. I think it's a 2-minute or 6-lap period each to log one best lap, and whoever is the fastest single lap out of those other 4 competitors, they take position 2 into the final. But as EFRA has done away with Super Pole, I believe, because of the whole problem with flying finishes to finish a lap, and people just essentially sacrificing their car to get that one good fast lap to give them the direct seed to the final, they did away with it and went back to, I believe, a top 4. And so I thought that we were running top 4 here, but I haven't really been across it. So it'll either be one of the two, Super Pole or top 4. But then even if you don't have the individual lap speed, then you face a semi-final, which most people know what happens there. So you just got to stay on the race, don't have any little niggling problems, finish in the first two in each, which directly seeds you, and then the next fastest two from each of the semis, like one from or two from one semi-final, can actually be into the final, as is the case with most nitro on-road fuel racing type qualifications. So at this stage, I probably would think we'll be a semi-finalist somewhere. But the car's good, speed's good. I feel like I'm driving pretty good, but got to stop not finishing races. I've had one TQ round, and then the others I haven't finished. The other one I didn't even start, so that's not the best form on the board, so to speak, to go into a semi-final. But we'll see what happens.
Well, those who know you know that reliability and attention to detail, keeping a clean car, like you could eat off that thing. That's one thing you're renowned for, so I'm sure you'll find what's going on and be out there in the finals.
I'll certainly try. It's getting a bit grubbier as the meeting goes on, but I'll certainly give it my best.
We spoke to you yesterday, and you were going out for dinner with the wife last night, so I'm just curious, everyone wants to know where did you end up? What did you have for dinner?
Lovely gourmet pizza. A lovely night, actually. So then got here early and worked on the car this morning, got it all right. So it can be done. You don't have to work every night on your car. You can go out and spend some time with your other better half, so to speak, and make her feel like it's all worthwhile.
I just want to mention, we'll go back in the memory banks again, but the state titles for IC used to be held on the Easter weekend. Can you tell everyone what your wife used to do every time there was a race meeting here at Easter?
She took it upon herself to, people called it the Easter Bunny, because she would come down here and she'd buy some smaller chocolate eggs for people and leave a couple on everybody's pit bench, and so it got a bit of a tradition to the point where Marion Grant, John's partner, who this facility is named after, they gave her a trophy for bringing eggs, or being the Easter Bunny, the what would you call it, the non-official Easter Bunny every Easter, and everybody really looked forward to it at the IC events. And then when we went away from that, I think a lot of people missed it actually. Probably some of the current people don't really remember it or know it, but some of the older people who were around, like yourself, do remember that. So yeah, it was one of those nice little things to do, just to just take it away from the racing and everything, just so it's more of a social thing when you come to these places and just have some fun. So yeah,
it's one of my nicest memories. The first time I went back to my pit table and there was an Easter egg there, I was like, where did this come from?
Exactly. We got that response from a lot of people, and a lot of people would come up and say thanks to her and things like that. And as soon as she'd get here, people would go, "Oh, here's the Easter Bunny," and they were looking forward to their Easter egg every Easter. So it was good. Yeah.
Good job, mate. Well, thanks for the chat. We'll let you get back to work, and good luck in the next one.
Thanks, mate. See ya.
All right, I hear the call. We're not too far away, so a little bit more of the facility there. That's race control down there. That's where Mitch on the mics do all the calling from. Obviously got the driver's stand here. We'll see if we can make it upstairs to the driver's stand. Give you a quick view of that. And so they've got two staircases, usually an up and a down for the drivers. Yeah, that's the media centre there where we're doing the coverage from, up on the driver's stand. Drivers are getting ready. The bikes are getting set. So we're not too far away from getting underway. The starting procedure, just want to talk about that starting procedure. You got them leaned up against there, but it doesn't always work out too well. How long does it take you to practice a race start?
Well, this is my very first race meeting with this thing, and I think I've only done it once. It falls over all the time.
All right. Well, yeah, keep up the good fun.
Oh, it's good fun.
Yeah, lots of fun. All right, not too far away from getting back under action. We're going to throw it back over to Mitch and bring you all the action from round 5 of qualifying.
All right, so we got 1 minute. Bikes making your way over, please.
1 minute to the start of the race.
Should have our sedan drivers making your way out to Marshall. Bikes. We are back on track.
"45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, so sedan, Heat 3 drivers out to Marshall. Bikes, track is open. Track is open,
Less than
bikes.
David Maharic. Andy Bishop. Mike Davis. Eden Watson. Paul Rooks. Peter Chang.
3 minutes till start, drivers. 3 minutes till start.
Three minutes to the start of the race.
Caution the chicane, drivers. Caution in the chicane. It is clear. Two minutes till start, drivers. 2 minutes till start.
Two minutes to the start of the race.
Caution on turn 2. Caution turn 2. That's almost clear. 1 minute 30 till start, drivers. 1:30 till start. Track is clear.
One minute to the start of the race. Andrew Magnuson. 45 seconds to the start of the race.
30 seconds till start, drivers. Just over 30 seconds till start.
Seconds to the start of the race. Seconds to the start of the race.
10 seconds, drivers. 10 seconds.
Less than 5.
Track is live, drivers. Track is live. 1/5 scale bikes. Qualifying round number 5. We got one full round to come after this one. Caution through the chicane, please. Caution through the chicane. Oof. Still in the chicane there. Still going through the chicane. All clear now. All clear. Caution coming into the chicane. Caution coming into the chicane. Down front in this one, got Andy Bishop leading the way. Like a rough lap this time around for David. Five minutes down, 5 minutes left on the clock. We've got Andy Bishop leading the way. He's got a healthy lead over David at the moment in 2, Mike in 3, Peter in 4, Eden in 5, Paul in the 6 spot, Andrew in the 7. Caution in the keyhole, caution in the keyhole. Stay inside, you'll be fine. That is all clear now, all clear. Just over 3 minutes remaining. Caution on the front straight. Caution on the front straight. That is all clear now. All clear. So, a couple of decent laps here for David. Closed them back on in a fair bit. Andy with a couple of slower laps. Gap still remains 26 seconds between first and second. Andy on the point at the moment. Andy Bishop with 26 seconds up his sleeve at the moment over David in 2, Mike in 3, Peter in the 4, Paul Rooks in 5. Just over a minute remaining, drivers. Just over a minute remaining out there. Andy Bishop still leading the way. Still got 22 seconds up his sleeve. David in the 2 spot. Drops it down to 19 seconds a gap now with a 23.7 towards David. And he works his way around this time around a 24.6. Less than a minute on the clock. Formula One drivers, please be ready. You'll be up shortly. Formula One drivers, please be ready. You'll be up shortly. Final 15 seconds, drivers. Andy Bishop puts his hot lap in last time around at 24 flat. Backs it up with a new hot lap for himself, 23.8. Keep going to your call done, please, drivers. Keep going to your call done.
Mike Davis done. David Maharic done. Paul Rooks done.
Just waiting on Peter and Eden and Andrew. Just Peter, Eden and Andrew making their way across. Everyone else is done.
Peter Chang done. Eden Watson done.
And that is all drivers done. Thank you, drivers. Thank you, marshals. All right, bikes. Over to scrutineering and out to marshal, please. Radios to impound, bikes to scrutineering and out to marshal.
We're here with international competitor all the way across the ditch from New Zealand, Peter Chang. Nice run there in the bike. So yeah, tell us how are you feeling about this event?
It's a really good event. I'm pretty chuffed to be here. I'm making slow improvements, so that's always good. Long way to go yet though, but yeah, it's good fun.
Tell us a bit about the bike scene back in New Zealand, back home.
There isn't one. As far as I know, I'm the only New Zealander that's ever raced on-road bikes.
Is that something you're hoping to change and try and get a few more racers interested?
We've tried. We almost had a meeting 10 years ago, and it rained and then it fizzled. So I pretty much just fly overseas and do my thing.
Do you race any other types of RC or just the bikes for you?
I did cars for a long time, 10th scale, but once I started the bikes, there's no going back. It's just so much more fun.
Excellent. Well, yeah, well, thank you for coming over. Good to see you out there having fun, and yeah, good luck in the next one.
Thank you.
So up now will be Formula One. We should have our bikes drivers out to marshal. Thank you very much, all the marshals already out there. Alrighty, drivers, track is open. Track is open. If you are watching on the live stream at the moment, check on in. Let us know where you're coming from, where you're watching from. Like, share, and comment if you can. That would be great. And we will be heavily grateful to you. Let us know where you are watching on from. We are about to get underway with Formula One qualifying round number 5. Heat 2 of this round.
Three minutes to the start of the race. Bill Vartanian. Two minutes to the start of the race.
One minute 45 to start, drivers. 1:45 till start.
To the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race.
30 seconds till start, drivers. 30 seconds till start.
Seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
Track is live, drivers. Track is live. So first lap's out there. Bill with a 22.1, 22.6 from Paul, 23.1 from David. That's your top three. So far along at the moment with David as they work their way around the two green and black and white cars making their way through the chicane at the moment. Multicoloured paint schemes working their way down the back straight. Work with each other out there, drivers. You'll all go a bit quicker. 23.1 that time around for David as we follow him on camera. Thank you very much. Great driving, guys. Through the chicane they go. So David and Paul. Working their way down the back straightaway. Work with each other, drivers. Work with each other. But David and Paul making their way through the chicane. Both drivers getting a nice line through there into the short chute and onto the back straight. Two minutes down. We've got 8 minutes left on the clock. So Bill putting down his hot lap last time around at 21.7, but Chris, hot lap of the heat so far, 21.612. So Chris currently sitting in P3, he's made up a couple of spots in the last few laps, working his way back into this battle. Paul and David still going nose to tail around the track at the moment, working their way into the chicanes. We follow on board with both those two. Thank you very much. Chris now up to the 2 spot, 7 seconds behind Bill in the lead. So Paul and David now dropping down to P3 and P4. Paul now bumping back up to P2. That's chopping and changing. It is tight between second, third and fourth at the moment. 3.5 minutes down, 6.5 left on the clock. Order is Bill, Chris, Paul, David and Ed rounding out your top 5. Keith in the 6th spot. So we continue to follow on board with Paul as he makes his way down the back straight. Currently sitting in the 3 spot. Last time round at 22.7, had a bit of a slower lap at the round this time. Check the lap at 23.1. Went a little bit long through the chicane there, cost him a little bit of time, not too bad though. See our leader making his way into this as well. So leader coming through chicane. Thank you very much. So we catch up with your leader now into the keyhole. Bill currently 7 seconds up on the entire field. Seven minutes down. We've got 3 minutes left on the clock. Bill's still leading the way. He's got 9 seconds in hand over Chris at the moment. Paul in the 3, David in 4, Ed in 5. Keith in 6, Patrick not running in this one. Bill and Chris both running the Ferrari paint schemes out there, going 1 and 2 at the moment. Bill working his way across the line this time around at 21.9. Chris working his way to the line with a bit of traffic around him, currently in P2 with a 22.6. Second place coming through here, thank you. So Bill makes his way around for another lap. Down the front straightaway. Into turn 1 around turn 2. 2 minutes left on the clock, drivers. 2 minutes left on the clock. Thank you very much. Second place on Chris, now clear track around him. So far along board now with Chris. He's sitting in P2, heading down the front straightaway. Around turn 1 into turn 2. That time around at 22 flat. He's got clear track in front of him now. See what he can pull out. About 10 seconds behind Bill in the top spot at the moment. Pushing hard out there at the moment. It should be a quick lap. He has got the quickest lap out there so far as Bill takes it off him. 21.2. Chris comes across the line with a 21.4. So equal lap times between the two top drivers. This time around, Bill with a 21.7. Chris making his way around. 21.4 again for Chris. Less than a minute to go, drivers. 45 seconds left on the clock. Order remains Bill, Chris, Paul, David, Ed. Your top 5. 5 running cars out there. Keep going to your call done, please, drivers. Keep going to your call done.
Lambus done. Bartanian done. Ed Floro done. All carrots is done. All drivers are finished.
That is all drivers done. Thank you, drivers. Straight into the pits, please. All drivers into the pits.
Round 5 of qualifying for Formula 1, 1/5 scale. Bill Vartanian, you got the top spot there. You TQ'd round 1, and then it hasn't been real smooth since then. So what happened?
Had all sorts of problems, and engine problems. Had to change an engine, and then some gears fell off, and the car was falling apart, and they're very complicated. And that was fun. It's been challenging. So Chris helped me out, my racing partner, to get the right setup, and he's pretty good at it. So yeah, a couple more races to go. We'll see what happens.
That's it, another one to go. You both got 2 wins. I want to talk about, you're both running the Ferraris. You both paid around the same. Who's got team orders? Who's the number 1 driver and number 2?
We don't have it. Just he's a better Formula 1 driver, so he's a better guy. That's for sure.
Well, they look great out on track. So yeah.
There's always luck involved.
Excellent. Thanks for the chat. Good luck.
Five minutes to the start of the race.
All right, so up now we should have 5:10 heat number 1. We should have our marshals out there, guys. So Formula 1 drivers should all be out to marshal. Formula 1 drivers all out to marshal. Drivers, track is open, track is open. Formula 1 drivers should have cars to scrutineering, radios in scrutineering and out marshalling.
4 minutes to the start of the race. Scott G. Andrew Chaplan. Ryan Post. Greg Dewar. To the start of the race.
Caution the infield, caution infield. We've got caution in the chicane. I think that car's lost a tyre. Yeah, I think everyone's lost a tyre. Two minutes on the clock, drivers. 2 minutes left on the clock.
2 minutes to the start of the race. One minute to the start of the race.
.45 seconds till start, drivers. 45 seconds till start.
45 seconds to the start of the race. Seconds to the
30 seconds, drivers. 30 seconds.
Seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
Track is live, drivers. Track is live. So out on track at the moment, we got heat 1 of 2, 5:10. Check the laps as they come through. Greg Jewell with a 23.5. Jason Clark with a 24.1. Scott G with a 24.5. Everyone else making their way around for their first lap. So out front of the moment, we got Ed Dewar leading the way. Jason Clark in 2, Scott Jean in 3. So following along with our leaders at the moment, separated by 900ths of a second, both drivers equal pace on track at the moment. Greg Dewar and Jason Clark 1-2 as they work their way through the chicane onto the short chute. Onto the back straight, out of control there for Greg Dewar. Jason Clark will get on through. Greg still struggling out in the grass. Gets it back on track now. It's going to cost him a whole bunch of time as Jason Clark comes across the line for a 24-0. Might even allow Scott Jean up to the 2 spot, and it does so. So Scott Jean now up to P2. Three and a half down, 6.5 to go. Driver's got Jason Clark leading the way by 0.8 of a second over Scott Jean. Drivers in the pits, we have had a couple of pairs of glasses handed in as well. If you are missing your glasses, we have 2 pairs handed in from the speaker at the start of pin entry. If you are missing your glasses, we have 2 pairs handed in. 4 minutes down, we got 6 minutes left on the clock. Currently following on with Jason Clark, your leader. Car number 1 in this one as he works his way through chicane. Last time around for Jason Clark, a 23 flat. This time around looking like a decent lap. As he crossed his line that time at 22.9. He has gone slightly quicker than that, but it's still a solid lap for Jason. Jason Clark with 5 seconds in hand over Scott Jean in 2, Greg Dewar in 3, Brian Post in 4, Andrew Judd having issues in this one by the looks of it. Caution in the short chute, caution in the short chute. That is clear now, thank you. Catching up now with Scott Jean. Scott Jean making his way down the front straight. We've got a bit of work experience going on the camera at the moment. 3.5 minutes left on the clock. So Jason Clark leading the way, Scott Jean in 2, Greg Dewar in the 3 spot, Brian Post in 4, Andrew Judd in 5. Andrew Magnuson in the 6 spot out there at the moment. So Scott Jean last time around at 23.5. He's currently 7.5 seconds off of Jason Clark's lead. He works his way onto the back straight, run that Repsol Mini. Works his way into the keyhole. Nice tidy lines on to the main straightaway. Lines it up perfectly at 23.8 that time around for Scott Jean. So he works his way around turn 2, nice and tidy once again as he works his way into the chicane. Around the teardrop, through the short chute and onto the back straight. Down the back straight he goes with 2 minutes 40 left on the clock. Pulls it up nice and clean as he works his way for another lap. Should be a good lap for Scott Jean this time by. Compensated around for a new hot lap of his heat. 23.2 for Scott Jean. No pressure at all for him. 2 minutes 30 to go, drivers 2:30 left on the clock as we continue to follow along with Scott Jean working his way down the back straight, sitting in 2nd spot, 9 seconds off the lead. Jason Clark last time around at 22.9. Scott Jean making his way around one more time, 23.3. Two minutes left on the clock. Caution coming onto the straight. Caution coming onto the straight. Thank you, Marshall. 1 minute 45 to go, drivers. 1 minute 45 on the clock. Caution turn 2, caution turn 2. We catch back up with your leader, Jason Clark. Currently has 9 seconds in hand over Scott Jean, making his way into the chicane. Nice tidy lines through the chicane. Around the teardrop, through the short chute, on to the back straightaway. Clipping the apex beautifully as he works his way down the back straight, gets it pulled up into the keyhole. On to the main straightaway, this time around a 23 flat. Through the first turn, takes a nice wide entry around turn 2. Clipping the corners once again over the concrete curbing. Beautiful lines out there with 10 seconds left on the clock for your leader, Jason Clark, working his way into the keyhole. Had to do a slight correction there. On to the main straight, gets out of shape a little bit. Still a 23 flat though for Jason Clark. Keep going to your call done, please, drivers. Keep going to your call done. Only Jason Clark done out there at the moment. Greg Jewett now done. Cross the line, you'll be finished from now, drivers. Cross the line, you'll be finished now. So we've got Jason, Scott and Greg done. Everyone else is still live. Just waiting on Brian Post. I think he's caught up at the moment. Just Brian making his way around now, and that will be us all done.
Brian,
thank you, drivers. Thank you, Marshall.
All drivers are finished. The race is completed.
So up now we'll have heat number 2 for 5:10. Thank you, drivers. Heat 1. Cars to scrutineering, radios to impound, and out to Marshall, please, drivers.
1/5 510. Heat 2 of 2.
Round 5 of qualifying for 1/5 510. A nice one there for you, Brian. Talk us through how did the car feel in that one?
The car was good. It was me, the driver, that was actually not doing so well, which was a bit of a shame. Hopefully you do better the next round.
You've been improving throughout the day. We saw you improve 24, 25 laps, and you're actually leading the last round of qualifying to the very end. What happened there?
Silly thing. Basically, didn't put the fuel cap on properly, and all the fuel came out as I was running around. And then I knew it had happened as soon as I got to the big spot at the end there, and that's why I drove off into the grass, because I knew my race was done.
One more round of qualifying to go. Wish you the best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Up now is 5:10 heat number 2. Alrighty, drivers, track is open. Track is open.
4 minutes to the start of the race. Lee Bond, Wayne Cruff, David Maharic, Gary Logan, Daniel Bond, Warren Meisner,
Two minutes till start, drivers. 2 minutes till start.
2 minutes to the start of the race. To the start of the race.
Less than a minute till start, drivers. Under a minute till start.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
Seconds, drivers. 30 seconds till start.
Seconds to the start of the race.
10 seconds, drivers. 10 seconds.
Less than 5.
Track is live. Track is live, drivers. Track is live. Gary Logan coming out swinging with a 22.340. Warren with a 23.8. David M with a 22.2. Lee on the Porsche working away through the chicane. Wayne Crump currently sitting in the 5 spot. Lee Bond in the 6. Running order remains Chris Payne out front, Gary Logan in 2, David M in the 3 spot. 8.5 minutes left on the clock, drivers, 8.5 to go. Two minutes down, 8 minutes left on the clock, drivers. Chris Payne, Gary Logan, David M. Your leaders at the moment. Gary only 0.2 of a second behind Chris. Gary Logan now into the lead out there. So picking up now with Gary Logan leading the way. David putting down a 21.8 going to the top of the timing sheet. See what Gary can come back with though. Gary working his way up to all this traffic. Chris Payne up to the 2 spot now. Gary across the line that time by, drops back to the 3 spot, but the top 3 separated by 1/10 of a second. Nothing in it for the top 3 drivers out there at the moment. 3 minutes down, 7 minutes left on the clock. David M out front by 0.07 of a second over Chris Payne. Chris Payne working his way to the line at the moment. Crosses the line, slightly slower lap this time, drops back to P3, 0.4 of a second behind the lead now. Gary Logan, 0.2 of a second behind. Top 3 separated by only 0.5 of a second at the moment. David in clear track out front at the moment. We follow along at the moment with Gary Logan working his way into this traffic. Coming through the keyhole at the moment is Gary Logan onto the front straight away at 22.3 that time around. Wayne Crump, you will have second place on your tail shortly. David across the line at 22.3 that time around. Chris Payne making his way to the line at 22.1. Gary Logan hits a loop at 22.7, so a slower lap that time around for Gary Logan. Gets out of shape around turn 1 into turn 2. Keeps it on track though. Through the chicane he goes. 5.5 minutes left on the clock, drivers. 5.5 to go. David over Chris, over Gary, all separated by only 0.1 of a second out there at the moment. Daniel Bond not too far out of it either as he puts down a 22.4. So David still leading the way out there at the moment. Chris Payne in the mix of things as he works his way into the chicane. Thank you very much. Great driving, guys. So now Chris Payne with clear track around him. Gary Logan working his way towards that big battle pack in front of him. We follow on board with Gary as he makes his way down the straight into the keyhole. Oh, Gary getting it wide there across the grass. Luckily it didn't cost him too much time, a couple of tenths at most. Thank you very much. Great driving out there, guys. That allows Gary a little bit more breathing room now. Runs a little bit wide, coming into the back straight, sets himself up nicely though. So he works his way around the keyhole onto the front straight. Gap last time by back to second was about 0.8. He drops it down to 0.4 with a 22 flat from Gary Logan. Not far off the fastest lap of the heat. So top three separated by a second and a half at the moment with 4 minutes left on the clock. Drivers, 4 minutes to go. David over Chris, over Gary. Gary making his way down the front straight this time around. Up to P2 now at 22.5. Chris Payne with a 23.0. Slightly slower lap. Gary going for a spinner on turn 2 out there. It's going to cost him a bit of time. Chris also struggling out there at the moment by the looks of it. David looking to have a clean lap around this time. He should have a nice big lead as he makes his way towards this traffic as well. Both Gary and Chris with a very slow lap for both those drivers. Gary not as bad. Chris Payne with a 27 flat. Gary with a 23.7. David though at 22 flat. No issue for him as he gets a 3.7 second lead over the rest of the field now. Tail leader working his way down the back straight away. That's what these drivers coming down the front straight around into turn 1. Thank you very much. Gary and Chris through the chicane. Gary in 2, Chris in 3. Nose to tail on track in a moment in reverse of what they are as Gary gets it loose on the grass. He brings it back on track though. That was a save. On to the front straight away now. Two and a half minutes left on the clock. Drivers, 2.5 left on the clock. David out front with 4.9 seconds over the rest of the field. Out to 5 seconds now. So good lead now for David. Gary in 2, Chris in 3. Lee Bond in 4, Wayne Cramp in 5. Less than 2 minutes on the clock as we pick your leader up now. David M. got 6 seconds up his sleeve at the moment. He's working his way down the back straight into the keyhole. Down the front straight away. That time around at 22.4. Through the sweeper, looking smooth out there. Nice, tidy lines around turn 2 into the chicane. Car number 5, you'll have leader on your tail shortly. 1 minute 20 to go. Drivers, 1:20 left on the clock. Keep it clean out there, guys. Work with each other. Nice work, drivers. Nice work. Like Gary Logan and Chris Payne working together out there. Oh, as I say that, Gary gets it wrong, goes off the track. Costs him a little bit of time, not much more. Car 5, that'll be leader on your tail. Leader on your tail, car 5. Thank you very much. Great driving, guys. Less than a minute on the clock, drivers. Under a minute on the clock. Your leader making his way around the keyhole onto the front straight away. Oh, big stack in front of him. So Gary and Chris look like they got together a little bit out there. Didn't see what happened, but Gary coming off a bit worse for wear from that one. Through chicane, there you go. So leader onto the back straight away. Gary just in front of him and see how that changes things up with 30 seconds left on the clock. Thank you very much, Gary. David across the line this time around at 22.9. Gary Logan at 27.7. Now he's in the groups of Chris Payne in the 3 spot. Those two are only separated by 0.5 of a second now. Final 15 seconds on the clock as we continue to follow David around. Chris comes across the line with a 22.6. 22.6 also for Gary Logan. Gary and Chris only separated by 0.6 of a second as time expires. Keep going to your call done, drivers. Keep going to your call done. All drivers still live. Warren is done. Everyone else is still live out there.
David Maharic done. Gary Logan done. Lee Bond done. Wayne Cramp done.
Chris, the only driver, still live, making his way around. Has an opportunity to try and steal second off of Gary. Needs a real good lap in this one. See what he can do to finish it off. He works his way around the keyhole. Cross the line, 22.4, not quite good enough. 0.2 of a second off of Gary Logan in the end. Gary Logan holding on to P2. David holding on to the top spot. David taking the TQ for round number 5. All right, there'll be a very short break here as the track gets a quick blow off. And then we'll be back up and running with Sedan, heat number 1.
The race is completed.
Round 5 of qualifying for 1, 5th, 5-10. Gary Logan, P2 in that one, and boy, oh boy, did you need that.
I certainly did, mate. It's been a pretty average day for me so far, so a few breakdowns, so yeah, did need a good finish on that one.
Tell us, what took you out of Q1? A couple of DNFs in 3 and 4?
Yeah, DNFs, mechanical failures of the car. Yeah, a couple of things came off that shouldn't have, so yeah, I did need to have a good run this time.
How much time, or where does the mechanical side of this hobby come into it for you? What do you enjoy most, the driving or the wrenching?
I love the driving, but I'm a mechanic by trade, so to speak. So yeah, you like to do all the pre-work, so when you get to the track, it just works for you. Thursday, Friday was working for me, not so much today.
Well, hopefully that's a sign of things to come. And your luck's changed. You've got one more round of qualifying and should get you a nice spot in the A final.
Yeah, no, looking forward to the final. It should be a good run. All the good boys to race with, so should be a nice, clean fight, I hope.
How do you go with the longer race durations? Qualifying 10 minutes, the final's a bit longer. How's the concentration?
I think you sort of just get into a bit of a groove and you just start doing laps and they just one follows into the next. And 10 minutes, you're hearing a lot of talk and you know you've only got 10 minutes and you're trying to qualify. But once you start racing, you sort of forget about the time and yeah, it just all sort of flows nicely. And before you know it, you sort of go, oh, race is over, win, lose or draw.
Let's just dip in a little bit more. How long have you been racing and how did you actually get into RC in the first place?
I raced many years ago when I was a kid, RC, and then I had a bit of free time come up on a Wednesday night. So back in Melbourne, I started racing 1/10 scale electrics. And then one of the boys here, Dave, who just beat me in that final, he said, oh, I've got a 1/5 scale mini. And I went down to the local track and had a look and I went, oh, grouse fun. So I bought one and that was 2016 or 2015, late 2015. And yeah, been doing it ever since. Yeah.
There's quite a few of you come up from Melbourne, isn't there, for this route?
Yeah, no, there's probably about half a dozen of us that have come up. But yeah, we quite regularly go to South Australia and South Australia comes off. So it's quite, it's a good racing crew. And so we knew they were coming up, and it's national, so it's a big day's drive for us. But it's a good fun. It's a good enjoyable event. Yeah, really love it.
Absolutely, mate. Well, let's go get ready. Well done then. Thanks for the chat. Yeah, best of luck in round 6.
All right, thank you.
Minutes to the start of the race.
Just a general reminder, drivers, we will be having our banquet tonight just after we finish up qualifying for today. We'll be having our banquet here at the track, so don't go anyone. So don't go anywhere, guys. Just stay local to the track. We'll be having our dinner banquet. Sedan Heat 1 drivers, please start making your way over. You'll be on track in about 2 minutes' time.
Two minutes to the start of the race. 5 minutes to the start of the race.
Sedan Heat 1 drivers making your way over, please. Sedan Heat 1 drivers making your way over.
Four minutes to the start of the race.
So Sedan Heat 1 drivers should be ready to go. We'll be on track in about 30 seconds, drivers. Sedan Heat 1 drivers, be on track in about 30 seconds. $5.10 Heat 2 drivers making your way out to Marshall, please. $5.10 Heat 2 drivers making your way out to Marshall. Sedan Heat 1 drivers should be making your way up on the stand. $5.10 drivers from Heat 2 out to Marshall, please. $5.10 Heat 2 drivers out to Marshall. Up now, Sedan Heat number 1. Alrighty, drivers, track is open. Track is open.
4 minutes to the start of the race. Tom SAS. Gary Kellet. Ed Floro. John Rooks. Keith Mealey. Keith Snow. Andrew Magnuson.
Three minutes till start, drivers. 3 minutes till start.
3 minutes to the start of the race. To the start of the race.
Caution on turn 2. Caution turn 2. Caution in the sweeper. Caution in the sweeper.
1 minute to the start of the race.
Oh, less than a minute till start, drivers.
"45 seconds to the start of the race. Seconds to the start of the race.
30 seconds till start, drivers. 30 seconds till start.
"15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
Track is live, drivers. Track is live. Oh, 1 minute down. We got 9 minutes left on the clock here in Sedan. Heat 1 of 3. Watching on board with Warren at the moment as he works his way around turn 2, coming into the chicane. Nice tidy lines. Runs a little bit wide in there. Runs real wide on the exit of it. Getting real squirrely out there at the moment. We watch on with Warren. Warren currently sitting in P7. Coming on to the front straightaway. 23.7, much better that time. That time around as he goes right off into the grass. Manages to keep it out of the fence, so that's the main thing. Closing in on 2 minutes down. We got Gary Kellet leading the way in this one. Tom now takes it back off of Gary. Gary takes it back off of him though, so we got a young and old battling it out at the moment out there. Gary Kellet and Tom battling it out for the top spot in heat number 1 of 3. 22.1 from Tom previous lap, 22.3 for Gary. Tom comes across the line with a 22.1 that time around. Waiting for Gary to make it to the line. A 22.7, so slightly slower lap that time around for Gary Kellet. Follow along now with Gary Kellet currently sitting in P2. Slightly slower lap from Tom that time around at 23.5. Should allow Gary back up to the top spot. And it does so. 0.3 of a second in front is Gary Kellet. Leading the way around in this one as he slides around the second turn. In through the chicane, nice and tidy as he breaks it down into the teardrop towards the short shoot onto the back straightaway. Leading this one out, having a much better run. Onto the front straightaway. Nice line on the front straight to a 22.4 for Gary Kellet. So our leader coming through chicane. Here he is to the red and white. Blue car number 4. That'll be the leader on your tail. That is actually Tom having a rough lap in this one by the looks of it. So Tom currently sitting in P2. He's having a bit of a rough lap on this time around. So that's going to allow Pete Snow up to the 2 spot. Andrew Magnuson in 3. So just careful there, Tom. That will be leader on your tail. Gary Kellet leading the way in this one. He's got 1 second over Pete Snow in 2, Ed in 3. Ed Floro putting hot lap of the heat down 21.829 last time around. We continue to follow along with Gary Kellet making his way into the chicane. The white and red car number 2 as he works his way through the short chute onto the back straightaway. Down the back straight, hard on the anchors as he pulls it up, coming into the keyhole. Nice and smooth lines around the keyhole onto the front straightaway. Hangs it out wide as he turns in for the first turn. Nice and tight lines around turn 2. Into the chicane. Gets a little bit out of shape on the entry to the chicane. Costs him a little bit of time. Not too bad though. Through the short chute onto the back straight once again. 5 minutes and 30 seconds, drivers. 5 minutes, 30 seconds left on the clock. Gary Kellet makes it away across the line that time around at 22.9. Holding the lead by 2.1 seconds. Pete Snow still holding on to second. It's a tight battle out there at the moment for second, third, fourth and fifth. Pete, Ed, Tom and Andrew all tight on the times. Halfway down, halfway to go, drivers. Halfway down, halfway to go. So Gary Kellet now at a 2.5 second lead. As I say, they're getting caught up on turn 2. Caution turn 2. So Gary held up on that pipe there. Marshall giving him a hand. It's going to cost him a whole bunch of time though. From second all the way down to fifth was really tight as well. He could drop all the way down to P5, P6 quite easily from this lap alone. 4 minutes and 30 seconds as we watch a replay. As he gets caught up again on track, he turns it in just a little too early, clips the pipe and just gets hung up on it. So still following along with Gary Kellet. See what he comes out now. Comes out in P5, a fair way behind. So now we have a tight battle for the lead. Ed Floro, 1/10 of a second in front of Pete. Nothing in between Pete and Tom. Literally not a second, not a tenth, not a hundredth, not a thousandth of a second in between Pete and Tom out there at the moment. 4 minutes left on the clock, drivers. 4 minutes left on the clock. Top 5 spots all still up for grabs in this one. Ed Floro, 1/10 of a second in front of Tom now. Pete Snow only a couple of seconds behind. Has dropped back a little bit from this one. Andrew Magnuson, 5/10 of a second off of P3. So out front, Ed Floro leading this one away. So we pick up with your leader, Ed Floro, working his way onto the front straight. The blue, orange and black down the front straight around turn 1 into turn 2. That time around a 21.8, a great lap there from Ed Floro as he works his way into the chicane. Had to battle his way through a bit of traffic there. He's in front at the moment. Down the back straight away. Thank you very much. Tom back up to P2. Pete in 3, Andrew 4, Gary in P5, still not out of it. 3 minutes left on the clock, drivers. 3 minutes left on the clock. Tom now out in front by 1/100th of a second. Ed to P2, Pete to P3, Andrew to P4. 2 minutes 45 left on the clock. Thank you very much. Great driving out there, guys. 6/100th of a second in between Tom and Ed out there. Both these drivers working their way through the chicane at the moment. Currently following along with Ed in the 2 spot. Tom right behind him in the 1 spot. Leaders coming through the keyhole here. Car number 7, that is leaders. Unlucky there for Ed, getting caught up there. So car number 7, that is leader on your tail. Car number 7, leader on your tail. So Tom gets on through, has a bit of clear air now. Ed also works his way through as well. Oh, 1 minute 30 to go, drivers. 1:30 left on the clock. Leader coming down the back straight. Thank you very much. Great driving, car number 6. You'll have the leader coming through there. Thank you very much. Nice work driving. 1 minute 10 to go, drivers. 1:10 left on the clock. So following along at the moment with Tom. As he works his way through the chicane on to the short chute onto the back straight with 1 minute left on the clock. Ed trying to close back on in. He needs to find a couple of seconds. Needs to get back past on Tom as well. Oh, mistake there by second spot. Ed catching the pipe on the inside on turn 2 there. Car seems to be all one piece. 35 seconds left on the clock, drivers. 35 left on the clock. So it's going to be a good opportunity here for Tom now. He should have a couple of seconds in hand. Ed Floro still holding on to the 2 spot. Andrew Magnuson in 3, Pete Snow in 4. Gary Kellet still in 5. Final 15 seconds left on the clock. Sedan hits 2 drivers. Sedan hit 2 drivers. Please be ready. You'll be up next. Keep going to your call done, please, drivers. Keep going to your call done. Everyone's still live out there.
Tom SAS done. Ed Floro done. Keith Snow done. Gary Kellet done. Warren Meissner done.
Just waiting on Andrew and Keith. Everyone else is done. There's Andrew. There's Keith. That is all drivers done. Thank you, drivers. Thank you, marshals. Tom setting time to beat for the rest of heats in Sedan. Ed Floro coming home into Andrew Magnuson in 3.
The race is completed.
Round 5 of qualifying for 1/5 sedans kicks off. First group out, Andrew Magnuson. P3 for you. Yeah, talk us through that run and tell us how your day's unfolding.
Well, it's getting better. It started off pretty rotten this morning. I had a full review of my 510 last night. The touring car had problems with, had some screws missing on the engine mounts and stuff. Slowly working my way through it. It's getting better, more stable, got all the brakes working. It's just, it's real smooth to drive. It's real easy.
It looked like a steady run. You sort of built your pace as you went through, working your way up the order. Yeah. Track conditions, how are they feeling today?
Well, it's all about just getting laps and getting consistent, not making mistakes, the whole thing. It's difficult for me because I'm running 3 classes, so yeah, doing the bikes and the 510s and the touring cars as well. So you've got to sort of move your priorities around, which one's going best. The 510 hasn't been working well. The touring car's come on, so I'm sort of concentrating on the touring car now. And the bike is just for fun, so I'm just there to make up the numbers and just cruise around. Yeah, so if they had a trophy for cruising class in the bike, I'd be winning that. Yeah.
Great job. Thanks for the chat. Let you go get ready. Keep hustling and keep having fun.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Alrighty, drivers, track is open. Track is open.
4 minutes to the start of the race.
So we should have our marshals out there from the previous heat. Drivers from the previous heat should all be out to marshal. Should have Tom, Ed, Andrew, Pete, Gary, Warren, Keith, John, all out to marshal. Need a marshal in the centre. Marshal in the centre.
Jason Clark, David Neckelfer, Brendan George, Matthew Hoggard, Patrick Sultana, Luke Napier, Paul Rooks,
3 minutes till start, drivers. 3 minutes till start.
3 minutes to the start of the race. Two minutes to the start of the race.
Or 1:45 till start, drivers. 1:45 till start.
One minute to the start of the race.
.45 seconds till start, drivers. 45 till start.
Seconds to the start of the race. Seconds to the start.
Spread yourselves out a bit, drivers. Spread yourselves out before we kick off. Your time starts when you hit the loop. Don't all go at the same time. Find yourselves a bit of track space. You'll end up having a better run. Drivers, track is live. Track is live. We are off and running. 1 fifth scale sedan, heat number 2 of 3. Qualifying round number 5. Checking the first lap so they make their way around. Brennan George with a 23 flat. Patrick with a 22.5. Matthew Hoggard with a 21.7. David with a 22.5. Paul with a 22.3. Jason Clark with a 22.3 as well. One minute down, drivers. 9 minutes left on the clock. Matthew Hoggard still leading after 2 laps. Got a 5/10 of a second lead after 2 laps in. Paul in 2. David in 3. Luke in 4. Patrick in 5. Caution the end of the back straight. Caution end of the back straight. Stay inside. All clear. We follow on at the moment with car number 1, Matthew Hoggard leading the way. Thank you very much. Currently leading this one. Down the back straight into the keyhole. Yeah, it's slowed up in time. Through the keyhole onto the front straight away he goes. 21-1 that time around. New hot lap of the heat for Matthew. Matthew Hoggard, the only driver in the low, 21 second laps at the moment. That time around at 21.7, slightly slower. 21.3 though for David, that time around. 21.5 for Matthew Hoggard as he hits a loop. Making his way around turn 2, nice and tidy lines, working his way through the chicane, hitting the curbs, nice and clean. Tight line, caution on the back straight, it's all clear now, all clear. Keep it clean out there, drivers work with each other, not against each other. Our leader's starting to make his way into a bit of traffic here. So leader coming onto the straight, thank you. Leader is the orange, white and yellow, thank you very much, Patrick. So running order is Matthew Hoggard in the lead. He's got 3 seconds over David in 2, Lee Bond in 3. .3:15 down. We've got 6:45 left on the clock. Matthew leading the way. David in 2, Lee in the 3 spot. Lee now with a bit of clear track around him. .21.5 that time around for Matthew Hoggard. Lee Bond now up to the 2 spot. Lee coming across the loop this time around. Check the lap times. He hits the loop 22.2. 5 seconds behind the leader, Matthew Hoggard. Paul K in the 3 spot. So he hits the loop at 22.1 that time around. He's 0.2 of a second off of Lee. So our leader working his way through the chicane in the centre. We follow on board with him. On to the back straight away. Paul, that will be leader on your tail. Thank you very much. So Matthew Hoggard now with a bit of clear track around him, heading down the back straight away. On to the front straight that time around. New hot lap of the heat, 21.145 for Matthew Hoggard as he works his way through a little bit of traffic. He's got clean air in front of him. See what he can do now. Working his way through the short chute onto the back straight. Nice and tidy lines. Gets on the gas hard. Onto the anchors even harder. Through the keyhole onto the front straightaway this time around for Matthew Hoggard at 21.3. Nice and consistent 21 second laps, not mid to low every single time. Over the curbing into the chicane. Around the teardrop in the centre of the track. Nice tidy line, gets on the gas once again. Around the keyhole. Matthew Hoggard leading this one away by 8 seconds. Check him as he hits a loop, 21.4 once again. Looking to try and secure a spot straight into the A main. Through the teardrop, there you go. Jason Clark now up to the 2 spot, having a good run in this one. Lee Bond in 3. Paul in 4. David in the 5 spot. Six minutes down, 4 minutes left on the clock. So we catch back up with Jason Clark, currently sitting in the 2 spot. Matthew Hoggard putting down new hot lap of the heat, 21.135 that time around. He's got clear track all around him. Jason Clark in the 2, 22.1 that time. So we follow him around into Pete in turn 2. Working his way into the chicane. Nice and tidy lines. Down the short chute onto the back straight. Pulls it up in time for the keyhole. Works his way around onto the front straight with 3 minutes 30 left on the clock. Around the real wide onto the front straight, getting air all the power down he can. That time around for Jason Clark at 21.9. He's done a 21.5 in the past, so he's still got more time up his sleeve. Down the back straight away he goes. 3 minutes 15 left on the clock. Gets it pulled up in time for the keyhole. So your leader with clear track around him. Jason Clark now down to the 3 spot. Drops down to P4 now as Paul goes up to P2. Lee Bond to P3. Getting tight out there. There's only 0.3 of a second separating second, third and fourth at the moment as Matthew Hoggard once again goes quicker again. 21.104. Still finding time out there at the moment. David in 2, Lee Bond in 3, Paul in 4, Jason in the 5 spot. 4 cars separated by 0.5 of a second out there at the moment. Lee Bond only 0.05 of a second behind David. Now he drops back to P3. 1,000th of a second in it between Lee Bond and David. Chopping and changing around for P2, 3 and 4 at the moment is tied out there. 2 minutes 30 left on the clock. Running order remains Matthew in 1, Paul in 2, David 3, Lee in 4, Jason in 5. Good battle on track out there as Matthew comes around for another lap. We continue to follow along with Jason Clark currently sitting in P5. Opportunity still out there though. So one car getting hung up on the grass out there, not sure. Car number 3, so that was Luke just starting to work his way into this battle as well. It's going to cost him a bunch of time. 2 minutes left on the clock, drivers, 2 minutes left on the clock. Luke Nabby on Lee Bond doing a bit of after you, coming down the front straight there. Costing each other a little bit of time. Lee having a rough lap last time around. So we still got Matthew out front. We've got a 3-car battle, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. At the moment, Jason, Paul and David. Jason Clark now back up to the 2 spot. Jason coming around through the keyhole. So we follow on board with him. Down the front straight away this time around a 21.6, a much better lap this time. As he now starts to spread a little bit of a gap back to 3rd and 4th behind him. Gap between 1st and 2nd remains at 13.5 seconds with Matthew Hoggard still with clear track all around him. 1 minute to go, drivers. 1 minute left on the clock. Thank you very much. Great driving out there. Work with each other. So Jason Clark, 2 seconds in front of Paul. Paul and David still only separated by 0.4 of a second on track and on time. 40 seconds left on the clock, drivers. 40 seconds left to go. We continue to follow along. 30 seconds to go, drivers. 30 seconds left on the clock. We pick back up with your leader with 20 seconds now on the clock. Matthew Hoggard leading the way by 16 seconds over the rest of the field. Around the keyhole onto the front straight away. So Brendan George, you will have leader closing on you pretty quickly. Thank you very much. Your leader working his way through the chicane. Nice tidy line through the teardrop in the centre to the short chute. Gets a little bit out of shape onto the back straight away. Keep going to your call done, drivers. Keep going to your call done. Your leader working his way around down the front straight. Finishes off with a 22.1 on his last lap. Cross the line from now, drivers. You will be done. Just waiting on Jason Clark and Luke Napier. Just Jason and Luke still to finish. Everyone else is done. There's Luke, there's Jason. We are all done. Thank you, drivers. Thank you, marshals. Matthew Hoggard with a great run there. Super consistent. Taking you time to beat. 28 lap run. 10:03.8. Great run there from Matthew Hoggard. Jason Clark as well, also in the 28 lapper. 28:10.20. Alrighty, drivers, cars down to scrutineering, radios to impound, and out to marshal, please. Cars to scrutineering, radios impound, and straight out to marshal.
Group 2 of 1/5 Sedan, round 5 of qualifying. Matthew Hoggard, finally, some good luck going back your way. Top it out of that group with a really solid run. Firstly, tell us, how do you feel about that run?
Yeah, I'm just totally relieved to finally put in a decent banker, basically. After the run I've had all weekend, it's just been, this is a long time coming, so I'm very pleased.
Yesterday wasn't as bad as today, but then talk us through the chain of events that have unfolded today.
There's been all sorts of dramas. Earlier today I had a motor issue, so I had to change motors. Then last round was I was on song for a good run, and my battery cable, battery strap broke, which meant my battery was floating around inside and jammed up my front wheel. So, it's been challenging.
Hopefully all the gremlins are gone and it's clean sailing from here. Just a little bit about track conditions. And you said your car's feeling good, but you haven't had the time with the pace. But how are conditions feeling?
They're actually good now. Now that they've begun blowing the track down mid-round, that's really improved things. So previously it was very dusty or slippery offline, very narrow race line. So it's improving. So hopefully that's continues.
You're part of the big group, the big team that have come down from Queensland. How's the social side of things going?
Oh yeah, loving it. The camping's probably been my highlight so far. Although that was pretty good to finally get around. But yeah, it's been great. Good social time. Yeah.
All right, well, great job. Thanks for the chat and good luck in round 6.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So we should have our Sedan Heat 2 drivers out to Marshall. Up now is Sedan Heat number 3. Alrighty, guys. Driver's going to open up the track. Track is open. Track is open.
Four minutes to the start of the race. Andrew Chaplan, Andy Bishop, Gavin Drew, Steven Burgess, Paul Rooks, Mike Davis, Chris Lambus,
Caution at the end of the back straight. Caution at the end of the back straight. Slow it down at the end of the back straight, please, drivers. Slow at the end of the back straight. Slow it down at the end of the back straight. It's all clear now. All clear. Hey, Stoney, Michael Stone, if you can grab a water from the canteen, please. Michael Stone, if you can grab a water from the canteen for us.
the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. Seconds to the start of the race.
"15 seconds till start, drivers. 15 seconds till start.
15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
And track is live. Track is live, drivers. "45 seconds in, 9:15 left on the clock. Steven Burgess leading the way in this one. Andrew Chaplan now taking over the lead with a 20.6 last time around. Equal lap times between Steven Burgess and Chaplan. So Chaplan leading the way, 20.5 last time around. He's got a 5/10 of a second lead. Car number 7, let's leader there. Car 7 leader there. Thank you. Steven Burgess down the straight. He's got clear track around him for a little while at least. Andy Bishop in a nice spot as well. He's got clear track all around him. Shap's working his way through to a gap in traffic as well. So we follow on board at the moment with Gavin Drew. So follow on board with Gavin Drew at the moment, working his way down the back straight away. Gavin, you will have leader on your tail shortly. Shap's leading the way in this one. He's got 8/10 of a second over the rest of the field. Round turn 1 into turn 2 we go with Gavin Drew. Thank you very much, Gav. Shap's now on through. So Shap's with clear track in front of him as we follow now on board with Shap's. Leading the way in this one, he had almost a second over Andy Bishop last time around, working his way onto the front straight. Lap times are looking quick in this one. We might even punch into the 19-second lap bracket. It is going to be tight. We've seen it get close a couple of times. Shap's making his way around on the back straight. See if we can wheel him on for a 19-second lap or anyone on track. 7 minutes left on the clock as Shap's makes his way down the front straight away. At 20.6 that time. Working his way around turn 1 into turn 2. Nice tidy lines. Working his way over the concrete barrier through the chicane. Around the teardrop. Down the short chute. Onto the back straight away. Down the straight. Into the keyhole. Nice tidy lines all the way around. Gets out of shape just before the loop. That time around at 20.6. Probably lost only a couple of tenths on the last couple of corners. Track is looking quick out there at the moment. Six and a half minutes left on the clock, drivers. 6.5 minutes left on the clock. Running order is Shaps in 1. Andy Bishop in 2. Steven Burgess in 3. Paul Rooks in 4. Mike Davis in 5. Gavin Drew in 6. Chris in 7. So we are 5 minutes in, 5 down, 5 to go. We still got Shaps out front. Bishop in 2. Steven Burgess in 3. We continue to follow along with Shaps as he makes his way into a little bit of traffic here. So car number 7, Chris, you will have leader on your tail. Car 7, Chris. That'll do. Shaps sneaking on through there. So fastest driver on track now is actually Andy Bishop, 20.3. Couple of laps to go. He's currently sitting in P2. So we've got our leaders making their way here through here. Thank you very much, car 6. Much appreciated. So Steven Burgess and Andy Bishop together on track. Right there is Paul Rooks as well. So second, third, and fourth, all right together on track, working their way down the back straightaway. So we watch on with Steve Burgess and Andy Bishop, working their way through the keyhole. 3 minutes 50 to go, drivers. 3:50 left on the clock. Andy Bishop starting to close in on Chaplan now. Taking another couple of tenths from that last lap with a 20.6 for Andy Bishop. Shaps with a 20.763. Shaps with clear track around him at the moment. These drivers starting to work their way into a bit more traffic all over the place. 3 minutes 30 to go, drivers. 3:30 on the clock. Slightly slower lap that time for Andy Bishop. Advantage now to Chaplan. 1.2 seconds gap between Shaps and Andy Bishop. Thank you very much, great driving. Car number 9, Mike Davis, you will have leader on your tail shortly. Car number 7, thank you very much. And right there as well, thank you. Great driving, guys. Work it together out there and you'll all go quicker. 1 second the gap now. Andy reeling in a couple of tenths from that last lap on Chaplan. So we continue to follow along with Andy Bishop, working his way onto the back straight in the solid blue and black bonnet car. Coming through the keyhole now, just in front of him is Steven Burgess. Steven Burgess putting down a 20.5. Andy Bishop with a 20.6. 20.6 also for Andrew Chaplan. All drivers doing equal lap times out there for your top 3. Shaps right on the borderline of seeing a 30-lap run at the moment. 20.7 last time around for Shaps. See what he can do this time around. Track is quick out there at the moment. Shaps working his way around over the line. Meanwhile, we continue to watch the battle between Andy Bishop and Steven Burgess. That time around for Shaps, a 20.5. Gets him another couple of tenths closer to a 30-lap run. We got 2 minutes left on the clock. Shaps working his way through a bit of traffic here. Car number 6, that'll be leader on your tail. Car 6, leader on your tail. Thank you. Meanwhile, Andy and Steven still have plenty of clear track around them at the moment. We continue to follow along with Steven Burgess now, coming through the keyhole. 20.4 for Andrew Chaplan last time by. Shaps getting a little bit out of shape there, coming towards the keyhole. That's going to cost him a couple of tenths of 21.2. This will bring Andy Bishop back into the fray as well. Andy working his way through the keyhole, down across the line, see what the gap is this time by. Down to 6/10 of a second as Andy Bishop goes for a 20.3, new hot lap of the heat. It is getting tight out there now. Steven Burgess in the 3 spot, not far out of it. 1 minute 15 left on the clock, drivers, 1:15 to go. Andy trying to pull into this lead now. 20.6 last time around for Andrew Chaplan. Andy Burgess with a 20.4, gap down to 4/10 of a second between first and second now. Both drivers with a bit of clear track around them with 1 minute left on the clock. Car number 7 leader coming through, thank you. Shaps with plenty of clear track around him as he goes at 20.293. Trying to hold into that lead as Andy Bishop comes across the line with a 20.3 as well. 5/10 of a second in it between the two drivers, 45 seconds left on the clock. One of the closest battles we've seen on time so far. Shaps comes across the line, a 20.5. Andy Bishop coming around the keyhole now with 30 seconds left on the clock. Over the timer loop, he comes with a nice tidy line, a 21.0. It's a slow lap there for Andy Bishop. Advantage now to Chaplan. Clean track in front of him, all in his hands. Across the line this time around for Chaplan, so we jump back on board with Andrew Chaplan. Leading the way, he's got 1.2 seconds in hand. Round into the chicane with only 10 seconds left on the clock. Just needs to hold onto it from here. He's got 1 second up his sleeve. Down the back straight away they go. Keep going to your call done, please, drivers. Thank you very much, Craig.
Andrew Chaplan done.
Shaps gets caught at the loop by 2/10 of a second. Waiting for Andy Bishop.
Andy Bishop done.
Shaps will take TQ for round number 5. Steven Burgess coming across the line, coming home and P through, just waiting on Gavin Drew and Craig. Just a couple of cars still to come. Just Gavin Drew and Craig still to come across the line.
Gavin Drew done. Craig Hawkins done. All drivers are
That is all drivers done. Shaps taking it in Q5. 0.8 of a second over Andy Bishop. Missing out on a 30-lap run by 0.2 of a second.
Andrew Chaplan taking the TQ for round 5 and sealing the deal for overall TQ, mate. That secures your spot in the main final. Car looked like it was on rails.
Was that TQ? Really?
You got 3 round wins, right? Best 4 or 6. I don't think anyone can catch you.
I hadn't really thought about it, to be honest. Yeah, look, that was a really unreal battle with Andy there. He really came on strong there. He's always got great long race pace, and he's definitely going to be a contender with the final. Super happy to clench the TQ for Team 5SR with the Mechatech FW01. We've got Paul Rooks and Mike Davis on the engine program, GRP tyres, 5SR servos, Ace Power battery. Look, the package is really good, although I really think there's still a bit more in the tune. It just seemed to be getting railed down the straight, so maybe we'll see if we can eke a little bit more power out of it.
My alarm bells internally were going off then when Shaps was talking about tune, right? What does a Shaps tune sound like in a 5th scale?
It doesn't have the ring, ding, 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 ding sound of the nitro engine, but yeah, look, I don't know a lot about tuning these whippersnippers, but yeah, it seems to be getting around all right.
So Q6 kind of opens up a little bit for you now. Are you going to take that opportunity to try something for the finals?
Maybe I might do like a short little stint. And then probably I'll do the team player thing and make sure the other boys, have a listen to their cars, watch how they're getting around and see if we can't, like improve their positions and stuff as well.
How do the tyres go in the longer finals? I think I heard a few people saying the touch and go for the 30 minutes. Putting a heat cycle through them or anything like that, does that help? Is that part of the strategy?
Look, we generally will ride the tyres just, maybe 8 laps or something like that, put them away, and then just to get a heat cycle through them. I don't believe I'm going to have any tyre issues with the exact same compounds that I've been running. I'm not going to have to deviate from where I'm at, so the balance of the car should remain exactly as it was just then. This is roughly about the time that the final will happen, this last quali 5. So I'm feeling pretty good that everything's on point and ready to go.
People in the chat room were actually cheering for you hard to get a 30-lap run. I think a few people would like to see you go out there and just full send it, try and get a 30-lap run.
Well, I was being a bit cocky and I said to Burjo, look out, here's a 30-lap run, because in all honesty, all the other qualies I've had small little issues. It was the first one, I forgot to put fuel in it and had to miss half the warm-up, and then it got tangled up, and yeah, I felt like this was the one to do it on. I think as the shade comes over the track, I think that'll take a 30-lapper out of play, but we'll see. Maybe the other boys will light one up. I don't know.
Well done. Congratulations again. The job's not over. Only part way there, but yeah, go get ready and best of luck in Q6 and then mainly for the final tomorrow.
Awesome, Tony. Thanks, mate.
1 minute to the start of the race.
Alrighty, drivers, we'll get things back underway. Drivers' track is open. Track is open.
Four minutes to the start of the race. David Maharic, Paul Rooks, Andy Bishop, Mike Davis, Eden Watson, Peter Chang, Andrew Magnuson, Three minutes to the start of the race.
Caution coming to the loop, please. Caution coming to the loop.
Two minutes to the start of the race.
2 minutes till start, drivers. 2 minutes till start. Garden Swerg checking in online, waiting for the bikes. Well, here is your chance. Oh, caution on front straight. Caution front straight. Bikes now on track. 1 minute 30 till start, drivers. 1 minute 30 till start. If you are watching on the stream, check on in. Let us know where you're watching from. All drivers all right as I checked in. 1 minute till start. 1 minute till start.
1 minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
Track is live, drivers. Track is live. We are underway for the final qualifying round. Qualifying round number 6. On track at the moment, we've got bikes. 1/5 scale bikes here for the FEMCA. Large scale and RCRA national titles. Here at NSW RCC. John Grant International Raceway here in Sydney. It's been a great day of running. Hasn't seen a cloud in the sky all day long. Beautiful and sunny day here in Sydney. We now check in. Coming through the chicane. Through the short chute and onto the back straightaway. We follow along with Peter Chang. So Peter Chang, one of our only driver from New Zealand racing here for the FEMCA event. Our international driver having to go on the bikes. Making his way down the back straightaway into the trickiest part of the track, both for the cameraman and also the rider. Struggling to see through those shadows. Peter navigating the last couple of corners on the track, making his way down into turn 1 through the sweeper, into turn 2. Through into the chicane, nice and tidy lines there. Last time around for Peter Chang, a 31.5, looking to improve on that on this lap. Meanwhile, your leader, David, 1.1 seconds in front of Andy Bishop. Those two are tight on track at the moment. Mike Davis in 3. Spoke too soon for Peter. Well, goes for a roll towards the end of the lap. So Andy comes around for another lap of 24.9 that time around. Caution onto the front straight. Caution on the front straight. That's all clear now. All clear, all clear. So we got second place of Andy making his way down the front straight at the moment. Making his way through a bit of traffic here. David with clear track around him as Andy puts in his hot lap that last time around, a 24 flat. David with a 24.6. Andy, a bit of a rough lap there, 29.4. It's going to allow David to run away a little bit with this one so far. He's getting through 2 bikes at one time there. Up the inside, they go 3 wide. Beautiful move through there. Oh, massive wheelie down the back straight. There's 2 off on the back straight. Big stacks down the straight there. So David with the lead. He's got 5 seconds last time round. It's out to 6 seconds now. And he pulling wheelies around the track as he gets on the gas in the short chute. Pulls that front wheel up. Down the back straight away. He goes. Caution back straight. Caution back straight. That was tight. Nice push, nice push. No, it's dead. Shap's losing a little bit of grip on the grass there. Braking traction, going for a slide. Needs to be on his bike, that's why. Caution coming into the last corner. Caution on the chicane in the centre. Might need a helping hand for that one. Stock in the grass. Chaps is all over it again. Maintains traction that time. 3 minutes 50 to go. Drivers 3:50 left on the clock. We've got David leading the way. 5 seconds over Andy Bishop out there at the moment. Mike Davis in the 3 spot. Paul Rooks in 4. Eden in 5. Peter Chang in 6. So tightening up here now. Andy Bishop starting to close back in on David as Andy goes to a 23.9 last time by, a 24.5 for David. Three minutes left on the clock. Drivers 3 left on the clock. Gap this time down to 4.2 seconds. Andy pushing hard towards the end of this one. Sliding the bike through the end of the chicane there. So we follow along with David at the moment, making his way through the short chute. Onto the back straight. Leader coming through here. Thank you very much, Adelou. Andy coming down the straight at the same time. So Andy now down to 3.4 seconds behind David. David hits a loop. Goes to 3.5 seconds. So Andy on a push here to try and catch back up into the lead. It's going to be a tight finish with 2 minutes 30 left on the clock. Andy putting it on his back wheel. Gets a bit of a wobble on through the short chute. David through the short chute now onto the back straightaway. Oh, mistake there by Andy. Manages to save it though. He gets back on the gas and away he goes. A 24.8 by Andy. David comes across the line. A 24.3, so advantage now to David. 4 seconds the gap between first and second. 2 minutes left on the clock, drivers. 2 minutes left to go. A 2-horse race for the top spots out there. Still open to both drivers for the TQ overall. Andy pushing it hard here. Comes across the line with a 24.1. David running a little bit wide through the keyhole. Comes onto the straight. A 24.5 for David with 1 minute 45 on the clock. Gap goes down to 3.5 seconds. David in the top spot. Andy in 2. Andy making his way onto the back straight. David through the short chute onto the back straight now as we follow along with David. Down the back straight away he goes. Andy over the line that time by a 24.4. So we've got our second place driver coming around turn 2. Thank you very much. Great driving. 24.3 for David. A much better lap that time around for David. Gap goes out to 3.6 seconds now. 1 minute 15 left on the clock. Down the back straight away we go once again with your leader, David. 1 minute to go, drivers. 1 minute to go. 24.3 for Andy. David making a way to the line now. 23.6. New hot lap from David Riccio that time around. Trying to put his stamp on it now. As he works his way through the chicane. 45 seconds left on the clock. Second place coming through on the back straight. Thank you very much. Great driving. Oh, mistake by your leader. He goes over the grass. He managed to save it, though. Got all 2 wheels up in the air. Went off the back straight. Managed to bring it back down. 26.1 that lap time for David, though. So Andy only 2.5 seconds behind with 30 seconds left on the clock now. Still open. Oh, as Andy's on his side out there. So that's going to cost him a couple of seconds. Opportunity now for David to just hold onto it from here. Caution coming onto the straight. That'll be all clear, all clear, all clear. David going real wide there, coming onto the main straight, keeping it down though. 28-second lap for Andy. That time around, gap out to 6 seconds as time expires. Keep going till call done. Andy on his side again, getting it back underway. That's going to give it surely to David from here. It's David. Caution back straight, caution back straight. All clear now, so David comes across the line.
Andy Bishop done.
And he comes across in second, ends up 10 seconds behind. We'll have to wait for the overall.
Eden Watson done.
Waiting for Mike and
Davis
Peter.
done. Peter Chang done.
That is all drivers
All
done.
are finished.
So David taking TQ for that round. Drivers, bikes to scrutineering, radios to impound, and out to Marshall.
Qualifying coming to a close here for 1/5 bikes, taking TQ in the final round, and that's enough to secure overall. David Maharic, congratulations. Yeah, talk us through that run.
It was a tough one, mate. The track's cooled down a bit, the nerves kicked in, and Andy was pushing hard. So, yeah, it was a tight one, but I managed to pull through. So, happy with that.
Came to a tie break between yourself and Andy. Luckily, your time from Q3, the first run today, was the quickest. Is that when you think track conditions are the best?
Yes, I think so. Around about the middle of the day, track was the best. Yep, for sure. So.
Looking ahead to the finals, I'm interested to know, how do you start the finals for these bikes?
We have one starter, and we start in a row, and kicks off in order of the grid position. So they get pushed off one at a time, all from the same position, and that's kind of like your grid start. So overseas, we use a mechanic for each driver, and they have like a Le Mans start, like Nitro. Yeah.
Well, we're looking forward to that tomorrow. Yeah, well done. Congratulations. Good luck then.
Thank you, mate. Thank you.
So bikes should be over at scrutineering, radios at impound, and heading out to Marshall. Thank you for the guys already out. Up now is Formula One. Should have our Formula One drivers ready to go. Alrighty, drivers, track is open. Track is open.
4 minutes to the start of the race. Paul Rooks. Patrick Sultana. Ed Floro. Keith Mealey. Lambus.
2 minutes till start, drivers. 2 minutes till start.
2 minutes to the start of the race.
minute till start, drivers. 1 minute till start. Caution back straight. Caution back straight. That is all clear now. All clear.
"45 seconds to the start of the race. Seconds to the start of the race.
Need a marshal. Yep. Thank you, Marshall. 10 seconds till start, Formula 1. 10 seconds till start.
Less than 5.
Thank you very much, Garden. I really appreciate that. Good to see you watching on the stream. Hope you enjoy the bikes. And yes, we do look forward to the Worlds up in Brendale as of next year. 5th scale Worlds to be held at Brendale next year. Ooh. With any luck, we'll have a great event. See a lot of Europeans coming over for that. Bikes are very strong over in Europe. So we are live on the track at the moment. We have Formula 1. Out front from the first lap, we got 22.3 from Chris, 22.9 from Bill, Paul with a 23.5, Keith with a 25.1, Ed with a 25.9. Second lap's making their way around now. See who comes out in front from the second lap with 9 minutes left on the clock. Chris with a 22.3, new hot lap of this heat, early days. Bill last time around a 21.776, first driver into 21 from this heat. Two minutes down, 8 minutes left on the clock. Chris now back into lead with a 21.7 last time around. Bill the hot lap, 21.776. 21.9 that time for Chris, 21.8 for Bill. So gap down to 1 second between first and second. Final round of qualifying here for the FEMCA and RCRA national titles. We've got the Formula 1s on track at the moment. Currently got Chris leading the way, Bill in 2, Paul in 3, Ed in 4, Keith in 5. 21.4 that time around for Bill. Closing that gap on Chris now. Gap down to 0.6 of a second between first and second. Car 1 and car 2 is the car you should be looking for. Follow along at the moment with Bill as he makes his way through the keyhole. On to the main straight, around turn 2. So our leaders making their way through traffic at the moment, looking for the 2 red cars, the 2 red Ferraris. 1 and 2, getting caught up there. Chaos coming onto the back straight. There's a pile up on the back straight. So I think that's Chris getting caught up in that one. So that's going to allow Bill on through to the lead now. All open for the top spots in this one. So Bill now on through with 3 seconds in hand over Chris. See what Chris can do to respond from here. Bill with the hot lap of a 21.4. We have seen a low 21s, and there we go. 21.1 from Bill, 21.6 from Chris. See if we can punch our ticket into 22nd laps now. Bill with a 21.1 last time around. So he works his way around onto the back straightaway. Down the back straight. Car looking good and solid out there as he works his way through the keyhole. Onto the front straight. We follow along with Bill, a 21.8 that time around. He slides his way around turn 1. Into turn 2. Beautiful line. Through to the chicane. Leader coming through here onto the back straight. Thank you very much. Great driving. Second place not too far behind. 2-horse race out there, and this one he's got 4 seconds to catch up. There's Chris. So follow along now with Chris, see what he can do to respond. He closes in a little bit from that lap, couple of tenths of a second. Bill pushing hard out there as Paul goes for a 22.6 that last lap around. So our leader making his way around the keyholes, coming up on a little bit of traffic, plenty of room as he comes around, thank you. So we watch on with our second place driver, Chris. Making his way into the chicane. Through the chicane he goes, around the teardrop, onto the back straight. Thank you very much, great driving. Chris last time around at 21.5 puts his PB lap in, and Bill meanwhile puts down a 21.3, trying to look for that hot lap out there. 5 seconds a gap between first and second. We flick on over to Keith Mealey, life member here. As he works his way down the front straight away using the Toro Rosso Red Bull livery. Around turn 1 into turn 2. On to the back straight away with Keith, currently sitting in P4. Goes long on the back straight away. Trying to get it back on track. Gets on the gas and away he goes now. Around the keyhole, down the front straight away as Bill puts down new hot lap of the heat, 21.166. Ever so close to that magic 22nd lap bracket. Chris goes 21.5. We continue to follow along with Keith as he's going to have a little bit of laps coming up here. So Bill closing in on him. So Keith, you will have leader closing in. Thank you very much. We catch up now with Bill. So we catch back up now with Chris coming around the keyhole onto the front straight away. 2 minutes left on the clock. Chris currently sitting in P2, about 6 seconds behind the lead of Bill. So Bill, 21.3 last time by as Chris puts down new lap, 21.247. Puts his PB lap in that time around. Our leader coming together there, careful there. That is our leader going down the back straight. Thank you very much. So Paul, you will have second place on your tail shortly as well. So we catch up now with Bill leading the way. He's got 4 seconds a gap. as he works his way down the back straight. See if he can pull out a 22nd lap. Caution back straight, caution back straight. All clear now. 21.3 that time around. He's close on that 22nd lap bracket as he works his way through the chicane. Trying to get that tidy lap on through. Needs to be a perfect lap to try and sneak into the 22nd lap bracket. Down the back straight away he goes. Into the keyhole, nice and tidy lines all the way around. Needs a perfect lap to get into the 20s. A 21.4 that time around. Chris comes around with a 21.5 as well. See which one of these two drivers, the Ferrari drivers, can make it into the 22nd lap brackets first. Less than 30 seconds on the clock in our final round of qualifying. Both drivers pushing hard in their final round. Keith, you will have leaders on your tail shortly as Bill gets into the 20s at 20.6. First driver into the 22nd lap bracket is Bill. Making it well and truly in. A beautiful lap from Bill there, 20.689. He knows he has it in him now. See if we can get all the way down to a mid to low 20. This time around at 21.7, he pushed all of it out he could for the last one. He's got one more lap from here. Keep going to your call done, please, drivers. Keep going to your call done.
Paul Rooks is done. Keith Mealey done.
Bill's making his way around for his final lap. It looked like a clean lap again. 21.4, couldn't quite double down with the 22nd laps. Chris coming across the line to 22.1. That is all drivers done. Thank you very much, Formula One. Making your way into the pits, please, drivers. Making your way into the pits. Bill cracking on into the 22nd lap bracket with a 20.689 as the two Ferraris come around in formation. Beautiful. Alrighty, so Formula One drivers, cars to scrutineering, radios to tech, and out to marshal, please. Up now will be 5:10, heat number 1.
The race is completed.
Qualifying comes to a close here. F1, and it's the two Ferraris, 1 and 2. Bill, you came home strong with that. Bit of a flex at the end with an awesome lap. You just showing Chris what you got up your sleeve, eh?
Well, he's still a better driver. No, look, we're working hard at it. We've got a good setup. We worked it out, so conditions are good. Tyre wear's good, you know, so we're just driving it easy. We're not going too hard. I think we'll get another second out of it.
Chris, you had a nice run there, got a little bit of traffic, which cost you a fair bit of time, but are you feeling confident come the final tomorrow?
Yeah, well, whoever gets in front's going to stay there by the looks of it, so it's going to be a very close race. Me and Bill pretty neck and neck on times. He's just pipped me on the fastest lap at the moment, but we're pretty close.
Team orders, definitely no team orders between you two?
No, whoever's in front goes for it.
No team orders.
No fighting. We don't want to break them. We don't want to break these cars.
Well done. Good luck tomorrow. Thanks for the chat.
Thanks, Sam.
Alright, so we should have our Formula One drivers making their way out to Marshall, please. Formula One drivers making their way out to Marshall. Up now, 5:10, heat number 1 of 2, final qualifying round of the day. Qualifying round number 6. Drivers, track is open. Track is open.
4 minutes to the start of the race. Greg Kellet. Brian Post.
Three minutes till start, drivers. 3 minutes till start.
start of the race.
Oh, 1 minute 30 till start, drivers. 1:30 till start. Oh, 1 minute till start, drivers. 1 minute till start.
1 minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. Seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race.
10 minutes till, sorry, 10 seconds till start, drivers. 10 seconds till start.
Less than 5.
And track is live, drivers, track is live. Underway here for 5:10, heat number 1 of 2. Final round of qualifying. Caution in the short chute, that is all clear. Oh, 1 minute 30 in, drivers, 8.5 to go. We've got Jason Clark leading the way, Scott Jean in 2, Brian Place in 3, Andrew Judd in 4, Andrew Magnuson in 5. Jason Clark puts his hot lap in that time round at 23.2. Hot lap out there so far though, Andrew Judd with a 23.1. Sweet follow on board with Greg Dewar at the moment, making his way around turn 2. Gets a little bit out of shape, comes on the grass, managed to work his way back onto the tarmac. Oh, caution front straight, caution front straight. That's all clear now. Someone hanging out of that car. Closing in on the 3-minute mark as we're watching on down the back straight at the moment. So Jason Clark now a clean track in front of him. Andrew Judd in the 2 spot. He's got a bit of clean air around him as well at the moment. In the 3 spot, Scott Jean. Not far off the back of Jason Clark on the track. Down the back straight they go. So we pick up now with Scott Jean working his way around. Onto the front straightaway. Round turn 1. Into turn 2. Nice smooth lines there. Holy heaps of corner speed. Onto the back straight away with Scott. Jason Clark last time by, new hot lap of the heat of 23.1. Scott Jean making his way around the keyhole. Looks like a decent lap for this one. 23.4 for Scott Jean. He's 5 seconds off the lead at the moment. So our leader making his way into a bit of traffic. So leader will be the black Porsche coming onto the back straight away. Followed by Scott Jean in second. Andrew Judd in third. Those 3 drivers all line astern on track at the moment. Scott Jean getting out of shape there at the end of the back straightaway, coming on to the front straight now. 23.9, that time for him. Now 5 minutes left on the clock. Ooh. So we follow on board at the moment with Andrew Judd collecting the short chute. Down the front straight away he goes now. Currently sitting in P3. Got a whole load of body roll going on as he makes his way into the chicane, going over the curbing. Thing leaning over, especially around the left-hand corners. Down the back straight away he goes. Hooks it in to that key drop. So follow along with Andrew Judd through the chicane, around the teardrop in the centre. Onto the back straightaway, sliding it on into the back straight. Around the keyhole, onto the front straightaway once again, this time around a 24.2. Oh, right over the curbing there, using every ounce of curb that he could find. Through the chicane. Has a 2 sticker on his car. Currently sitting in the 3 spot. Down the back straight once again, using the curbing. Sliding it on into the keyhole once again, using all the curbs all the way around. Down the front straightaway, putting on a show at the moment. Not quite as much curbing this time round the safer line. Round turn 2. Through the chicane. Round the teardrop in the centre as Jason Clark ticks off another lap. So leader coming through. Ooh. Ryan Post getting out of shape right in front of our leader there. So our leader Jason Clark will clean track in front of him now. $3:15 left on the clock, drivers. 3:15 left to go. We got 2 minutes left on the clock, drivers. 2 minutes left on the clock. We now pick up with your leader, Jason Clark, making his way around turn 1 into turn 2, leading this one out, getting sideways there, just narrowly missing the bollard. Working his way through the chicane. He's got about a 12-second lead over Scott Jean in the 2 spot, Andrew in 3. Your leader makes his way around down the front straight away. That time around at 24.2. Hot lap for him at 23 flat, so he has a little bit of time still he can make up. Through the chicane, he goes. Round the keyhole onto the front straight once again. A much better lap that time at 23.4. Final 30 seconds, drivers. 30 seconds left on the clock. Jason Clark looking to wrap this one as he works his way around to the front straight for another lap. That time around at 23.5. 5:10 Heat 2 drivers, please be ready. 5:10 Heat 2 drivers, please be ready. You'll be up next. Final seconds ticking on down now as we continue to follow along with our leader, Jason Clark, as he enters what likely is his last lap. Puts down new hot lap of the heat, 23.047. Keep going to your call done, drivers. Keep going to your call done.
Scott Jean done. Greg Kellet done. Andrew Chaplan done. Jason Clark done.
Just waiting on Andrew and Brian. There's Andrew. Just waiting on Brian now. Brian Post making his way around. Final car to finish. And we are all done. Thank you, drivers. Thank you, marshals. 5:10 Heat 1 drivers. Cars into pit lane. Cars to scrutineering. Radios to tech as well. And out to marshal, please.
We're here with Andrew Judd. Final round of qualifying for 5:10. Man, they look like you had your hands full with that one. But yeah, talk us through that run.
Oh, well, it's been a tough day. It's the first one I've actually finished today, so it's been good just to get out there and around. So, yeah, it's a bit squirrely, but yeah, good to finish third, so happy with that.
What do you like most about this 5:10 class? Everyone's pretty even and controlled?
It's pretty fun and it's pretty, good with a good group of guys that we all sort of work together, even though we're racing each other, so it's always a bit of fun, so yeah.
How do you go in the longer races come finals tomorrow?
Hopefully I'm still there. I suffer with a little bit of carpal tunnels, so that can affect my race a bit later, but hopefully that's going to be okay tomorrow.
Well, great job today. Keep having fun and good luck tomorrow.
Cheers, mate. Thanks.
155 and 10. Heat 2 of 2.
All right, so at 5:10, Heat 1 driver should be out there to marshal. 5:10 Heat 1 driver should be making their way out to marshal. Up now, 5:10 Heat number 2. Final 5:10 Heat of the day. Final round of qualifying of the day. Alrighty, drivers, track is open. Track is open.
Four minutes to the start of the race. David Maharic, Chris Payne, Lee Bond, Daniel Bond, David Maharic, Gary Logan, 3 minutes to the start of the race.
Caution back straight, drivers. Caution at end of back straight. Caution end of back straight. Slow down at the end of back straight, please. Slow it down. Slow it down end of back straight. Still there. All clear now. Thank you, drivers. Less than 2 minutes till start, drivers. Less than 2 minutes till start. .45 seconds till start, drivers. 45 seconds till start.
Seconds to the start of the race. Seconds to the start of the race.
10 seconds, drivers. 10 seconds till start.
Less than 5.
And track is live. Track is live, drivers. Track is live. Underway here for our final heat of 510. Out on track at the moment, following along with Chris Payne. Opportunity for TQ out there along with David Maharic. Both drivers with a couple of TQ runs to their name. So out front at the moment, Gary Logan with a 22.4, Daniel Bond with a 22.6, David M with a 22.6, Chris Payne with a 22.7, David Maharic with a 22.7 as well, Lee Bond with a 22.9. Laps looking quick out there. Track will be fast for this heat. Our final heat of the day. Final round of qualifying before we get into finals action for tomorrow. We watch on at the moment with Chris Payne currently sitting in P4. Needs a good run in this one, as well as David Maharic. David currently sitting in P6. Chris Payne down the back straight away into the keyhole. Around he goes onto the front straight. Nice line onto the straight. This time around a 22.4. Goes up to P3 from that lap. Working his way now in through the chicane. Your running order, Gary in 1, Gary Logan 1, David M in 2, Chris Payne in 3. Chris Payne now with clear track in front of him. Gary Logan down the front straight away, currently leading this one out. Well, 1.3 seconds over David M. 22.4 last time for David. Chris Payne now up to the 2 spot with a 22.2 last time by. 0.8 of a second off the lead now for Chris Payne, over with Gary Logan still leading this one away. Gary comes down the front straight away at 22.5 for Gary Logan. Chris Payne with clear track all around and coming through the keyhole as we follow on with him making his way down the front straight away. A 22.2 for Chris Payne. That time round gap closes down to 0.5 of a second for the lead. Daniel Bond not far out a bit as well as David M. 7 minutes left on the clock. Anyone's game in this one. Three minutes down, 7 minutes left on the clock, 0.5 seconds still between the top two. As I say that, mistake or issues going on for Gary Logan, your leader. Looks to be out from this one. Car getting put back on track now, so Gary Logan with some big issues there. That's going to cost him a whole bunch of time, so Chris Payne will bump up a spot. David M now back into the lead, I would say. It's going to be tied for the top 2 spot, 0.2 of a second in it between first and second. Lee Bond only a couple of seconds behind as well. See where this one places everyone. Chris Payne now back to the top of the timing sheet, 0.3 of a second over David M. Chris Payne down the front straight, 22.2 that time around. New PB lap for him. Car number 4, David M, coming down the front straight away, 0.8 of a second behind on Chris Payne. As we now pick up with David M going on to the keyhole, onto the front straightaway. Down the front straight, he goes, currently sitting 0.9 of a second behind Chris Payne, who will just follow on board with him. Leader coming through onto the front straight, car number 1. You'll have leader on your tail. Thank you very much. Great driving. Work with each other out there, guys. David M working his way down the back straight away into the keyhole. Gets to slow down in time. Just under halfway mark here. Drivers 5 minutes down, 5 minutes to go. 0.6 of a second in it now between first and second. Chris Payne in the lead. David into. Do follow on with David making his way through the chicane. Nice line through there. Around the teardrop, uses a curve and goes slightly over the grass. Around onto the back straight away, down the straight, hits the anchors. Into the keyhole he goes. Using all the curbing and more down the front straight away this time around for David. 22.7, gap grows a little bit bigger from that lap. Chris Payne in cleared track now. He works his way down the front straight as David M works his way onto the back straight. Down the back straight goes David M. On the anchors hard, once again working his way into the keyhole. Running the American flag inspired livery down the front straight away. Gap closes right on down now. A 22.5 for David M. Chris Payne with a 22.7. Down to 0.6 of a second between the two drivers as Chris Payne makes his way across the line. That time by another 22.7 for Chris Payne. David M making his way around, see what lap time he can do from this one. 4 minutes left on the clock as David M hits the line at 22.3, gap down to 0.2 of a second in it between first and second now. There's nothing in it between the top two. .22.4 that time round for Chris Payne. A better lap as David M works his way around the final couple of corners over the timing loop. This time for David M at 22.4 as well, slightly quicker, only by a couple of hundredths of a second though. 3 minutes 45 left on the clock. Chris Payne working his way over the line this time around. Check the time here, 22.6, very slightly slower. David M working his way around, final couple of corners. Around the keyhole on to the front straight away. Down the front straight he goes. 0.08 of a second in and out between David M and Chris Payne. There is nothing separating the two drivers. Chris Payne working his way around to the line again. Check his lap. Over the line. It's a 23.2, a slower lap. This is an opportunity now for David M to take into the lead. Around the keyhole he goes. He's got a fair bit of traffic to navigate now. Car number 5, Lee Bond. You will have leader on your tail shortly. Very slight mistake there from David, loses a little bit of time. Opportunity back in the court of Chris Payne now. Chris goes around for a 22.2. David making his way around over the line this time around. Check the time at 23.5. Gap back down to 900ths of a second in it between the two drivers for the top spot. Possible overall TQ on the line here as well between the two drivers. Chris Payne back on camera now. Leading the way, does a new hot lap of the heat, 22 flat. 2 minutes to drive, drivers. 2 minutes to go. Just over 2 minutes left on the clock. All right, so our leader making his way down the straight, 0.6 of a second in it. Second place. Thank you very much. David M working his way through the chicane now. He's still got a little bit of traffic to contend with here. Chris Payne across the line that time by a 22.4. David M last time by a 22.2 as he works his way into more and more traffic. 1 minute 30 left on the clock. Chris Payne leading by 0.7 of a second as he hit the line last time by. Wait for him to come across this time around. We continue to follow along with Chris Payne across the line at 22.5, equaling David M's lap time. 0.8 of a second separating the two drivers. David M making his way towards the timing loop, runs a little bit wide, doesn't cost him any time though. 23.1, slightly slower lap that time for David M. Chris Payne with it in hand here with 1 minute left on the clock as he hits the loop. 22.7, Chris Payne on camera, around turn 2 he goes. Working his way through the chicane, sliding it through the first few corners. Around the teardrop he goes, onto the back straightaway. Nice tidy lap here for Chris Payne as he gets on the anchors around into the keyhole. Towards the final couple of corners, he'll enter his final few laps, a couple more to go probably. Chris Payne leading the way by 1.1 seconds here over David M. Daniel Bond in 3, Lee Bond in 4. David Maharic in 5. Mistake there from Chris Payne. This could cost him big time. 20 seconds on the clock. Opportunity now for David M. Chris Payne making his way to the line. See how much it has cost him. He hits the loop. It's a 24.9 now. Opportunity for David M. 1.5 seconds a gap now towards David M. Coming over the loop this time by. So Chris Payne now needing everything. Down the back straight away we go with Chris Payne. Might sneak through for another lap. He's going to have to push hard from here. 22.7. Keep going. All drivers are still live. All drivers are still live. Almost 2 seconds a gap last time by as they hit the loop. Cross the line, drivers Yui done, waiting on Chris Payne and Daniel Bond. Chris Payne making his way to the line this time around. Not going to be enough, so David M is going to take TQ for round number 6, the final round of 5:10. Just waiting on Daniel Bond. That is all cars done. Thank you, drivers. Thank you, marshals. David M taking TQ in the final round by 2.5 seconds in the end over Chris Payne. Slight mistake on the second last lap for Chris. And it was just too much to catch up from. Daniel Bond in 3, Lee Bond in 4, David V in the 5 spot, Warren in 6.
Oh boy, what an exciting way to finish qualifying here for the 5:10 class. David Maharic taking TQ in that one. Now, I think that secures you maybe second or third overall. I'm not sure how the maths is going to work out, but the good thing is you've got the pace under the car now.
Yeah, oh good. It's handling okay. I'd love to have a bit more pace, but yeah, look, a couple of incidents I think with some of the other guys. It was sort of a roller coaster ride. I clipped the curb going on a turn one at the end of the sweeper, but it didn't cost me, so it was good. It was awesome.
Looking ahead to the long finals, you got much work or preparation to do ahead of tomorrow?
Oh, well, it's a Super Pole. I haven't done a Super Pole, so yeah, that should be good. I'm keen on that. I'm trying to avoid the the semi-final, sorry. That way the car's not flogged out. But probably is already, but yeah, so be it.
Okay, so yeah, for the people who don't follow that, the TQ, which I think is David Maharic, will automatically go into the final, and then second, third, fourth and fifth get a 6-lap dash or something like that.
That's correct. Yeah. So the top qualifier for the qualies will go straight through. I think it's the next 4 battle it out. They do 6 laps or something. It's the hottest lap, and 2 of those will go through to the final. Yeah, and the others have to go and do another 20 minutes of thrashing.
Okay, so you said you haven't done one before. Do you back yourself? How do you think you're going to go under the pressure when all eyes are on that hot lap?
Well, just lean it out and go for it. But yeah, no, that's it.
Beautiful, mate. Well, great job. Good luck at Super Pole and the finals tomorrow. Thanks for the chat.
Thanks. All right. Good man.
Sedan Heat 1 drivers, please be ready. Sedan Heat 1 drivers, please be ready. You'll be on track in about a minute. All right, 510 Heat 2 drivers out to Marshall. 510 Heat 2 drivers should be all out to Marshall. Up now, Sedan Heat number 1 of 3. Finally 3 heats of the day.
4 minutes to the start of the race. Three minutes to the start of the race.
Alrighty, drivers, track is open. Track is open.
4 minutes to the start of the race.
So we should have our 510 Heat 2 drivers all out to Marshall. 510 Heat 2 drivers should all be out to Marshall.
Tom SAS, Gary Kellet, Ed Floro, Keith Mealey, Andrew Magnuson.
Drivers, don't forget, don't go anywhere. We will have food and drinks available at the banquet straight after the final heat.
Three minutes to the start of the race. Two minutes to the start of the race.
Two minutes till start, drivers. 2 minutes till start. 1 minute till start, drivers. 1 minute till start. Final heats of the day. 3 heats left on the board.
1 minute to the start of the race.
Wrap things up with fifth scale sedan. Heat 1 of 3.
Seconds to the start of the race. Warren Meisner. Seconds to the start of the race.
$20 seconds till start, drivers. 20 seconds till start.
15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
Track is live. Track is live, drivers. Track is live. Underway here in our final round of qualifying. Heat number 1 of 3 for fifth scale sedans. Check the lap times. They work their way around. Gary Kellet with a 23.6, 23.6. Also for Warren, 23.9 for Andrew. Pete Snow with a 22.7. 23.1 for Ed Floro. Tom with a 22.2. Coming out swinging. Keith Mealey with a 25.6, 23.4 for Andrew's second lap. Gary Kellet with a 23.5. Everyone's starting to fight their feet out there now. So out front of the boat, we got Tom leading the way. 22.5 last time around. So our leader at the moment making his way down the front straight away. We follow on board with Tom. That time around at 22.154. Tom leading the way, 1.8 seconds over. Ed Floro in 2, Gary Kellet in 3, Andrew in 4, Warren in 5. Tom Sickles leading the way last time around at 22.1, this time around at 22.2. Nice, consistently quick 22 laps. Keith, that'll be leader on your tail. Thank you very much. Great driving. Caution turn 2. Caution turn 2. Still there. Caution turn 2. All clear now. All clear now. Tom goes for a big roll in the center there. He's going to get caught up and going to need a helping hand. Did have 4 seconds in hand out there. He's going to need every bit of it and a bit more now by the looks of it. They're going to watch a replay here of Tom hitting the grass, going over the concrete curb and goes for a roll there. So cuts the corner a little bit fine and paid the price heavily for it. He's going to drop all the way down to P3 from that one roll. So that allows Ed Floro now to into the lead. Ed coming down the front straight, leading away in this one. Gary in P2. Ed goes over the curbing there. Through the chicane, here goes. This could be an opportunity for Gary Kellet now. Gary going down the back straight, just in front of Ed. See what these guys can do towards the end of this one. We are 4 minutes in, 6 minutes left on the clock, nearing the halfway mark in this one. Gary looks to have closed up a bit. Mistake there by Ed. Caution front straight. Caution straight. That's all clear now. So Ed going for a rotation on the front straight. That's going to give it a great opportunity for Gary Kellet. Tom won't be too far out of it still though, as Tom only 1 second behind Gary. See how they come across when they hit the line this time around. So Gary will be in the lead. Ed Floro drops back to P3 now. So Tom in the 2 spot, Ed in 3. Tom closing right in on Gary Kellet from that last lap. So your leader catching the pipe out there as well. Working his way towards the time of the caution, the end of the back straight. Caution, end of the back straight. Slow it down to the end of the back straight, please. Slow at the end of the back straight. Slow end of the back straight. Thank you, Tom. Thank you. So Gary Kellet holding onto the lead. Tom having to slow up a little bit there. Only a 1/10 of a second in it between Gary Kellet and Tom though. Ed Floro still not out of this one either. So we follow on board with Ed at the moment. So Gary Kellet leading from the last lap. Tom now jumping up in front of him, but only by a couple of 1/10 of a second. Tom making his way across the loop in just a moment here. We'll see where they come out. Gary Kellet, 2/10 of a second last time around. This time, 1/8 of a second as we jump on board with Gary Kellet heading down the back straightaway. Running the white and red. Running a little bit wide in the end of the straightaway. The number 2 on his car. Down the front straight this time around. A 24.1, a slower lap this time around for Gary Kellet. Tom working his way back to the line. Hits a loop this time by a 22 flat for Tom. Gary making his way down the front straight around turn 1 into turn 2. Keith, that'll be his second place on your tail. Thank you very much. 3 minutes 30 left on the clock, drivers. 3:30 left to go. Gary now 4 seconds behind Tom. Tom having a good run to the end of this one. Through the chicane goes Tom as Gary makes his way around the keyhole onto the front straightaway. A 23-1 that time around for Gary Kellet. Caution turn 2, caution turn 2, caution turn 2. Still there, caution turn 2. All clear now. Thank you, drivers. 10-second remaining in this one, drivers. 10-second remaining. Got Tom SAS out front. Gary Kellet in 2. Pete Snow in 3. Andrew in 4. Ed Floro in the 5 spot. Keep going to your call done, drivers. Keep going to your call done.
Gary Kellet done. Andrew Magnuson done. Ed Floro done. Done. Pete Snow done. Keith Mealey done. Tom SAS done.
That is all drivers done. Thank you, drivers. Thank you, marshals. Drivers, make your way around into the pits. Sedan heat number 1 wrapped up around number 6 of qualifying final round. Over to Sedan heat number 2 now of 3. Thank you, drivers. Thank you, marshals. Drivers, cars to scrutineering, radios to scrutineering, and out to marshal, please.
The race is completed.
We're here with one of the famous names in RC, Gary Kellet, having a good time here at the large scale. Qualifying's over. Just give us your thoughts and reflections on today.
It's been a good event, mate. I really enjoyed racing after a bit of a retirement for about 7 years. The track's a lot better than when we used to race 1/5, a lot more grip, but the same camaraderie, the same atmosphere and great racing. Camaraderie, it's really good, yeah.
Has anything stood out to you as a difference from when you were racing today?
Yeah, the speed of the cars. I think I'm back in the old times. I just can't keep up with these guys these days. They're just too quick. Everything's quicker, faster. Yeah, more grip. So, yeah, just crazy.
It's great to see you back at the track. How are you feeling about the finals tomorrow? Surely that's got to be a strong suit of yours with the longer races?
I think I'll be a spectator in the A main, but it should be a good race for the top guys. Yeah, it'll be great. I'm just here to have some fun, so make up the numbers. So it should be good.
Fantastic. It's great to see you here. Yeah, good luck tomorrow, and thanks for the chat.
Thanks so much. All right.
Alright, so Sedan here 1 drivers making your way out to marshal, please. Sedan here 1 drivers out to marshal. So we should have our Sedan Heat 2 drivers out there to marshal. Alrighty, drivers, track is open. Track is open.
Four minutes to the start of the race.
We'll need a marshal in the middle. Caution in the middle there.
Lee Bond. Matthew Hoggard. Jason Clark. Brendan George. David Nethelfer. Paul Rooks. Luke Napier. Patrick Sultana. Three minutes to the start of the race. start of the race.
Oh, 1 minute 30 till start, drivers. 1:30 till start.
Start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. Seconds to the start of the race.
"15 seconds till start, drivers. 15 seconds till start.
Less than 5.
Track is live, drivers. Track is live. Caution turn 2, caution turn 2. Caution turn 2, drivers, caution turn 2. Still there. Still there, guys. Caution turn 2, stay wide. All clear now. Two minutes down, drivers. 8 minutes left on the clock. .230 down, 7.5 left on the clock. So we follow on board at the moment with Luke Napier currently sitting in P5, running the white and pink through into the chicane. Out front at the moment we've got Paul Kay leading the way. Jason Clark in 2, David in 3, Lee Bon in 4. Luke in the 5 spot. Luke making his way through the keyhole. Car number 5, that'll be leader on your tail. Car 5, that'll be leaders on your tail. Caution turn 2, caution turn 2. All clear, all clear. Matthew Hoggard gone for a roll there. So one leading the way at the moment. We got Paul K making his way down the back straight as we pick him up on the live stream. Making his way through the keyhole. Onto the front straight as we watch a replay of Matthew Hoggard. Just clipping the inside curbing there. Finding the barrier, going for a roll. Ending up turn turtle. 4.5 minutes down, 5.5 minutes left on the clock. Oh, we got a wheel off on the track. Caution in the chicane, guys. Caution in the chicane. Caution in the chicane. That car's got one wheel less, matey. Caution on the front straight. Stay wide on the track, please, drivers. Stay wide on the front straight. Take your time, Marshall. Take your time. Over the halfway mark now. That was David. He was sitting up in P3. Losing the wheel around through the chicane. So we got Paul K leading the way out there, going down the back straight into the keyhole. Round turn 2, around into the chicane. Here he goes, leading the way. He's got 5.5 seconds on underhand over Jason Clark. Lee Bond in 2. Patrick in 3. Matthew Hoggard in 5. Leader making his way on down the front straight. Paul K leading the way, 5.5 seconds from that lap in hand. As he works his way around turn 2. Battling through traffic at the moment, coming into chicane as the light starts to fade over the track. Shadows get larger and larger. Plenty of traction still out there to be had though. As Paul K makes his way onto the front straight, leading this one. Thank you very much. Round turn 1 into turn 2. Nice tidy line around turn 2 there. Looking for a hot lap out there at the moment. Hot lap still with Matthew Hoggard on 21 flat. Onto the back straight away he goes. There's a clean lap this time around for Paul K. So he works his way into the keyhole. 3 minutes 10 left on the clock. Across the line this time by 21.6 that time for Paul K. That is his fastest lap out there so far. Hot lap still with Matthew Hoggard though. 21 flat from earlier in this heat. Less than 3 minutes on the clock, drivers. Under 3 minutes on the clock. Paul K with clean track around him at the moment. Jason Clark in 2. He's got clear track in front of him. Matthew Hoggard starting to come up into a little bit of traffic here. So coming into the keyhole is 3rd place. White card, Diet Coke Yards, 3rd place there. Thank you very much. Two minutes 30 to go, drivers. 2:30 left on the clock. So we continue to follow along with Paul K, making his way through onto the front straight. Down the front straight he goes that time around to 22.1. Nice consistent laps out there for Paul at the moment, out to a 7.8 second lead over the rest of the field at the moment. Onto the back straight away, tidy lines. Gets on the gas hard, follows it up with the anchors even harder at the back of the straight. Through into the keyhole, onto the front straight away he goes. 22.3 that time around. Once again, beautiful and consistent lines. Making his way through into the chicane. Still got a bit of clear track around him at the moment. Matthew Hoggard pushing hard to try and close back on this one. He's got a fair bit of work to do. Been putting some hot laps in lately though. 21.5 last time around for Matthew Hoggard. Jason Clark with a 22.1. Gaps are fairly evenly separated out there at the moment though. 21.8 from Paul K that time around. A 21.8 also for Matthew Hoggard. 22.1 for Jason Clark. Thank you very much. The leader makes his way onto the front straight. Lee Bond, you'll have leader closing on the news shortly. Round turn 2 goes your leader as we follow on board in with it on the stream. Through the chicane, nice tidy lines into the teardrop. Thank you very much, Lee. Onto the back straight, clear track now from here on out for Paul K. Working his way around the keyhole. Onto the front straightaway, running the number 7. The blue, white and black machine. Down the front straight around turn 1. Nice and tidy lines. Once again, keeping it in a straight line. So he works his way through the chicane into the teardrop. Couple more times to go in qualifying. We get into race conditions tomorrow. Round into the keyhole once again with 35 seconds left on the clock this time around for Paul. A 22 flat. Jason Clark still 8 seconds behind. Matthew Hoggard another 5 seconds after that. 30 seconds left on the clock. Matthew Hoggard really pushing hard. He's wringing the neck of that machine at the moment, trying to close in on Paul. Jason Clark that time around a 22.1. Matthew Hoggard with a 21.3 takes up another 7/10 out of Jason's gap. Final second starting to tick on down. Keep going to your call done, drivers. Keep going to your call done.
Brendan George done. Matthew Hoggard done. Lee Bond done.
We'll follow Paul around for his last lap round out there at the moment on the back straightaway. With a good lead in hand. Final couple of corners making his way around is Paul. Leading this one out. Only driver to get into the 28 from this heat. Crossing the line. Ends up with a 28 lap run. 10:18.9.
All drivers are finished.
That is all drivers done. Thank you, drivers. Thank you, marshals.
Familiar face to RC Racing, but not so much in the large scale. Brendan George, nice run for you to finish your qualifying. Tell us a little bit about your day and why are you here in large scale?
Well, just something different. The car was for sale from a mate in Newcastle with a good price, so I thought I'd get him have a bit of fun, have a crack. It's a bit of a learning curve from running 10 scale for so long. Everything's bigger and heavier and the car's a very different beast to drive.
Yeah, tell us some more about the differences. What have you had to adjust to, maybe in driving style or that knowledge, that learning curve?
Yeah, look, particularly with braking. You know, a 10 scale car stops on a 5 cent piece. These have got so much mass, so much inertia. You've got to plan everything well in advance, and it takes a bit to pull them up. It's a different style.
Tell us about the colours here. You're pretty famous for doing nice liveries on your bodies, and yeah, there's probably no surprise guessing which body you're running today.
Yeah, I was kind of famous with Paul Morris back in the day when he ran BMWs, the BMW body. I like my cars to look nice, and being white, it's easy for me to see.
Are you doing any 10 scale racing, or you switched totally over to large scale now?
Oh no, 10 scale's still the thing, but this is just something different in between for a bit of fun.
We're good to see you here. Thanks for supporting the event, and yeah, good luck tomorrow in the finals.
No worries, good on you, Tony. Thanks, mate.
All right, so we should have our Sedan Heat 2 drivers out to Marshall. Sedan Heat 2 drivers making their way out to Marshall, please. Up now, our final heat of the day. Large scale, 5th scale Sedan Heat number 3 of 3. Alrighty, drivers, track is open. Track is open, drivers.
Start of the race. Steven Burgess, Chris Payne, David Maharic, Paul Rooks.
Our final heat of the day, shaping up to look like a good one.
Andrew Chaplan.
So we are back on track here for our final heat of the day. Third and final heat of Sedan. Finalising, we've got the TQ sorted in hand for Shaps. Finalising who will sit where for the Super Bowl. Couple of drivers still to make it into the Super Bowl. Couple of drivers testing different setups out there. We got 2 minutes left on the clock, drivers. 2 minutes on the clock. Oh, 1 minute 45 drivers, 1:45 to go. Oh, 1 minute till start, drivers. 1 minute till start.
Seconds to the start of the race.
Thirty seconds till start, drivers. 30 seconds till start.
30 seconds to the start of the race. Seconds to the start of the race.
10 seconds, drivers. 10 seconds.
Less than 5.
Track is live. Track is live, drivers. Track is live. Our final heat of the day for the FEMCA and RCRA national titles here at John Grant International Raceway in beautiful Sydney, Australia. Been a great day of qualifying. We're looking to wrap it up strongly here with our final heat of Sedan. Still places on the line, still people trying to bump on into the Super Bowl. Kicking things off with a 20.8 is Andrew Chaplan. Steven Burgess with a 21.7, 21.8 also for Gavin Drew. Andy Bishop with a 21 flat. See what sort of lap times can come in from this one. Should be hot. Work yourselves out, please, drivers. Thank you very much. 20.9 that time around. 21-1, that time for Andy Bishop. 21 flat for Craig Hawkins. Paul Rooks with a 21-5. Mike Davis with a 21-4. We're following on at the moment with Andrew Chaplan as he makes his way around turn 1. Last time by for Chaps, a 20.786. He works his way through the chicane, through the teardrop, onto the back straightaway. Around onto the front straightaway at 20.6, taking tenths of a second off each lap. He makes his way around once again around turn 2 into the chicane. Work with each other out there. Drivers order is Shaps, Craig Hawkins, Andy Bishop, Mike Davis, Paul Rooks. Your top 5. .470 that time around for Shaps. Takes 2 tenths of a second out of his best lap. Trying to sneak on into the 19. See if we can see a 19 from this heat. Craig Hawkins and P2 a 20.8, 20.9 from Andy Bishop. 21-1 for Paul Rooks. All drivers doing their hot laps last couple of laps around. A 20.5 once again for Shaps. Craig Hawkins slightly slower that time around, a 21-1. Andy Bishop less than a second behind. Last time around for Andy Bishop putting in his hot lap of 20.868. Still following along with Andrew Chaplan as he makes his way into the chicane. That last time around a 20.644. Still haven't seen a 19-second lap out there. As Shaps makes his way down the back straightaway into the keyhole. Onto the main straight. Nice lap around then of 20.5. Round turn 1 into turn 2, coming up on a little bit of traffic now for your leader. Craig Hawkins in P2, Andy Bishop in P3. Car number 9, that'll be leader on your tail. Coming on to the back straight. Thank you very much. Car number 7, you'll have leader to there as well. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great driving. Down the front straight goes your leader as we pick up now with Craig Hawkins. Really desperately needing a good run in this heat. Coming around the keyhole. Beautiful paint scheme. The white, green and blue down the front straight away. At 20.8 that last time around. That's exactly what he needs. Currently sitting in P2. Got 4 tenths in front of Andy Bishop as he makes his way around through the centre teardrop. Andy Bishop, the car in front of him, currently in P3. Down the back straight away he goes. Hits the anchors around the keyhole. Onto the front straight away with 6 minutes 15 left on the clock. Andy Bishop putting down a 20.4 last time around. Craig Hawkins holding the hot lap out there at the moment. Car number 7, that'll be second place on your tail shortly, followed by third. Your leader at the moment, Andrew Chaplan, down to a 20.6 last time around. He's got a 2.7 second lead over Craig Hawkins. Nothing in it between Craig Hawkins and Andy Bishop, though, 1/10 of a second. Car number 7, thank you very much. Third place be right behind you as well. So Andy Bishop and Craig Hawkins going toe-to-toe out there at the moment, going down the front straight for both drivers. Craig Hawkins goes for a 20.395 up to P2 now. Andy Bishop back to P3. 0.8 of a second behind now. Thank you very much, car 7. We follow along still with Craig Hawkins down the back straight away with 5 minutes 15 left on the clock. As he starts to close in on Andy on the track. Down onto the front straight this time around for Craig Hawkins at 20.8. Gap between first and second remains 2.5 seconds, out to a 1.2 second gap between second and third now. 5 minutes down, 5 minutes on the clock, halfway down, halfway to go. Craig Hawkins starting to lay a bit of pace down as he makes his way down onto the front straight. Car looking real settled out there with 20.7 that time around. Andrew Chaplan at 20.7 as well. Andy Bishop at 20.8. Top 3 drivers doing equal lap times out there. Our leader coming around turn 2. Our leader coming around turn 2 into the chicane. Please give him room as he makes his way around. Car number 5. Leader right there. Thank you. Craig Hawkins that time around at 20.7, 20.8 again for Andy Bishop. Equal lap times to the previous lap. So second and third making their way onto the back straight away. We follow along with Craig Hawkins still. Thank you very much. Third place to Sarah as well. Third place to Sarah. Craig Hawkins scraping through on that one there. Makes his way into the chicane. through the teardrop. Currently has a 3-second gap back behind Chaplan. Andrew Bishop, another 1.2 second behind him. So he starts to close in on Andy on track. That time around for Craig Hawkins, a 20.6. Andrew Chaplan with a 20.5. Andy Bishop with a 20.8. 3 minutes 45 left on the clock, drivers. Steven Burgess, another 6 seconds behind him, P4. 5 seconds after that will be Paul Rooks. 3 minutes 30 to go, drivers. 3:30 left on the clock. Andy Bishop with a 20.4 puts his hot lap in that time around. All three of the top drivers doing a 20.3 or higher. 3 minutes 15 left to go, drivers. 3:15 left on the clock. Andy Bishop starting to pull a little bit more of a gap away from Craig Hawkins, laying a couple of quick laps down the last few laps. Craig Hawkins with a 20.668. Andy Bishop with a 20.618. Meanwhile, Shap's coming down the front straight, lays down new hot lap of the heat, 20.202. Caution in turn 2. That's all clear now, all clear. So our leader making his way onto the back straightaway, second and third. Making their way around turn 2 as we can pick up now with Andrew Chaplan making his way onto the front straight with 2 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock. A slow lap that time around for Shaps of 21.2. Car number 6, you'll have second and third catching up on you very shortly. Plenty of room as they come around, please. Third place right behind you there, now car number 6. Thank you. Second place to follow. Leaders come through here. Leaders coming through. Car number 6 and car number 5. Leader coming through. Thank you very much. So car number 6, you'll have a leader right there. Leader coming through. Leader coming through. Thank you very much. Shaps with clear track all around him now. Shaps getting loose out there at the moment. Big lock up at the end of the straight. 20.8, still a decent lap out there for Shaps. Craig Hawkins now coming under pressure from Andy Bishop. Andy Bishop only 4/10 of a second behind Craig Hawkins now. It's coming in close towards the end of this one. 1 minute 30 left on the clock. Couple of really good laps from Andy Bishop. Has closed him right back on in for the 2-3 battle. Got out of shape there though, so Craig Hawkins will close back in on him. So they make their way back towards the line. We continue to follow along with Andrew Chaplan making his way down the back straight. He has 5 seconds in hand. Craig Hawkins and Andy Bishop now separated again by 1.4 seconds. Andy trying to pull back away. 20.7 for Craig Hawkins, a 21.7 for Andy Bishop, a second slower from that previous lap. Car number 9, you'll have a couple of quick cars closing in quickly. Less than a minute on the clock, drivers. Under a minute left on the clock. Leaders coming through. Thank you very much. We'll have one more just coming through in a second. Car number 9. One more coming through very shortly. Thank you very much. Final 40 seconds left on the clock, drivers. Final 40 seconds on the clock. Gap separating Craig Hawkins and Andy Bishop remains at 9/10 of a second. Andrew Chaplan making his way around turn 1 into turn 2. Steven Burgess off the track there. Careful there, Steve. Thank you very much. Second and third making their way down the front straight away. 20 seconds left on the clock as we continue to follow along with Shaps leading this one out. Looking to have this one all sewn out with 5 seconds left on the clock. Craig Hawkins last time went out 20.7. Andy Bishop with a 20.6. Taking a 10th of a second out of his gap. And he goes for a rotation at the end of the back straight away. Craig Hawkins will get on through. That should solidify the 2 spot from here. Keep going to your call done, please, drivers. Keep going to your call done. Andrew Chaplan missing out on a 30-lap run by 7/10 of a second again. We'll have this one all but sewn up as we wait for the rest of the drivers to complete their lap and head over the line and finish things off. Craig Hawkins will come home in P2. Andy Bishop coming home in 3. Steven Burgess in 4. Paul Rooks rounding out your 5. That is all cars done. Thank you very much, drivers. Thank you, marshals. That wraps up proceedings for today, but don't you go anywhere. We still got the banquet to eat. Plenty of food is going to be available over in the pits, drivers. Do not go anywhere. Head straight on over, guys. Head on over. Grab yourself some food, drinks, all available over in the pits, guys.
That is qualifying complete for 1/5 Sedan. Gavin Drew, solid run for you today. I think just inside the top 10. So that gives you a decent starting position for the semi-finals tomorrow. But yeah, just give us your recap, mini summary of how qualifying's gone for you.
Look, yesterday was all bad. All sorts of things went wrong, but hey, I've had a couple of the guys that helped me put my motor together, which was Bill and that. The guys with parts and stuff that actually got me on the track. And today, I've just had great runs. I've had really good runs, really good fun, trying to be as courteous as possible without putting the elbows out, doing everything I can. But the guys from Queensland, they've just got that little edge. Got to work out what that is, if I've got to change my gearing. But seriously, great fun. Loved the day.
You're involved in the club here, done a lot of work behind the scenes, for this event, the GT Worlds and that sort of thing. What's it like, having a big event here?
Oh, look, having it at home is always the best. It's good to have, it's a good track. It's a unique track. The guys that actually behind the scenes, Michael Stone, Carl, all the guys that actually have put all the big effort towards making this happen. You got to praise those guys. It's always a thankless job. You'd understand this, Tony. It's always one of those things that you always sort of think, like, I just want to get down, I just want to race. But, a club, a team, you all got to put in a little bit. And what comes out of it is something incredible like that. GT Worlds was next level. And this event here is pretty good, and we're loving this. So really good for the large-scale guys. Thank you.
Yeah, the camaraderie, the social side of it, obviously a bunch of people camping here. It's a real community, isn't it, amongst the large scale?
Well, I have to say, actually, really good point. The guys from Queensland and that, they've all come down with their camper vans. They with their swags, seeing the bikes and all that. All the guys are all coming down with all their stuff. It's really good setup, and they look really comfortable and relaxed. We have a good, there's the odd little joke and jab that happens, which is great fun. But look, this community of people is really good. And with all the different vendors that are providing all the different parts and, leading up to these type of things, it was good that we had good supply and everyone was able to be able to supply the parts in that. But for the guys with the camper vans, if you ever get to look at, did you take some photos and stuff? Yeah, they got a great setup and they're a bit special on their mince and their onions and what they do is their burgers at night. So ask them for the recipe.
Okay, we've got the banquet coming up, so I don't want to keep you too long. But one of the things that's caught my eye is the body shapes and the shells and the scale paint schemes, deliveries that the drivers do. Obviously, we can see you're a Red Bull fan and you had the Red Bull livery. So yeah, just talk us through the body design you're running this weekend.
Yeah, I've got a Red Bull design. There's a guy that we got down in I think South Australia, and we send our shells down there, and he paints them up. Guy's just got an eye for detail, and he really does. He does the Optus cars. He's done a lot of the other ones that are out there, and he does it really good for pretty much a pretty decent price. But really, it gives you, I like the Red Bull. Always liked the Red Bull since the shoey come in, and from that point, I've just stuck with it. And he was able to do a really good replica Red Bull car for me, and I've loved it. And but for anyone, ask the question. We can give you the details and some more business that way.
Fantastic, mate. We'll let you go get ready for the banquet and get ready for finals tomorrow. But yeah, well done today, and all the best.
Cheers. Thanks very much, everyone.
G'day everyone, welcome back. Qualifying is over, but the hard work not so much. We're with John Lipus, still wrenching away here at the end of qualifying. John, give us a summary on how things have gone for you this weekend.
Hasn't gone to plan. It's not my event, but that's okay. This car was a last-minute decision. Ended up getting it Tuesday night, and came here Wednesday morning. So I've had a lot of.
Hang on, sorry. Tuesday night is in just like 4 days ago.
Yeah, 4 days ago. So it was a last-minute decision to join 510 Mini. It's a very, very good class. So I'm but I've just had some bad luck with the car, just having a few runaways and whatnot.
We chatted with Brendan earlier. You're another one who does a whole bunch of different RC classes. What attracts you, or what do you like about the large scale?
Bit easy. Four-wheel drive, they're a little bit easier to drive than two-wheel drive. I don't get much racing, unfortunately, due to family life and work commitments, but we'll get there.
And then the plan for tomorrow, how late are you going to be wrenching away here? Lucky you've got the banquet, so they can feed you while you're still working.
Yes. I'm very grateful for the banquet. Hopefully, I won't be too much longer on the car, and hopefully I can get a final 2 in tomorrow with a bump up.
That's a good thing, right? The bump up final, so it doesn't matter where you qualify, you're still in with a chance.
Yeah, it'll be good if I did a 7 Bradbury. That'll be awesome. But yeah, anyway, anything can happen, so we'll see how we go.
Excellent. Thanks for the chat. We'll let you get back to work, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
I'll go for another little wander, see if I can chat to a couple of other people before we find Mitch. Mitch is going to give us a little sign-off wrap-up for the day. This is where everybody is. Everybody's already in the queue for food. Oh, look at you. What do you got for dinner? Hey, look at that.
Chicken and a mouthful of food.
Yeah, chicken and a mouthful of food. That looks pretty good. Don't delay. Those of you who are watching the live stream, unfortunately, you're going to miss out. Everyone else has got their tucker. So they're all lining up here. I want to try and see if anyone's in scrutineering. Whoops, he's for the 360. No, scrutineering's clear. There he is. He's in the lineup for dinner. Matt will let me know if I run out of range. Going to jump in here with John Hammond. Working hard in scrutineering today. We're trying to catch you, mate. You're in a line for food, so we won't hold you up too much. But how you enjoyed this week not being behind a controller?
Really good not driving. It's good watching them battling it out. It's been exciting, actually. More exciting to watch them.
What do you think's going to unfold tomorrow? Who you got your eye on or money on if you were betting?
I wouldn't like to. Well, Chappers is showing the way at the moment, and I think he'll probably continue that tomorrow. He's driving well. Minimal mistakes. Yeah.
Really don't want to hold the line up too much, so I'll let you get your tucker. But yeah, thanks for your hard work and scrutineering and everything you're doing.
Thank you guys for the commentary. The commentary's been awesome. It's really good. Yeah.
Cheers, John. All right, as you can see, the food there. Going quick. Another one of our working scrutineers. Which way are you going to go, Joe? Which way are you going to go?
I'm going to go towards you.
Okay, you're going to come towards me. We'll walk and talk. Now you got your dinner.
Scrutineering guys have been awesome as well.
Yeah, all right. So we're going to have a chat with Joe Patane as we walk back this way. You got your food. I won't hold you up too long. But yeah, just want to get your thoughts on the event so far. Again, you've been working hard in the scrutineering.
Well, yeah, I've been actually getting to see a bit of it on the monitor. The last race was really close and really good. But it's all been good. Cars have all been scrutineered, and we haven't had any issues with any of the cars. So it's good to see the numbers. And the live media is great, and commentary is great. So look forward to the finals tomorrow, and hopefully it's all clean, fast racing.
That's good. All right, we'll let you have dinner. But yeah, thanks for all the hard work.
Thanks, Tony. Cheers.
We'll push back this way. He's out in the pit lane on the other side of the gate. I can't get him that way, and we'll go back this way. Yeah, so we'll come back this way. Come down to the staging area, Mitch, and we'll hand it over to you with the sun setting in the background. Mitch has got a new nickname this weekend. Everyone, you have to come and ask him. Come on this side of the fence, mate. His new nickname is Corn Mullet. So I'm going to hand you over to Mitch Pratt to give us a bit of a recap on the day's qualifying action.
Yeah, it's been a really good day once again. Perfect weather. That was the main thing we always want when we come to a race event, especially a race event this much. Awesome track facilities. Everything's been really good throughout the day. 4 rounds of qualifying today, obviously with the practice round in the morning, and everything's been fairly smooth. So with that, from the bikes, David Maharic, he's taken the pole. Really tough between both David Maharic and Andy Bishop. They've both taken 3 TQs between them. David ended up having the better time from laps and times, so it comes back to the comeback, and David taking that overall. Really good run between those two. I'd say it's going to be a 2-car race between those two when it comes to the final. 3 finals for those drivers, as they are electric. Those bikes look awesome. I can't wait to have a drive, hopefully. For Formula One, yeah, media race. Yeah, we should have a media race. Exactly right. For Formula One, Chris, he's taken to take overall TQ. He actually had 1 less TQ run than Bill, but Bill ended up having to rely on a 5th place finish as well. So ends up going towards Chris for that one. It'll be a good race as well. I'd say there's about 3 or 4 drivers that could actually come towards the front of that one. It'll be interesting as well. It's been a bit of a sort of race where whoever finishes could finish first. So we'll see. We'll see who has the best mechanical skills when it comes down to it. And hopefully we have a good race in Formula 1 as well. When it comes to 510, it's been a little bit all over the place as well. David Maharic, he ends up on the TQ spot. Chris Payne, he had 2 TQs. David takes the overall TQ with a round that was 3 seconds faster. So really good running between those two. I'd say we'll have a good battle between those two. There are a couple others in it as well, but those are the 2 that I'd say we'll be looking out for. Flicking over to Sedan. Shaps has been strong. We've seen this a couple of times now. Shaps is always a strong driver whenever you go to an on-road event. He's going to be there. So Shaps is up the top. He took 4 round TQs. The other 2 drivers that took a TQ, Craig Hawkins, he had a couple of really rough runs. So he's actually quite a fair way down the order. He had a 2nd in the last round of qualifying, but the other 2, I think he got a 22nd and a 25th. So a couple of breakages there has really hurt him. We'll see how he goes when to get to the bump ups. He's been quick, but just a bit inconsistent. Apart from that, we had Steven Burgess. He also took the other round TQ. Couple of average results after that. Still ends up, I think, about 3rd or 4th on the grid. So we'll see him in the Super Pole, I'm pretty sure. We'll see what he can do in the Super Pole. Super Pole is going to be really interesting as well. We're looking forward to the Super Pole. I think everyone looks forward to a Super Pole. It's based on a single fastest lap. We'll go from there from racing tomorrow. Kicking off tomorrow, I believe at 7:30. We'll double check on that one, hopefully. But yeah, we're looking at a really good race day tomorrow. We'll kick off with the bikes in the morning, and we'll follow on from there. So keep an eye on the stream, guys. Make sure you tune in tomorrow. Tomorrow is the big day. It's going to be an awesome day of racing. We'll see you all tomorrow.